Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 851, Verbal Warfare. Dong Shengting certainly cares. He is different from the Immortal King. In the Immortal King's eyes, Qin Wentian is just a small figure, not worth mentioning, so it is not worth wasting too much attention on Qin Wentian, even if he came here to attend the immortal banquet. But Dong Shengting is different. If it was just Qin Wentian's status, he would certainly disdain him, but this person is the young man that Princess Kinger likes. It was once for this insignificant figure in the particle world that the Lord of the Immortal Kingdom, Emperor Changqing, was alarmed. His father also went to the particle world for this matter and used some means to fool this person. However, now, this child is so ignorant that he found this place and participated in the immortal banquet of Dongsheng Immortal Gate. No one is a fool. Since Qin Wentian has come to the immortal realm, how could he not know that Dongsheng Immortal Emperor is the master of Dongsheng Immortal Gate, so his coming here is worth pondering. Qin came from Yunzhou and went through a series of selections to get to this moment. How come, Your Highness thinks that Qin cannot be here? If so, Qin can leave immediately. Qin Wentian looked at Dong Shengting and spoke slowly. Seeing the look in his eyes, Qin Wentian was completely certain that what happened that day was deliberately done by the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor to play a trick on him. The casual conversation between the two instantly attracted everyone's attention, and they were surprised. These two seemingly unrelated people, one is the High and Mighty His Highness, the youngest son of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, and the Eastern Saint Ting who has thousands of brilliances in one, and the other is a genius, but he was only selected from Yunzhou and ranked 27th. These two people should not have any intersection. Even if there is an intersection, with the identity of the Eastern Saint Ting, there should not be such a reaction. Because their identities are not equal at all. Xian'an Immortal King's expression changed slightly. His eyes stared at Qin Wentian. This boy really had a secret. This Xian Jiao who had caused a big stir in Piaoxua City, not only knew your Immortal King, but even Dong Shengting was so sensitive to his appearance. It was really strange. Qiu Immortal King, Wanhou Immortal King and a group of people were very familiar with Qin Wentian. Back then, he almost took Qi Xianai's position and became the direct disciple of Dongsheng Immortal Emperor. Princess Liuli stared at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes. Kinger and Changqing Emperor's affairs with Qin Wentian were unknown to others, and Princess Liuli had never heard of it, so she was just curious at this time. Of course. Dong Shengting stared at Qin Wentian. In such an occasion, even if he was of noble status, it was impossible to cancel Qin Wentian's qualifications at will. Besides, what reason did he have to expel Qin Wentian? Many powerful figures and Princess Liuli were watching from the side. If Princess Liuli also knew Qin Wentian, and told Princess Kinger one day, it would make Dong Shengting seem too mean. I'm just a little surprised. You were born in the particle world, and it must have been extremely difficult to get to where you are today. Dongsheng Xianmen is indeed an opportunity for you. You should seize it and strive to enter Dongsheng Xianmen. Work hard to practice. In the future, you may have a chance to pursue the realm of Immortal King. Although it is still too far for you now, there is still a chance. Dong Shengting looked solemn, as if he was talking to Qin Wentian very seriously, but his tone was always condescending. You, Qin Wentian, are just a person born in the particle world. It is too difficult to grow up. Dongsheng Xianmen can give you hope. With your qualifications, Immortal King is too far away. You only have a chance. This seemingly polite words contain a kind of arrogance, but no one thinks it is abnormal, because the person who speaks is Dong Shengting. If Qin Wentian is just an ordinary genius, it will also be normal. However, he is Qin Wentian. Looking at Dong Shengting's arrogant attitude and his condescending tone as if he was persuading a younger generation, Qin Wentian sneered in his heart, his eyes still staring at him unconcealedly. A faint smile flashed across his lips, and he said, "The road of martial arts is difficult for everyone. If you rely on the protection of your ancestors to grow up, how can you spread your wings and fly high? Whether it is the particle world or the fairyland world, whether you are the son of an emperor or a commoner, it's all the same. What's the difference? How many descendants of emperors are incompetent, and how many ordinary people are rising to prominence? Even among those sons of emperors, How many people can surpass the ancestors who were born as ordinary people and opened up a world? Qin Wentian spoke calmly, his voice without any waves. You, Dong Shengting, are the son of the immortal emperor, but what about your father, the immortal emperor Dongsheng? Isn't it relying on yourself? How many descendants of the immortal emperor Dongsheng can surpass him? The path of cultivation, in the end, still depends on oneself. Status and position are all false. The road of martial arts is rugged and the road to becoming an immortal king is long. However, Qin will do his best to pursue the realm of immortal king or even further. Qin Wentian said neither servile nor overbearing. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expressions became more exciting. If they had not felt that Dong Shengting's words were unusual before, but at this moment when Qin Wentian refuted, they immediately sensed something unusual. The two seemed to be in a verbal confrontation. It turned out that there was a mystery hidden in the words of His Highness Dong Shengting. However, it was surprising that the person who came to the trial dared to confront Dong Shengting with words. That's a wonderful point. Dong Shengting's eyes sparkled as he looked at Qin Wentian and said, "The road of martial arts is rough. No matter if you are the descendant of an emperor or born an ordinary person, you have to rely on yourself. It's just that those who are born noble have some innate advantages. This advantage is innate, with talent and resources, while ordinary people need to pay more. For example, at this moment, the endless geniuses in the 13 states of Dongsheng are fighting to enter the Dongsheng Immortal Gate. Your Highness is right. Under the same circumstances, people born ordinary people need to work harder, while those who are born ordinary people with extraordinary backgrounds and excellent talents, and are willing to practice hard, will find it easier to go further. I, Yunun, have a deep understanding of this. It was so difficult for me to become an immortal king. Looking at the eldest prince and the second prince, they are so young and have already entered the realm of immortal king. What a style. Immortal King Yunun seemed to sigh. He rolled his eyelids, and his deep eyes swept over Qin Wentian, and said coldly, "The most feared thing on the road of martial arts is some ignorant ideas that do not know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. They always think that hard work can achieve the supreme road. How many geniuses on the road of practice do not work hard, and how many people become kings and emperors? If you say them, they can still refute with words, saying that the seniors suppress them. How can they predict that I can't do it? It's really ridiculous." This statement has been made very clear. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Wentian. Facing the strong words of immortal King Yunun, how can he fight back? Bai Wuai also stared at Qin Wentian. He did not help to speak. Today he came here just as a spectator. Haha. Qin Wentian sneered. This sentence of immortal King Yunun made him unable to refute. If he refuted, it seemed to confirm the words of immortal King Yunun. Senior, you are an immortal king. Since you speak like this, what else can I say? I can only sigh that Senior Immortal King Yunun's vision is not very good. According to what you said, He Fen, as your disciple, has identity, status, and resources. He should have more advantages than our generation. However, in the first round of the Dongsheng Immortal Gate assessment, the performance of He Fen, Senior Immortal King Yunun's disciple, did not bring honor to the Immortal King. Qin Wentian looked at the face of Immortal King Yunun and spoke sarcastically. Since the other party wanted to humiliate him, then he would slap him back hard. In your words, slap your face. So He Feng is the senior disciple. In the first round of the East Saint Immortal Sect assessment, the battle for the Immortal Eagle seat, He Feng led a group of strong men to encircle and suppress us, and we were killed one by one. Senior brother Qin trampled He Feng under his feet at that time, but spared his life. It turns out that He Feng is also a disciple of the Immortal King. It's surprising. Jun Mengchen had been unhappy for a long time. Seeing that Immortal King Yunun and East Saint Court humiliated Qin Wentian with such words, he was holding his breath in his heart. How could he not fight back at this moment? As soon as he finished speaking, He Feng, who was not far away, instantly turned pale. His murderous eyes stared at Qin Wentian and Jun Mengchen, as if he was about to attack. Immortal King Yunun narrowed his eyes and glanced coldly at He Feng. Seeing He Feng's expression, his expression suddenly turned cold. Perhaps this cannot be blamed on the senior. This black front may have a bad talent. The senior just has a problem with his vision. Jun Mengchen continued to say with a smile. Everyone looked at this guy one by one, and they were all speechless. These people slapped the face of the Immortal King Yunun in public, and they didn't know when to stop. This was bold enough. Maybe the immortal Qin Wentian didn't have time to discipline him, didn't give Blackfront the resources to practice, or Blackfront himself was lazy and didn't work hard in practice. Qingxuan seemed to say it very seriously, but this voice undoubtedly picked out the words that the immortal Qin Wentian had just said to humiliate and slap him in the face. In this situation, the immortal Qin Wentian's face turned black. Your Highness, isn't today's banquet going to select 3 saints? I, an old man, still want to see how these geniuses are. When will it start? At this time, a voice broke the deadlock. It was the good old immortal king who spoke. That's right, Your Highness, we are all impatient. Someone immediately echoed and everyone turned their eyes to Dong Shengting. The cold eyes of immortal Qin Wentian slowly moved away from Qin Wentian and the others, but he remembered these 3 people. The rules of the once-a-century finals are different for each person, but the top 3 in the final must be the best 3 people. I would like to ask for your opinions. Do you have any suggestions? Dong Shengting looked at everyone and said, these 160 people have different realms, from the first level of the celestial phenomena to the 9th level, so naturally there can't be simple rules. To become the son of the immortal sect, you must go through many tests. This battle must not be too simple. A strong man said, and everyone knew this. The pride in the seats below listened carefully. No matter how powerful and noble the people present today were, they were still the protagonists of this immortal banquet. Now, they are finally going to appear. Chapter 852, The Battle Begins. The 13 states of Dongsheng were shocked, and they went through many selections just for this very banquet. For this very banquet, Dongsheng Immortal Emperor accepted 3 disciples, Dongsheng Immortal Sect accepted 160 core disciples, and there were 1,000 quotas for outer disciples. At the same time, Dongsheng Immortal Sect also took this opportunity to recruit heroes from all over the world, so that people in the world would remember Dongsheng Immortal Sect. Too much was prepared for this very banquet. As the predecessor said, the rules cannot be too simple. The geniuses have also gone through many trials to get to this point. Although they can enter Dongsheng Immortal Sect as core disciples, Dongsheng Immortal Sect will still give many rewards to encourage the spirit of yearning for martial arts. I think that in this battle, we must first select the geniuses ranked in the top 20 and give them 1 fairy weapon. Dong Shengting said, 20 fairy weapons are nothing to Dongsheng Immortal Sect. After that, the top 10 and the top 3 will receive even more generous rewards, especially for the top 3 who will become my father's disciples. This time, the Dongsheng Immortal Sect has prepared amazing treasures, so I will keep it a secret and not tell you what the treasure is. Your Majesty is accepting disciples on such a grand occasion. How can the Immortal Sect be generous? It's really exciting. The immortal old king smiled and said, even an old guy like me wants to get the treasure and take a good look at it. I have a suggestion. At this time, Princess Liuli beside Dong Shengting spoke, causing Dong Shengting to turn his gaze and look at Princess Liuli and smiled. Princess, please tell me what suggestions you have. Since these 160 people have gone through many rounds of selection to get to this point, in the upcoming competition, don't let their rankings be determined by just one battle. That would be a bit cruel, and we wouldn't be able to really see the strength and potential of these selected geniuses. Princess Liuli spoke calmly. Princess Liuli said what I wanted to say. If they are eliminated in a random duel, not only will we not be able to see their strength and potential, but it will also be unfair. It is best to give each of them multiple opportunities to fight and release themselves. The Moonless Immortal King also spoke up. The 2 people's suggestions were recognized by many people. Indeed, if they were eliminated in a duel, what if a powerful person faced Gusu Shianki in the first match? This is too unfair. Okay, according to your opinion, why not have a chaotic battle? They can choose who to challenge the strong people of the same realm or higher realm, but they cannot challenge people of lower realm. All the Xianjiao characters can fight randomly and turn the world upside down. At the Immortal Banquet, we will witness this chaos together. With the wisdom of the senior characters, when the war is over, we can easily select the most outstanding 20 people. What do you think? Dong Shengting said. Good idea. Anyway, since we have all come to Dongsheng Immortal Gate, we can take a good look at the demeanor of these younger Xianjiao. However, what if someone fights too few times? Someone said. That's true, so we'll add another rule. Each person must choose 10 opponents and go through at least 10 duels. At the same time, as long as the realm of others is not higher than yours, you must not refuse when they challenge you. For those with a perfect record, they are not allowed to use magic weapons in the battle. If one party admits defeat, the battle will be stopped immediately. Dong Shengting said. Yes, this battle was originally planned to directly let the disciples of the celestial realm of the immortal kings join in, but since the rules are like this, why don't the disciples of the immortal kings participate in the battle for the time being, but let them be the test later? A powerful immortal king of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect suggested. One Hui immortal king glanced at Hua Taixu beside him. Before, the immortal kings had planned to let their disciples also experience some trials and fight with these Xianjiao figures from the 13 states of Dongsheng. Why do you have to do this? If the disciples of the immortal kings are happy to see the dazzling Xianjiao, as long as they meet the above rules and the opponent's realm is not weaker than yours, they can also go to compete. Isn't this a way for us to enjoy more violent battles and see the strength of the Xianjiao clearly, but they will not participate in the final ranking? The Fairy King of the Missing Moon said. Good idea. Today, many immortal kings brought their disciples here. They originally wanted to send them to train among the Xianjiao. The suggestion of the Moonless Immortal King is wonderful. In this way, we can enjoy this great chaos. The Immortal King Jiutian also responded with a smile, as if he had forgotten what happened just now. However, how could he forget it after being slapped in the face by the younger generation? Once such a chaos is formed, he will let Qin Wentian know what regret is. The immortal King Jiutian's disciple He Feng is at a high level and cannot challenge Qin Wentian, but here, several of his good friends and disciples can, and some of them are extremely powerful geniuses. What do you think, Princess Liuli? Dong Shengting looked at Princess Liuli and asked. This is your highness's business, but this suggestion is not bad. Princess Liuli said calmly. Since the princess said so, let's settle it like this. There will be no specific rules for the next battle. It will be a melee. Whoever wants to fight can go up to the battlefield at any time. The more outstanding the performance, the easier it will be to be remembered. The immortal king predecessors and strong men from all parties are here and will witness it. Dong Shengting said, his eyes looking forward, and he shouted, begin the battle. The gentle and elegant Dong Shengting's shout was like thunder, as if it had an unparalleled edge. Dragons roared in the void, and in an instant, uniform footsteps were heard in the distance. Immortal light filled the sky, and the legions of the immortal platforms descended with a mighty voice. The ancient battle platform in front of the Qingyan Palace was opened. In an instant, light soared into the sky. On the ancient battle platform, it seemed as if an ancient breath was blowing in the face. Ha! The immortals shouted loudly, with amazing momentum, as if cheering for the opening of the ancient battle stage. Dong Shengting stood up, looked forward, and said solemnly, after 100 years, the Qingyan ancient battle stage is reopened. The Xianjiao will compete on the ancient battle stage. This ancient battle stage that has witnessed the rise and fall of Dongsheng Xianmen will witness another grand event of our Dongsheng Xianmen. I hope that the Xianjiao who stepped onto the ancient battle stage today will become a powerful figure of our Dongsheng Xianmen in the future, open up new territories, and become famous all over the world. Roar! The armored soldiers surrounding the ancient battle stage pointed their spears at the sky, and the terrifying beams rushed straight into the blue clouds, like an ancient ritual, which made people feel excited. What a strong momentum! Everyone was extremely shocked when they saw the 10,000 immortals army in the distance. This momentum was simply amazing. The relaxed atmosphere of the fairy banquet just now dissipated in an instant and turned into solemnity. This is Dongsheng Xianmen, the ruler of Dongsheng 13 states. Dong Shengting's body floated, and the azure dragon roared and came to Dong Shengting's feet. Dong Shengting stepped on the azure dragon, looked at the ancient battle stage, and said, the Qingyan ancient battle stage is open, and the chaos begins. Anyone who wants to fight can go to the ancient battle stage. Those who perform well will be recognized. Who will come for the first battle? Dong Shengting's voice shook the world, and the vast space shook. Dragons roared and blue phoenixes sang in harmony. At the fairy banquet, the ancient battle stage was opened, and all the powerful people gathered to watch the battle. With such a grand occasion, who will come for the first battle? At the fairy banquet, the fairy kings and the powerful people from all sides of the 13 states of Dongsheng looked at the trial prodigies in the fairy banquet with a faint smile on their faces. They also wanted to appreciate what kind of grace this year's prodigies have. Buzz! A gust of wind blew by, and a figure appeared on the ancient battlefield. This person stood there, looking down on the world, with unparalleled elegance. No one could look him in the face wherever his eyes passed. Many of the 6th-level celestial beings at the same level as him avoided his gaze. This person was Gu Shianqi, who was known as the #1 prodigy in Dongzhou. He was born as an immortal king, and was known as someone who had the hope of becoming an immortal emperor. He was the prodigy who had the greatest hope of being accepted as a personal disciple by the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. He should fight in this first battle. Who wants to fight? Gu Shianqi spoke calmly. There was a moment of silence in the void. Everyone suddenly discovered that when Gu Shianqi stepped onto the battlefield, no one dared to challenge him. It seemed that this was the unparalleled style of the first prodigy of Dongzhou, or even the first prodigy of the 13 states of Dongshen. Standing on the ancient battlefield, no one dared to fight. Then you. Seeing that no one challenged him, Gu Shianqi pointed his finger at a strong man, who was a prodigy in Yanzhou, a strong man in the 7th level of the celestial realm. Gu Shianqi's own realm was the 6th level of the celestial realm. In the first battle, he directly crossed the border to fight. The Yanzhou prodigy looked solemn, his figure flashed, and he came to the ancient battlefield. Feeling the ancient atmosphere on the ancient battlefield, his mind was solemn, and he stared at Gu Shianqi in front of him, who was hailed as the most outstanding and peerless prodigy of this session. Boom! Gu Shianqi suddenly burst out with a monstrous fighting power, as if a battle aura shone. In an instant, a terrifying gale swept out, like a wave hitting the shore, and swept out. The clothes of the Xianjiao figure in the 7th level of the heavenly phenomenon rustled, as if they were about to be blown to pieces by the gale. In an instant, he bloomed his own starry sky, and at the same time, his whole body was wrapped in dazzling rock armor. A rock giant seemed to appear behind him, as if it contained endless power and extremely terrifying defense. He stood like a mountain, staring at Gu Shianqi. Boom, boom, boom. Gu Shianqi burst out with an extremely blazing battle brilliance, as dazzling as the scorching sun. It seemed that there was only battle light all over his body, and he was wrapped in battle light as if he was a god. With a loud bang, the ancient battlefield trembled. Gu Shianqi rushed out with an extremely bright light and punched his opponent. When this punch appeared, an extremely bright fist light appeared in the void, as if it would penetrate the void of the world and break everything. Endless fist light appeared between heaven and earth. The Yanzhou Xianjiao shouted, and his defense blossomed to the extreme. A rumbling and terrifying collision sound came out. The crowd only saw beams of light constantly bombarding the body of Yanzhou Xianjiao. The rock armor exploded wildly. The strong man's expression changed drastically. Facing the god of war who was more dazzling than the sun, he actually felt a sense of powerlessness. I give up. Yanzhou Xianjiao shouted, and there was another roar. His body was blasted off the ancient battlefield and spit out blood. Gu Shianqi strolled on the ancient battlefield, and the dazzling light on his body gradually converged and dissipated. His figure flashed and instantly returned to his seat. This Dongzhou #1 prodigy is so dazzling. Chapter 853, Prodigies Like Clouds. Awesome. He is worthy of being the #1 prodigy in Dongzhou. It is said that Gu Shianqi can fight across 3 realms. However, those who can still sit at the banquet are all outstanding prodigies. I wonder how many realms Gu Shianqi can surpass with his full strength. With the strength he just showed, if Gu Shianqi unleashes all his strength, he may be able to defeat many of the 8th-level prodigies here. Everyone thought secretly in their hearts that since Gu Shianqi participated in this banquet, he has locked a seat in the top 3, and even the first place. Yes, who will fight in the second battle? Dong Shengting had stepped off the Azure Dragon and returned to the seat. Seeing the silence of the prodigies, he said again. Because Gu Shianqi's first battle was too dazzling, many people knew that if they took action, even if they defeated their opponents, they would be much inferior to Gu Shianqi's battle. Therefore, no one was willing to take action easily in this second battle. I'll do it. A gloomy wind blew, and a gray shadow fell directly on the ancient battle stage. It did not have the momentum of Gu Shianqi before, but it gave people a cold feeling. The figure who stepped onto the ancient battlefield looked a little gloomy. His skin was extremely white without a trace of blood. His skinny body was hidden in a loose gray robe. His eyes glowed with a faint light, which made people feel terrible. This person's cultivation was the same as Gu Shianqi's. Both of them were at the 6th level of the celestial phenomenon, so his light must be covered. There was an ancient order engraved on his chest, the second pride of the netherworld state, Zi Ying. Such a heavy yin qi. The crowd looked at Zi Ying, and saw that his face was pale, his eyes were glowing white, and he looked at the people at the banquet. The voice with a strong yin qi came out, "Who is willing to come up and challenge?" Zi Ying of the Netherworld state, if he can be defeated, it will undoubtedly leave a deep impression on all the great powers, but this Zi Ying is definitely not an easy person to deal with. The people who were at the 6th level of the celestial phenomenon thought to themselves, however, only 20 Xianjiao were selected in this round, 2 in each realm, and they already had Gusu Xianqi in their realm. If they could not perform the second most outstanding, it would be very dangerous. If you can't defeat Gusu Xianqi, then you must defeat Zi Ying, otherwise the hope of promotion is too slim. Yi Shangfang and Xia Hanjian both thought so. They both came from Yunzhao. Yi Shangfang was a disciple of Wancheng Academy, and Xia Hanjian was from Yunlao Saint Sect. Xian I, an immortal king, glanced at them inadvertently. The strong men from their sect also came to the scene, and their eyes fell on them, hoping that they could advance. "I'll do it." Xia Hanjiang's figure suddenly rushed out. As a disciple of Yunlao Saint Sect, he had many means and magical powers, all of which were amazingly powerful. Xia Hanjiang descended on the ancient battle stage with a tyrannical momentum, but saw Zi Ying's body immediately move, really like a shadow, stretching in space. A cold and piercing cold air came. Xia Hanjiang shouted angrily, and the stars bloomed, but at the same time, the sky suddenly darkened. That was Zi Ying's starry sky. In the dim space, shadows kept flashing, making a whirring sound, but only the voice could be heard but not the person. Xia Hanjiang attacked frantically, with constant rumbling vibrations. Each attack was powerful, and the terrible cold turned into mist, freezing the void to death. White mist rose in the darkness. Hula! A terrifying ghost claw grabbed directly from the void, as sharp as a sword. The ghost claw was shining with blood, hard and strange. Xia Hanjiang's expression changed slightly, and he waved his palm. A cold and dark ancient shield appeared. With a loud bang, a huge claw mark appeared on the ancient shield and then collapsed, but the claw disappeared. SHH. There were claws tearing from the other direction. Xia Hanjiang turned around and attacked suddenly. However, the crowd only saw gray figures appearing in the dark space, more and more. At the end, the whole space seemed to be full of ghosts. Endless ghost claws tore down. Xia Hanjiang roared frantically and fought in all directions, but everyone knew that Xia Hanjiang would definitely lose this battle. His attack was engraved to death. Sure enough, although Xia Hanjiang burst out with a stronger and more amazing power again, it did not change the outcome. The evil shadow was also getting stronger. Later, thousands of figures waved their ghost claws and tore down at the same time, almost taking Xia Hanjiang's life, but fortunately he reacted in time and shouted to admit defeat, so he was only injured and left the ancient battle stage. After defeating Xia Hanjiang, the evil shadow flashed back to the fairy banquet. The cold breath seemed to still remain in the void. Xian I, an immortal king, sighed when he saw Xia Hanjiang returning in despair. The evil shadow was the second pride of the nether prison state, so it was normal for Xia Hanjiang to lose. This evil shadow was ghostly and good at cold attacks. His weakness was frontal attack power, but the weakness was also relative. If compared with Gu's Hanshin, of course he was weaker, but still not inferior to Xia Hanjiang, which doomed the outcome of the battle. Next, more and more strong men stepped onto the ancient battle stage to compete, and stunning battles continued to break out and bloom. The amazing combat power of many Xianjiao made all the powerful men feel amazed. The #1 ancient warrior in Yunzhao is so powerful. He has purple gold light, a dragon shaking the sky, the fist of the god of war, and can kill any god who stands in his way. He possesses unparalleled fighting power. I didn't expect that Yunzhao would have produced such an amazing person. He Fen, a disciple of immortal Qin Wentian, is right. This demon abyss of destruction is too terrifying. It simply kills all enemies. Although his opponent is a genius, he was quickly defeated. The battles continued one after another. When He Feng was fighting, many people were amazed. They looked at immortal Qin Wentian and smiled. Immortal Qin Wentian is so good at teaching his disciples. This boy still needs to be tempered. Immortal Qin Wentian was quite satisfied with He Feng's battle, but at the same time everyone was confused. Qin Wentian and the others said before that He Feng was almost killed by Qin Wentian in the first round. It didn't seem like a lie. Does Qin Wentian have such strength? Ye Qianjin, the first in Qianzhao, is elegant. Kang Aoli, the first in Lizhao, is domineering. Xiaojiayu, the second in Dongzhou, is crazy. These geniuses are indeed the top-ranked strongmen. They are amazing. Who do you think is more promising besides Gusu Xiangqi this time? As the battles continued to break out, more and more amazing geniuses stepped onto the ancient battle stage, and the atmosphere of the fairy banquet gradually became thicker. You know, an immortal king's disciple He Feng is very good. Someone said, giving your new immortal king a lot of face. Kang Aoli is very outstanding. I am more optimistic about him. It's hard to choose. Du Zishan, the first in Xiangzhou, has a fiery aura that is simply terrifying. Mo Wen from Tianzhou defeated her opponent very easily. Although she has not yet fully displayed her strength, you should be able to feel the temperament in her. It should be a rare physique. An immortal king stared at a female genius. This woman was actually the #1 genius in Tianzhou. The first prodigy of Western Desert State has appeared. At this time, the crowd looked at the ancient battlefield again. The first prodigy of Western Desert State was different from ordinary people. He had wings on his back and his body seemed to be shining with magic patterns, as if he was wearing magic armor. He was 2 meters tall, and his body was full of endless power. His eyes were shining with a terrifying light, which was breathtaking. The first prodigy of Western Desert State, Yu Wang. This person seems to be a strong man from the Yu Mo clan. A powerful immortal king saw Yu Wang appear, and his expression suddenly shot out an extremely sharp light. That's right, Yu Wang is the king of the younger generation of the Yu Mo clan, and the patriarch of the Yu Mo clan gave him the name Yu Wang. At the immortal banquet, the leading immortal king of Western Desert State spoke, causing many immortal kings to stare at Yu Wang carefully. The Yu Mo clan is one of the 3 most powerful clans in Western Desert State, and is even known as the most powerful clan in Western Desert. The strong men of this clan have trained incomparable wings and perfect bodies through trials in the starry sky. The clan has secret methods that are never passed on to outsiders. The East Saint Immortal Gate has invited strong men of the Feather Demon clan to join the gate many times, but they have always declined. Now that the Feather King has come to participate in the trial of the East Saint Immortal Gate, could it be that the Feather Demon clan has figured it out? It's getting more and more interesting. Zimazhou is indeed a bitter and cold land with many powerful clans. The #1 in Zimazhou is a strong man from the Yumo clan, and the second prodigy is a strong man from the Xianshan clan. The people of this clan are extremely large and can transform into giants. They claim to be descendants of Xianshan and possess supernatural powers. The third prodigy is an ascetic monk, or perhaps a secret practitioner. Everyone was talking about it. At this time, Yu Wang had already started the battle. His opponent was also a prodigy ranked 5th with powerful strength, but his shadow could not be seen at all when the dazzling purple gold wings behind Yu Wang flashed. It was too fast, so fast that it was unbelievable. His wings slashed out like a peerless sword light, splitting the sky and the earth. His opponent hastily resisted the attack, but saw Yu Wang's palms imprinted, and dazzling magic patterns bloomed. There was a loud bang, and his opponent screamed. His resisting palms exploded, and his body was blasted off the ancient battlefield. The body of the Feather King floated in the air, his wings flapped, a purple gold light flashed past, and his figure returned to the seat of the immortal banquet, another top-level demon with peerless elegance. Is this the strength of the Feather Demon clan's genius? So scary. Everyone thought secretly. This Feather King may have the talent to compete with Gusu Xiangqi. Those immortal kings all had the idea of accepting disciples. As expected, they were selected by the geniuses of the 13 states of the Eastern Saint. There are indeed amazing people. Well, the Feather King may be another top 3 figure. In this case, there is almost only one spot left. I wonder who can be so amazing. Didn't a few people speak sharply just now? Why haven't they come out to fight yet? At this time, the immortal Qin Wentian glanced at Qin Wentian and the others. Jun Mengchen snorted coldly and was about to stand up, but saw Qin Wentian said, "Mengchen, let me do it." Okay. Jun Mengchen sat down again when he saw Qin Wentian was about to take action. Then Qin Wentian left his seat, strolled out, and walked to the ancient battle stage for the first time. He looked around at everyone. Those powerful people at the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon had seen Qin Wentian's strength, and few dared to challenge him. Until now, none of the disciples of the immortal kings have appeared. It's time for them to show up and fight. Immortal Qin Wentian said in a low voice, which made many people look solemn. It seems that Immortal Qin Wentian has been holding his breath, and now, He is finally going to vent his anger on this person. Imperial King Purgatory, your disciple claims to have inherited your mantle. Why don't you let us open our eyes? Immortal Qin Wentian looked at a huge Immortal King figure next to him, who was filled with a terrifying majesty. This person and Immortal Qin Wentian were both warriors sitting under the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, with extraordinary strength. One of his disciples was at the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon and was very powerful. Okay, Wentian, since you want to see it, let the little guy take action. Immortal King Purgatory's voice was like a bell, and a young man with eyes like Purgatory walked out from his side, which was extremely terrifying. P.S. The second update is here, and I will continue to update 3 times today. Chapter 854, Standing Out from the Crowd. This young man is none other than Lai, the direct disciple of the Purgatory Immortal King. His cultivation is the same as Qin Wentian, at the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon. Lai's strength is extremely terrifying, both in attack and defense, and his explosive power is terrifying. The Immortal King Wentian and the Immortal King Purgatory are both generals under the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. They are naturally familiar with each other's disciples. He deliberately let Lai fight, and his purpose is self-evident. When Qin Wentian walked onto the ancient battle stage, the Immortal King Wentian immediately instigated the Immortal King Purgatory. The direct disciple of the Immortal King is definitely a top-level evil figure. The Immortal King Wentian made Qin Wentian lose in the first battle, or even die. Qin Wentian stood on the ancient battle stage, only to see him standing with his hands behind his back, staring at the 2 Immortal Kings in front of him, the Immortal King Wentian immediately the Immortal King Purgatory, and the Lai who walked out. In his first battle, is the Immortal King Wentian going to show him his power? Not long ago, I had a verbal confrontation with you, and we each insisted on our own opinions. Everyone present heard it. I asked the disciple of the Purgatory Immortal King, Lai, to come up to verify whether your arrogant words really have enough strength to support them. If you lose this battle, I think you don't need to participate in the next battle. You dare to contradict me, Yan Yuan, without sufficient strength? Such an arrogant person is not qualified to advance. Yan Yuan Immortal King certainly knew that he was targeting Qin Wentian. Everyone could see clearly that he simply said it without concealing it. His voice was flat and emotionless, and his words were flawless. He was the Immortal King Yan Yuan. Qin Wentian contradicted him, which was indeed very disrespectful. If I lose, I will be disqualified directly. If I win, what will happen to Senior Yan Yuan Immortal King? Qin Wentian asked with a sneer. Immortal King Wentian frowned and said coldly, if you win, then you win. Just treat it as my mistake and acknowledge your talent. What else do you want from me? Qin Wentian flashed a sarcastic smile and said, this is the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate. You are the Senior Immortal King and a general under the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. You can do whatever you want. You can even expel me. I can't resist. Just be happy. Qin Wentian's voice was full of playful sarcasm. He slowly turned around and walked to the center of the ancient battle stage. Behind him, Lai's figure descended, bursting with shocking power. A terrifying purgatory demon figure appeared behind him, and his body was surrounded by terrifying purgatory fire. You can't win, Lai said, and a rumbling sound came out. His body rose up and grew wildly, turning into a terrifying magma giant of 100 feet, as if he really came from purgatory. The scorching temperature swept out, which could directly burn ordinary people of the 5th level of the celestial realm to death. Really? Qin Wentian suddenly turned around, and a terrifying rumbling sound was heard. His body also rose 100 feet high. A suffocating pressure spread over the ancient battle stage. Qin Wentian's body was shining with dazzling light, and his body seemed to be transforming. The whole body was filled with a strong battle aura. He started the battle, like an unparalleled war king, staring at Lai standing opposite him. 2 giants, so powerful. Everyone's heart trembled. Lai, the disciple of the Purgatory Immortal King. Qin Wentian, the prodigy who dared to challenge the unknown Immortal King, was the 27th in Yun's Hao, but his true strength would be known in this battle. You also cultivate combat body, but is that all? Lai Lenggao said, and the rumbling sound came out again. His body became even bigger, and turned into 300 feet, like the real king of purgatory. His blood burst out, and there was a dazzling aura of flames around him, and he formed a space of destruction. Anyone who approached would die. How strong can you be? I must be stronger than you, Qin Wentian said coldly, and then the rumbling sound came out again. His body rose up and turned into 300 feet. The blood of the ancient monster burst out, and his long hair flew, as if it was shining with blood. Okay, then I will see how many tricks you have. Lai's starry sky bloomed, and the endless purgatory abyss appeared. There was infinite power transmitted to his body, which was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Lai seemed to have really walked out of purgatory. Kill! Lai punched out, shaking the earth, and a hot purgatory fist light that destroyed everything blasted towards Qin Wentian, sweeping in all directions. Qin Wentian's purple gold star soul bloomed, suppressing the stars and celestial phenomena, and shone in the sky. He slapped his palms out, trying to suppress the immortals and demons. The attacks of the two collided in the void, turning into an extremely chaotic turbulence. Lai took a step forward, and with just one step, his body seemed to be in front of Qin Wentian. He punched out again, and a flaming fist light like the abyss of purgatory enveloped the void, burying Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian took the lead and directly fought against Lai violently. The rune light flowed on his palms, which could shoot down the sun and the moon and shatter the stars. Boom, boom, boom. The extremely violent attack deeply shocked everyone. The two fought with attack against attack, and no one defended. Instead, they used the most direct means to bombard each other. Every attack was earth-shattering, and the hearts of the crowd were constantly trembling. Lai is worthy of being Purgatory's disciple. This should be the prison-suppressing demon fist, which suppresses Purgatory and subdues demons. The more the battle goes on, the stronger it becomes. Lai has not yet fully exploded. An immortal king said. It's just that this boy can fight against Lai like this, which is also very good. No wonder he is so arrogant. Immortal King Yunun stared at Qin Wentian indifferently. At this time, Lai's momentum became more violent and climbed again. Every punch he threw seemed to be an endless offensive force, turning into a turbulent flow of prison. Wherever he passed, no one would grow. If Qin Wentian had not practiced the heaven-suppressing immortal demon art, he would have been unable to compete. It's time to end. Lai shouted angrily, and his fists rolled over. The world was annihilated, and only Purgatory remained. However, Qin Wentian shouted angrily, and the battle aura burst out again. There was a stronger battle light on his body, and the attack power increased several times. His palms flowed with extremely terrifying rune light, and his body flowed with dazzling light patterns. When his palms slapped out, it seemed that there was an unparalleled might of great power, which enveloped the space in front and turned into an invisible barrier that suppressed the world. Lai's extremely terrifying attack still did not break Qin Wentian's defense. Roar! Lai let out a manic roar. The two fought from the ancient battle stage to the void. The world was in chaos, but they still could not tell the winner. Finally, an extremely dazzling light bloomed, accompanied by a huge roar, and the two bodies separated, standing at the two ends of the ancient battle stage, staring at each other. Lai hasn't won yet. All the immortal kings were a little surprised. The hundreds of feet tall Qin Wentian was unparalleled in his talent. With this battle, he should be able to advance. You are quite strong. Lai stared at Qin Wentian with a serious look. He couldn't defeat his opponent like this. Qin Wentian was very strong. Qin Wentian glanced at Lai and said indifferently, "Is this all your strength?" Lai's eyes, which were like the abyss, condensed and stared at Qin Wentian. This voice was so arrogant. "If that's the case, I've played with you for so long, so it's over." Qin Wentian spoke indifferently, and as he stepped forward, a roaring sound was heard. The void trembled violently, and then many figures of Qin Wentian appeared between heaven and earth. Each figure was hundreds of feet tall. Many figures appeared at the same time, truly crushing heaven and earth. "Get out!" Qin Wentian shouted angrily, and many figures attacked at the same time. In an instant, the huge palm print that covered the sky and the sun covered the entire void. Lai's face turned pale. As powerful as he was, he felt powerless at this moment. How could he resist such a violent attack? "Just now, were you just playing?" Lai roared, and the endless light of Purgatory bloomed, sending the strongest attack in a certain direction. The power of destruction destroyed it, and the roar continued. Lai was soon hit by the powerful palm print. Boom, boom, boom. The extremely violent attack force blasted Lai's body off the ancient battlefield, causing his huge body to smash towards the direction of the fairy banquet. The Purgatory Fairy King stretched out his palm and directly grabbed the huge body. Then he retracted his palm, and Lai's body turned into its original size. His whole body was still shaking and was severely injured. The crowd stared at Qin Wentian on the ancient battlefield, their hearts and minds were in turmoil. This boy's strength was so strong that it was beyond everyone's expectations. With such a terrible attack, it was probably rare for someone in the same realm to be able to defeat him. Lai, the disciple of the Purgatory Immortal King, was defeated. Senior Jiutian Immortal King, are you satisfied with the outcome of this battle? Qin Wentian stared at Jiutian Immortal King, as if he was deliberately embarrassing Jiutian Immortal King and didn't give him any face. You are arrogant because of your talent. I want to see how far you can go. Jiutian Immortal King was still cold and arrogant, and said, if he is not deliberately targeted, at least he should have gone further than your disciples. Qin Wentian responded, and then he looked around at everyone and said, anyone who is willing to fight can come up. No need to fight, we have already surrendered to Brother Qin. I am afraid that no one at the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon realm is qualified to challenge Brother Qin. If you must have 10 duels, then I will admit defeat in one match. A strong man at the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon realm spoke up. He was one of the strong men who followed Qin Wentian before. That's right, Brother Qin's strength will definitely advance. I will admit defeat. I will admit defeat too. The strong men spoke one by one, and soon more than 10 people admitted defeat directly, which was considered Qin Wentian's victory. This scene surprised all the strong men. This Qin Wentian is so popular? If so, basically no one can challenge him. Among those at the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon, only Su Feng, Lu Changyan and a few others looked unhappy. They had previously thought that those people were seeking death by following Qin Wentian, but they did not expect that Qin Wentian had really protected them. In addition, after witnessing Qin Wentian's fighting power, they were not sure that they could fight against Qin Wentian. P.S. It's the 3rd update again, please vote. Chapter 855 Sweep. The Xianjiao of the 5th level of celestial phenomenon took the initiative to admit defeat, of course, to give Qin Wentian face. They were able to survive and advance to the next round because of Qin Wentian's kindness. Even if they could not advance further, they could still become core disciples. Of course, they were grateful to Qin Wentian. However, at the beginning of the decisive battle, Jiutian Immortal King seemed to have been deliberately targeting Qin Wentian, so they all praised Qin Wentian at the same time. In addition, Qin Wentian's own super combat power was displayed. Even if Jiutian Immortal King had a problem with Qin Wentian, it would be impossible to deprive Qin Wentian of his qualification for advancement. Only a few people in the 5th level of celestial phenomenon had not expressed their opinions. Qin Wentian glanced at those people. Since they had already stepped onto the ancient battle stage, and most of them voluntarily admitted to sending him away, he would not disappoint everyone's expectations. He would solve this duel at once. When everyone in the 5th level of celestial phenomenon was defeated by him, what reason would Jiutian Immortal King have to stop him from moving forward? Qin Wentian stretched out his huge hand, pointed his finger at Lu Changyan, and said, you go first. Lu Changyan's face froze instantly, staring at the terrifying giant who was hundreds of feet tall. Moreover, this extremely terrifying body was surrounded by a blazing battle aura, and there was a terrifying blood-red light in his eyes. Standing there, he was like a towering ancient peak, like a giant god, giving people an invincible feeling. Before, Lu Changyan had some contempt for Qin Wentian, who ranked 27th in Yunzhao, especially when the Xianjiao of the Holy Demon Gorge followed Qin Wentian, but just now, after witnessing the battle with Qin Wentian, he no longer had any confidence, even though he ranked 2nd in Jingzhao. However, since Qin Wentian specifically challenged him, he had no choice but to stand up. Lu Changyan's figure flashed and landed on the ancient battle platform. Even if he was standing in the void, he still had to look up at the giant who was hundreds of feet tall. It was too huge, like an iron tower. With his body rising, Lu Changyan continued to move upwards, and came to the position of Qin Wentian's chest. He saw the huge blood-red eyes staring at him, which made Lu Changyan's heart tremble slightly, and his momentum seemed to have weakened a little. Get out of here. Qin Wentian spit out a voice to Lu Changyan, which made Lu Changyan's face turn livid instantly. Even though Qin Wentian was powerful, he was too rude. Boom. In an instant, Lu Changyan's violent momentum as the 2nd in Jingzhao completely burst out, and a stream of destructive air rushed straight into the sky. At this time, Qin Wentian seemed to have a third eye between his eyebrows. With just one glance, Lu Changyan felt that the heavens had changed, and this place turned into a dreamy starry world. The whole world was madly bombarded by the overwhelming force of repression. Qin Wentian stood in the starry sky. He raised his hand, and the ancient bells shone one after another, and finally gathered into a huge and boundless golden ancient bell. Endless destructive power burst out from it, slashing in the starry sky, with a terrible power to destroy the world. Lu Chang'an felt the power of annihilation in the entire starry sky, and his face turned pale. At this moment, Qin Wentian was really like a god. That kind of power made him feel powerless. He, the second most powerful person in Jingzhou, seemed to be unable to shake the god in front of him. Boom! The bell rang, and Qin Wentian held the giant bell in his hand and rushed down to kill Lu Chang'an. In just a moment, endless calamity light came and wrapped Lu Chang'an's body, as if thousands of calamity thunders fell from the sky and destroyed everything. Lu Chang'an roared, fighting against the endless calamity light, but saw the huge ancient bell covering him from the sky. He looked pale and his heart trembled slightly. If this huge ancient bell covered him, what would the consequences be? Lu Chang'an didn't dare to think about it. A trace of struggle flashed in his eyes, and then he roared, "I give up." This roar seemed to have exhausted all his strength. In a sense, the two had not yet completely fought. Lu Chang'an, the second in Jingzhou, admitted defeat and dared not continue to fight. He was afraid that fighting again would have unimaginable consequences. The ancient bell stopped in the void, and the endless calamity light disappeared. The world returned to a clear and bright state. Lu Chang'an looked up at the sky. The sunlight was shining, but it was a little dazzling. In a short moment, Lu Chang'an felt as if he had experienced an extremely long time. This battle seemed to be a disaster for him. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chang'an glanced at Qin Wentian's huge body, turned around and walked down the ancient battle stage, as if he was the second in Jingzhou just to set off Qin Wentian's strength. The second in Jingzhou is a bit disappointing. A powerful immortal king whispered. Although Qin Wentian was very powerful, Lu Chang'an was indeed a little worse. He had already admitted defeat before the real battle. Well, the others nodded one after another, somewhat disappointed with Lu Chang'an's performance. Lu Chang'an looked gloomy and his body trembled slightly. Would he, the second in Jingzhou, miss the top 20? It seemed that he had left a bad impression on the immortal kings. Qin Wentian, who ranks 27th in Yunzhou, is not bad. He is a promising talent. A powerful immortal king from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect said. He looked at the Eastern Saint Court and said, "What do you think of this boy?" The Eastern Saint Court and Qin Wentian seemed to have some conflicts. He asked the Eastern Saint Court to see if the conflicts could be resolved. After all, in their opinion, Qin Wentian could be trained well in the Eastern Saint Immortal sect and would be a member of their Eastern Saint Immortal sect. With the status and position of the Eastern Saint Court, there was no need to be too concerned with Qin Wentian. Although he is a little arrogant, at least his combat power is not bad at the moment. Let's see how he performs later. The Eastern Saint Court acted very generously and said while looking at the huge body. He didn't expect that Qin Wentian, who didn't become a disciple of his father, the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, would still grow so fast. This growth rate was not inferior to those disciples taught by the immortal kings. Yes. The powerful man nodded slightly and continued to look at the ancient battle platform. You, come up and fight. Qin Wentian pointed at another person, the third-ranked Xianjiao in Yuzhou, who was also at the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon realm, and was one of the few strong men who had not admitted defeat. It seems that he wants to sweep all the Xiangxiang 5th level realm once, so that he can directly become the king of this realm and advance to the next round, and no one can object. Seeing this situation, everyone understood Qin Wentian's thoughts. If he became the king of the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon, even if the immortal King Jiutian had a problem with him, no one could stop him from advancing. The third-ranked Xianjiao in Yuzhou flashed and stepped onto the ancient battle stage. Qin Wentian still used the ancient bell to suppress everything as he did to Lu Chang'an, and directly covered the opponent in the air below. Not surprisingly, feeling this power, the third-ranked Xianjiao in Yuzhou was trembling in his heart like Lu Chang'an, but he did not retreat. Lu Chang'an had been denied by many immortal kings, and he had no reason to retreat when facing the same move. The end result was that his soul was shaken and he had a faint feeling of collapse. The endless power of annihilation and the monstrous calamity light from the huge ancient bell came to kill him, covering him in the space of the ancient bell and attacking him, making him vomit blood. He couldn't even make a sound of surrender. In the end, Qin Wentian let him go, but when he came out, the third-ranked genius in Yuzhou was trembling slightly, his breath was weak, and there was deep fear in his eyes. The two top 3 geniuses in the 13 states of Dongsheng are so vulnerable. After Qin Wentian unleashed his strength, He was too violent. No one can stop him. Brother is so impressive. Qin Wentian had a clean smile on his face, but Zi Qingxuan frowned slightly. She was at the 5th level of the celestial realm like Qin Wentian. Although Qin Wentian would not fight her, Qin Wentian was too strong and unparalleled. Others at the same level as Qin Wentian would be eclipsed, unless she also unleashed her power in a stunning manner to have a chance to advance. I didn't expect Qin Wentian to be so outstanding. In the Yunzhao camp, Xian'an Immortal King smiled. Qin Wentian was too stunning, even more stunning than when he was in the Yunzhan Battle Arena selection battle. Before, the number 1 Guz Hanshin in Yunzhao is already very dazzling. Now there is another Qin Wentian. In addition, Qin Wentian is also very outstanding. In this very banquet, he, the Yunzhao Xianjiao, can be said to shine. However, many powerful forces in Yunzhao have grievances with Qin Wentian, and their expressions are not so good. This Qin Wentian's performance is too amazing. If he really enters the top 3, his status will instantly rise to a terrifying height and become the son of the East Saint Immortal sect. He is very outstanding, but he is still at the same level. Gu Su Shianqi has directly surpassed his own realm. The gap is still very large. There are also Yu Wang, Xia Jilfang and others. They are all peerless monsters. Our Yunzhao's Guz Hanshin is also amazing and brilliant. Now he is still far from the top 3. Someone whispered next to him. You have a point. There is a number 1 prodigy in the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon, the number 1 in Lijiao, Su Feng. Let's see how Qin Wentian fights him. If Qin Wentian can defeat Su Feng, he can lock in the next round, and there is no need to fight next. Xian'an Immortal King said with a smile. After Qin Wentian swept away the strong men in the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon, his eyes finally fell on Su Feng, the number 1 in Lijiao. In the 13 states of Dongshen, the number 1 prodigy in any state is absolutely super strong. Even if Lijiao is not one of the strongest states, the strength of the number 1 is still difficult to guess. It may be weak or extremely strong, because he has already stood at the top of a state. Come up and fight. Qin Wentian looked at Su Feng and said. Su Feng seemed to be prepared. His eyes were extremely sharp. He stood up directly, stepped out, and walked to the ancient battle stage. A super evil person who is ranked 27th in Yunzhao and Su Feng, the only one in the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon who is known as the number 1 prodigy. This duel is crucial. The winner among them will definitely secure a spot on the top 20, and it will be decided in one battle. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 856, Unexpected Showdown. On the ancient battlefield, Qin Wentian and Su Feng stood opposite each other. Qin Wentian's body, which was hundreds of feet tall, seemed to soar into the sky. Su Feng, standing at his feet, was so small that it seemed that Qin Wentian could crush him to death with just one kick. However, Su Feng's aura was completely different from that of the previous people. He stood at Qin Wentian's feet, with his hands behind his back, looking up at the huge body with an extremely calm expression. He was the number 1 prodigy in Lijiao. In the realm of the 5th level of celestial phenomena, he was the only prodigy ranked first among the 13 states of Dongshen. He thought that this should be a rather simple duel for him, but a Qin Wentian appeared, who had the power to suppress everything. His body, which was hundreds of feet tall, was towering and unshakable. It seemed that no one in this realm could destroy him. But even so, Su Feng would not have a fearful mentality. Even if Qin Wentian really had the ability to defeat him, he could at least try to get a chance to appear. There were 20 people. Even if there were 2 people in each realm, there were only 18 people. Even if he really lost, he had to lose gloriously, so that the immortal kings could see how powerful he was. If he won, he would be destined to appear directly. If he lost, he would sweep away the other powerful people in the 5th level of the celestial realm, like Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked down at Su Feng. From Su Feng's calm eyes, he seemed to see the dancing flames. This Lijiao's number 1 prodigy naturally could not be like the previous person. A terrifying aura bloomed. Qin Wentian waved his palm, and the bell sounded, as if another huge ancient bell was condensed in the void. Boom! Thunder roared, and in an instant, the calm Su Feng burst into earth-shaking power. A ray of thunder appeared above the earth, and Su Feng's figure disappeared, leaving only a terrifying beam of light in the ancient battle sky. In the void, a brilliant light appeared, and Qin Wentian suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. A roar exploded, and a dazzling light appeared in front of him. It was Su Feng's figure that appeared in front of him. The body that seemed extremely small in front of him blasted out a terrifying fist light at this moment, and the fist had the power to tear everything apart. Before the attack came, Qin Wentian felt that the skin on his face was about to be torn apart. Everyone at the immortal banquet was also shocked by this sudden scene. Su Feng's explosive power was so strong. He was the #1 genius in Lijiu, and he was not in vain. In the immortal banquet, where the strong men of Lijiu gathered, the leader of Lijiu, the immortal king, had a sneer in his eyes. Qin Wentian was powerful, but if these people really thought that Qin Wentian could easily defeat Su Feng, they were wrong. He had been in charge of Lijiu for many years, but it was rare to see a young man as outstanding as Su Feng. He was a rare evildoer, and his fighting power would give the immortal kings a surprise. It was good that Qin Wentian had shown such a strong performance before, so that Su Feng's fighting power could also be set off. Space power, and wind. What kind of figures are the strong men? Even many immortal kings can see at a glance that Su Feng had erupted with multiple true power in this simple moment, and was able to land in front of Qin Wentian's eyes and launch a violent attack before Qin Wentian attacked. It was the power of space and wind. As for his punch, it contained the fusion power of thunder, space, wind and other true power, which turned into a super terrifying tearing power. If it hit Qin Wentian's head or eyes, it would definitely cause a fatal blow, which was very scary. A third eye seemed to appear between Qin Wentian's eyebrows, emitting a terrifying light, and rushed directly into Su Feng's pupils, as if the two of them were once again in a dreamy starry sky. But in this starry sky, Su Feng's fist was still so stubborn and moved forward, unstoppable, and must hit Qin Wentian's head. This attack was too sudden, so sudden that it surprised everyone and caught Qin Wentian off guard, but he still opened his huge mouth and exhaled a breath directly. In an instant, it seemed that there were countless ancient bells surrounding the void, shaking towards Su Feng, and the sound of the bells continued. Su Feng's fists attacked and tore the ancient bells, but the ancient bells that Qin Wentian exhaled in one breath seemed to be able to drown Su Feng. He smashed the ancient bells endlessly, and it seemed that he still could not reach the end. Kill! Su Feng roared, and the stars and heavenly phenomena flashed. His whole body was covered with endless tearing light, as if the void-like curtain was about to be torn apart. Su Feng was fearless, and his body went forward like a stream of light. The ancient bell was torn apart, and no one could stop him. Finally, he saw Qin Wentian's huge face, but at this time, Qin Wentian's terrible big hand was raised, directly blocking his sight. Qin Wentian's palm was too big, and it could easily cover Su Feng completely. As long as it was raised there, Su Feng could not see the front at all. On this palm, there was a terrible rune light, which contained a monstrous power. Obviously, Qin Wentian did not dare to despise Su Feng at all. Bang! Without the ancient bell blocking, in just a moment, the sky-splitting fist that was supposed to hit Qin Wentian's head hit the big palm print, and the terrible tearing force drilled into the palm of his hand, causing blood to appear in the palm of his hand. Qin Wentian's big palm closed, as if he wanted to crush Su Feng directly inside. Su Feng's expression was cold, his palm trembled violently, and the light of the void enveloped his body. In just a moment, Su Feng's body disappeared, as if a ray of light of nothingness flew out from the palm that was about to close. Qin Wentian retracted his palm print and glanced at the palm of his hand. There was blood flowing from there. The palm print that contained the terrifying power of suppressing the sky was broken by Su Feng's attack. His huge eyes looked forward, and he saw Su Feng standing in the void, bathing in the dazzling golden void-like curtain. Although your attack is strong, the combat body you have cultivated is so huge that you can't touch me at all. Su Feng said, and above his head, the stars and celestial phenomena were shining. It was actually a terrifying storm, rolling wildly. In the storm, there was a power that could tear everything apart. At the same time, there was a lotus-like curtain that enveloped Su Feng's body, as if it was another kind of astrological power, containing terrible void fluctuations. Buzz! A strong wave of void permeated, and Su Feng's figure disappeared. Qin Wentian immediately sensed a terrible momentum coming from the side. He turned around suddenly, and a rumbling sound came out. However, in just a moment, the wave of void came out again, and Su Feng's body flashed continuously, appearing behind him and at different positions beside him. Qin Wentian's huge body seemed to restrict his flexibility. Finally, behind Qin Wentian, Su Feng's attack arrived, directly hitting Qin Wentian's head. A burst of strong light shot out, and the rolling terrifying storm could tear the sky apart. Boom! A loud sound came out, and Qin Wentian's huge body suddenly became smaller. Su Feng's attack that could tear through the void directly hit the empty space. He lowered his head and saw Qin Wentian appear on the ancient battle platform below, turning into normal size, but the terrible rune light was still flowing all over his body, as if his body was all runes. It has turned into normal body. Su Feng is so strong that he actually forced Qin Wentian to turn back into normal body. Under the same circumstances, martial cultivators who are good at spatial power are indeed more advantageous. If Qin Wentian's attack becomes weaker, Su Feng may not lose this duel. It seems that Qin Wentian is not as strong as imagined, but his huge body gives people a strong impact. Has it become smaller? The immortal king of the Lijiu camp had a faint sneer on his face. Su Feng has not really exploded all his strength yet. When Su Feng's real killer move breaks out, can Qin Wentian withstand it? On the ancient battlefield, Qin Wentian and Su Feng yearned from a distance. The storm in the void came towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian did not move, and the Henshin star soul behind him bloomed. At the same time, the dream world star soul shone in the void, covering Su Feng's body in the dream world. The stellar and celestial powers of the two collided in the void. Su Feng's sky-splitting storm and Qin Wentian's killing golden body continued to emit terrible roaring sounds. Even if they did not take action, their stellar and celestial powers were enough to kill ordinary people of the same realm. Swish! Su Feng's body turned into a stream of light again, and rushed towards Qin Wentian. At the same time, gorgeous golden rock wings suddenly appeared behind Qin Wentian, and a strong light burst out. His body seemed to have transformed again, and he directly opened up a double battle. His figure flashed, and he disappeared directly on the spot like a Fenpeng great sage. The bodies of the two people were like two shadows and two beams of light. Boom! A terrible strong light burst out from a certain direction, and the terrible power radiated in all directions, but the two seemed to be separated at the touch. Su Feng, who was wrapped in the power of space, could move many directions in an instant, but Qin Wentian's body was like a real pancake. When Su Feng appeared in a certain direction, his body immediately arrived, along with his attack. So fast, I can hardly see it. The heart of the celestial being at the fairy banquet was beating. The two were like two lights, and the terrible collision sound burst out crazily, and each collision was in a different direction, completely unfixed. Slash. Suddenly, a roar was heard. It was Su Feng's voice. He had collided with Qin Wentian many times. Every time he used the power of space to move, Qin Wentian could catch up with the attack in a very short moment. It was obvious that his attack was at a disadvantage in the collision between the two. His arms were already trembling. But at this moment, a slash of light seemed to split the sky. The moment Qin Wentian's figure appeared, he immediately flickered and moved aside. This slash beside him made Qin Wentian feel a strong sense of crisis. All-seeing kill. The Xianjiao and the immortal king from Lijiu looked solemn. They then saw Su Feng's extremely exquisite movement in the void. One after another, killing lights appeared. Each light was a kill. Qin Wentian kept dodging in the all-seeing kill, but that space seemed to be completely blocked by the all-seeing kill along with Su Feng's movement. The eyes of those immortal kings flashed with dazzling light. The power of this kill was truly back to the original, integrating the true meaning, the stars and the celestial phenomena, and the immortal law. The simplest attack became the strongest. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless figures of Qin Wentian suddenly appeared in the sky above Gu's Hanshin. A long spear suddenly appeared in their hands at the same time, revealing an extremely terrifying talisman light. Although Su Feng was still killing, and Wang Xiangsha kept tearing Qin Wentian's figure, he felt the power that was spreading from many long spears at the same time, and his face changed. Get out! A voice came out of Qin Wentian's mouth, and thousands of figures shot out at the same time. At this moment, an invisible killing force turned into an extremely terrifying rule. The world seemed to be still. Su Feng roared wildly, and Wang Xiangsha turned into Wang Xiang killing light, but he saw endless talisman light rising into the sky, swallowing everything. Su Feng was wrapped in the power of the void. He retreated into the void, but saw many Qin Wentian chasing him at the same time. Each of them was Fenpeng. The engulfing power continued to rise. Su Feng felt that his body was about to be torn apart, and his whole body became difficult to breathe. "I'm lost." A voice came out of Su Feng's mouth, like the end of everything. Su Feng was defeated. Li Zhou's #1 prodigy, a powerful and unexpectedly evil person, was unable to reverse the situation and was still defeated by the tyrannical Qin Wentian. P.S. There will be 2 updates today. You don't have to wait. The update will be notified by WeChat this afternoon. If you haven't added WeChat yet, please add it. The official account is Jingwuhan888, or search for the pen name in the official account. Chapter 857, Light of the Condor. On the ancient battle stage, Qin Wentian sat in a floating manner. Although Su Feng was floating in the air, his eyes were somewhat decadent. He was defeated. As the #1 prodigy in Li Zhou, he was defeated in the peak duel of the 5th level of the celestial realm. At this level, Qin Wentian had almost secured a place in the finals. The battle situation was obvious to all, and no one could deny his strength. If Su Feng wanted to qualify, he needed to have a dazzling performance in other battles and be recognized by the immortal kings. There are 13 top-ranked prodigies in the 13 states of Dongshen. This Su Feng is the first top-ranked prodigy who was defeated. Someone discussed at the immortal banquet. Well, although this Li Zhou's #1 prodigy has good combat power, Qin Wentian is stronger than him. He is invincible at the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon. He, like Yu Shianqi, Yu Wang, Kang Aoli, Yi Qianjin, Du Guzishan and others, should be able to secure a place in the finals. Yes, this year's prodigy is very outstanding. Let's wait and see the battles later. If there are no such amazing people in the future, perhaps this boy can be determined to lock in a place in the top 10. Well, that's true. At present, it seems that this boy's talent should be able to enter the top 10. Many immortal kings recognized Qin Wentian's combat power. Xian'an immortal king smiled. He was proud that the Yunzhao prodigy he brought defeated the #1 prodigy in Li Zhou. Now, at the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon, Qin Wentian only lacked a confrontation with Zi Qingxun. Of course, he could not challenge Zi Qingxun, and he knew that he had already been in the limelight. Next, he had to leave some opportunities for Zi Qingxun to perform. After all, they were in the same realm. Conservative estimates show that there could only be 2 places in this realm. This round of fighting ends here, that's enough. Qin Wentian said in his heart, and then he flashed and walked down the ancient battlefield and returned to the seat at the fairy banquet. Xian'an immortal king nodded slightly at Qin Wentian and said with a smile, "Not bad. Thank you for the compliment, senior." Qin Wentian nodded to Xian'an immortal king, and many of the top forces from the land of Yunzhao around him turned their eyes away and didn't look at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian didn't bother to care. This Su Feng is a bit difficult to deal with. The light attack he emits from behind is very strong. His practice has reached the point of returning to nature, integrating all kinds of power into one. If you collide with him, you must be careful. Qin Wentian reminded Zi Qingxun beside him, and Zi Qingxun nodded lightly. Wang Xiangshan, even the immortal king of Li Zhou, was very satisfied with this attack. He thought he could defeat you. I didn't expect your attack to be more domineering. Su Feng has not left the ancient battlefield, and has begun to challenge people at the 5th level of Xiangxiang. He wants to use the rest of you to prove himself and win a place for himself. You must not lose to him, otherwise, this place will be in jeopardy. Qin Wentian solemnly instructed. The 3 of them accepted the Xianfu realm assessment and were aiming for the top 3. Even if they could not complete the assessment in the end, they could not rank too badly. Bai Wuai came here to watch the battle in person, and the process of their assessment must not be concealed from the Xianfu realm. After Su Feng was defeated, he did not leave the ancient battlefield. He began to follow Qin Wentian's path, calling out names to challenge the strong men of the 5th level of the celestial realm, one by one. Moreover, Su Feng, the #1 prodigy in Li Zhou, was indeed worthy of his reputation. Although he was defeated by Qin Wentian, he was obviously in a strong position when competing with other prodigies. Even if he did not use the Wang Xiang kill, he could still be invincible. The terrifying storm constellation rolled out, and then continued to move with the space constellation. In terms of moving speed, no one could keep up with him. In addition, his attack was not as good as Su Feng, so there was no way to fight. With his strong strength, Su Feng was also invincible. Finally, his eyes slowly turned and moved to Qin Wentian and Zi Qingxun beside him. He had already lost to Qin Wentian, so next, He must defeat Zi Qingxuan. If he defeated her, his hope of promotion would still be great. If he lost, it would be extremely dangerous. You, go to fight, Su Feng said, looking at Zi Qingxuan. Zi Qingxuan stood up, looking heroic. She flashed and landed on the ancient battlefield like a falcon. Boom! The stars and celestial phenomena bloomed in an instant. Zi Qingxuan was bathed in golden flames. There was an extremely huge divine eagle in the void. The light of the divine eagle flowed all over her body, just like a real golden flame divine eagle. Even her eyes were filled with terrible golden flames, which seemed to have amazing penetrating power, as if they were going to burn Su Feng's eyes. Bang! Su Feng's body disappeared directly. Almost at the same moment, Zi Qingxuan's body also disappeared. She rushed into the void like a divine eagle. There was a loud rumble below, and the void shook. Su Feng's attack hit the empty space, but his body did not stop at all. He disappeared again as soon as he stepped. Zi Qingxuan's eyes burned with the golden flames, as if nothing around could escape her terrifying eyes. The huge golden flame eagle suddenly closed, and the void was wrapped up. She punched out with both fists, and one figure after another screamed, bursting out in all directions, leaving no blind spots. I can't see it anymore. The crowd raised their eyebrows, and the starry sky of Zi Qingxuan closed, as if a huge golden figure blocked the void and enveloped it, which would undoubtedly greatly limit Su Feng's special power. The eyes of those immortal kings bloomed with terrifying immortal light, and their eyes turned into immortal eyes, which could penetrate everything and directly see the battle situation in the space wrapped by the stars. It was seen that Su Feng and Zi Qingxuan were actually fighting head-on, and the battle was extremely violent. Su Feng's every blow seemed to be able to tear everything apart, while Zi Qingxuan's attack turned into the golden flame eagle, indestructible and indestructible, attacking against attack, and the violent airflow swept the world, with terrible destructive power. This woman is so powerful. Someone noticed something unusual and showed admiration in his eyes. On the wings of the terrifying golden flame eagle that enveloped the space, the Jiutian rune pattern appeared. The constantly flowing rune light pattern was a terrifying divine pattern, filled with extremely hot divine fire, causing the temperature of the inner space to rise wildly, as if the entire inner space had turned golden, with a faint golden flame burning inside. At the same time, Zi Qingxuan's body also ignited that kind of flame. This is her bloodline power. This woman will become stronger and stronger in the star sign. Su Feng must seek change. Sure enough, Su Feng's fighting style began to change. He sent out the Wangxiang kill, constantly moving in the shrouded space, with a terrible movement, and each attack was extremely wonderful. Zi Qingxuan's attack seemed to be unable to support it. Even though her blooming bloodline and the power of this golden flame were amazing, as long as Su Feng killed her with the Wangxiang kill, everything would be illusory. Soon, the might of Wangxiang sealed Zi Qingxuan in an even smaller space, as if it was a net supported by the power of killing. It's really exciting. A powerful immortal king couldn't help but praise. The battle of the highest level youths in the 13 states of Dongsheng was indeed exciting. It was rare to see it on weekdays. Many of these people were worthy of being accepted as personal disciples. Indeed, I want to ask His Majesty for a disciple. Hearing the words of these immortal kings, everyone was shocked again. It seems that the reason for deciding the top 20 and the top 10 is that in addition to the top 3 becoming saints, other strong people may also have other opportunities to be accepted as personal disciples by the powerful immortal kings in the Dongsheng Immortal Gate. Among the 160 core disciples, their fates will be very different according to their talents. There are disciples of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, saints, and immortal kings, and ordinary core disciples. If this girl can resist this killing, she can advance. An immortal king said. Su Feng's eyes flashed with a strong killing intent, but Zi Qingxuan still did not admit defeat. The flowing runes of the stars and celestial phenomena rushed directly towards her. Her body ignited with more blazing golden flames, as if she was protected by a divine eagle. She seemed to have turned into a real fighting divine eagle. Kill! Su Feng shouted loudly, and the real killing move of Wangxiang Sha broke out, killing everything. The void seemed to be shredded by the killing rays and cut into countless pieces, but a divine eagle seemed to be born from fire, rushing towards the void, emitting a terrifying sharp whistle, and the endless killing power cut through it, causing the divine eagle to whistle. Bloodline protection! A powerful immortal king exclaimed, and the golden flame divine eagle finally rushed out of Wangxiang Sha and killed Su Feng. With an extremely bright light, the outer feather light curtain was completely torn apart, and the strong light seemed to bury the bodies of both of them. When everything disappeared, Qin stood there on the ancient battlefield, weak all over. The light on his body disappeared, and his chest rose and fell. Su Feng had a piece of flesh and blood on his body, and blood kept pouring out. His face was as pale as paper. Ordinary celestial beings didn't even know what happened behind the battle, and what kind of collision the last blow had, but they later saw Su Feng walking down the ancient battle stage with a hint of loss, like a hero in his twilight years, with endless tragic grandeur. He was already very strong, but he still lost. Huh? Jiutian Immortal King took a deep breath. The three great prodigies, Qin Wentian, Qin and Jian Mengtian, were the three great prodigies. He also had Guz Hanshan and others in Yunzhou. There were 20 places, and he might have locked in 4 of them in Yunzhou. This was an incredible achievement. This woman is really good. She has a super strong bloodline and a purple gold star soul. She is a promising talent. It's a pity that Su Feng lost. It's not that he is not strong, but his opponent is stronger. Qin Wentian and Qin have a close relationship. They are not lovers, right? If so, they are really a perfect match, a couple of guts, haha. A powerful immortal king laughed. Qin on the ancient battle stage heard this and a strange color flashed across his face, and his mood fluctuated a little. But she soon calmed down, turned around, and started to follow the path of Qin Wentian and Su Feng, challenging them one by one and still being invincible. The image of that peerless woman was imprinted in the minds of all the strong men. Chapter 858 Jian Mengtian's Crisis. This series of battles is different from the previous ones. The previous ones were chaotic battles, with masters from various realms jumping and fighting. Only during this period, it was a civil war in the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon. Qin Wentian stirred up a storm, and then Su Feng tried to clear his name. Finally, the peerless female prodigy Qin showed up and was invincible. In this realm, only Qin Wentian and Qin were victorious and had not lost a single battle. Because Qin Wentian and Qin did not clash, their relationship seemed to be very good, and even as the Fairy King said, maybe the two of them were a couple. The list of people who were promoted to the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon was almost foreseeable. Qin Wentian and Qin should have no problem, and Su Feng still had a chance. It all depended on how the people from other realms performed. As for the performance of the people from the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon, except for these 3 people, no one from the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon would be able to qualify for the top 20. They were destined to become ordinary core disciples and lost the opportunity to compete for the status of the Holy Sun. Similarly, since they had not even entered the top 20, those high-ranking fairy kings should not value them. If the powerful immortal kings in the Eastern Saint Immortal sect want to select disciples, they should choose from the top 20 or even the top 10. After Qin finished the battle, she returned to her seat. Many people looked at her. Seeing her sitting next to Qin Wentian, some powerful people couldn't help but smile and said, "It's really a good match." Even Jiutian Immortal King turned his head to look at Qin and Qin Wentian, showing a meaningful smile and said, "You should be good, haha." Qin's face rarely turned red. Her cold temperament seemed to disappear. At this moment, she was even more amazing. Qin Wentian also showed an awkward smile. In fact, he and Qin didn't communicate much, let alone talk about the love between children. He didn't have any such idea at all. Whether it was an ordinary person or a powerful martial artist, they were all gossiping. "Don't mind it." Qin Wentian smiled when he saw Qin embarrassed. Qin looked up at Qin Wentian and saw that his eyes were clear and his handsome face was smiling. He was radiant. This man was indeed a rare man, but he didn't seem to have that idea. No, they were just joking. Qin said in a low voice and then looked away. Haha, jokes can come true. Jian Mengtian next to him laughed. Qin Wentian glanced at him and glared at him fiercely. Jian Mengtian made a face but shut his mouth honestly. Next, more strong men stepped onto the ancient battle stage. There were people from all major realms, and many people with outstanding performance emerged. However, Qin Wentian found that people with higher realms were more likely to have amazing performances, which made people feel extraordinary. This was probably related to the practice of martial arts cultivators. When they first entered the Xiangxiang realm, their realm was not yet mature, their means of practice were not many, and their strength was not strong enough, so the effect was much weaker. They were also peerless geniuses, but the gap was not as obvious as those with higher realms. This is how cultivation works. The more you advance, the more methods you have. You will understand different things, and the difference in strength will be huge. The gap will widen, and the level of genius will be very clear. Therefore, not only Qin Wentian, but even those immortal kings can obviously feel it. They are also clear about this situation. Among the 13 states of Dongshen, most of the top 3 are at the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon and above. This also means that among the 20 strong men who will advance in the end, although there will be 2 people in each level on average, there will actually be more people in higher levels. Qin Wentian and Zi Qingxun have actually defeated the number 1 genius in Lijo at the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon, so there will be almost no suspense about their advancement. Brother, what rewards will there be for the last 3 places? Jun Mengchen and Qin Wentian chatted at the immortal banquet. I don't know, but at least, it should be a treasure above the level of the immortal platform, otherwise, it would be a shame for this. Qin Wentian smiled as he drank. Well, Dongsheng Immortal Sect is the leader of Dongsheng 13 states. This is a once-in-a-century feast. The fine wine and delicacies here are all immortal products. The final top 3 rewards will surely be exciting. Senior brother Qin, we must work hard to get them. Senior sister Qingxun, let's work hard together to the end. Jun Mengchen is very optimistic. He fights like crazy, but in private, he gets along with Qin Wentian and Zi Qingxun like a big boy, clean and thorough, without any schemes, very simple. Are you so confident? Qin Wentian asked with a smile when he saw Jun Mengchen so optimistic. Of course, senior brother Qin, so far, no one has been able to make me really burst out to fight with all my strength. I believe you are the same. We must all be in the top 3. Jun Mengchen was full of confidence, but he heard a cold snort. You are so arrogant and don't know how high the sky is. You all get the top 3 seats? Gu Su Shianqi, Yu Wang, Kang Aoli, who is less talented than you? Your realm is not good enough in front of others. The person who spoke was Zhou Yu from Zhanshan Immortal Mansion. He sat with Gu Zhanshan. We are talking, what does it have to do with you? Keep your mouth shut. Jun Mengchen said unceremoniously. Gu Zhanshan, as the number 1 prodigy in Yunzhao, has never been as arrogant as you are. He is arrogant just because there are few battles left. It's ridiculous. Zhou Yu continued to sarcastically say, maybe you will die on the ancient battle stage in the end. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and glanced at Zhou Yu with cold eyes. His eyes were as sharp as a sword. Jun Mengchen and he were brothers and sisters, chatting casually, but Zhou Yu cursed with words. I want to see how far you can go. Qin Wentian said coldly. I also want to see how far you can go. Gu Zhanshan interrupted and said, it's a pity that I couldn't kill you on the Yunshan battle stage before. Now my realm is different and I can't take action against you. Otherwise, I will definitely settle accounts with you. How can I allow you to be so rampant? Others have made good achievements, so let them be proud of themselves. There was even a powerful immortal from Yunzhao nearby, who was a member of Zhanshan Immortal Mansion, sarcastically. You. Jun Mengchen was furious, and his aura was blooming. Mengchen, forget it, what's the point of arguing, they will see the end. Qin Wentian saw Jun Mengchen's temper and said soothingly. Jun Mengchen snorted coldly, and seeing that there was no one on the ancient battle stage at the moment, his figure flashed, like a stream of light, and landed directly on the ancient battle stage. Who wants to fight? Jun Mengchen shouted, the ancient order on his chest, the second in Yunzhao, was still slightly intimidating. A figure of a genius walked out. He was the 6th-ranked genius in the underworld state. He exuded a terrible aura of ice. He stared at Jun Mengchen and said, number 2 in Yunzhao. I wonder if he deserves the title. You'll see it soon. Jun Mengchen roared, and the world was filled with a monstrous battle might. An endless storm swept out. He was covered with a layer of king's armor, like a peerless king. A terrible phantom appeared behind him. Jun Mengchen stepped forward step by step. With each step, the king's aura seemed to become stronger. Fight! Jun Mengchen shouted angrily, and in an instant, the whole world was filled with a storm of destruction. The crowd saw that the void seemed to be collapsing. With this roar, it seemed that there were monsters raging, chariots rolling over the sky, and thousands of soldiers fighting for him. Jun Mengchen seemed to be a king who could summon endless warriors. What kind of fighting fairy method is this? A fairy king whispered. This fairy method is quite rare. He seems to be a natural-born king of war, and his every move is extraordinary. Someone responded, and the immortals became serious and watched Qin Wentian's fight. Qin Wentian roared continuously. His opponent was also an extraordinary genius, but he was suppressed to death. Finally, endless war chariots rolled over him, slammed him, and knocked him off the battlefield. Qin Wentian defeated his opponent. Who else is coming? Qin Wentian stood on the ancient battlefield. He was wearing armor and dazzling. His eyes swept through the geniuses of Yun's Hao. He seemed to be angry. He must fight to make them open their eyes. He, senior brother Qin Wentian, and senior sister Jiutian, even if they can't be in the top 3, must all be in the top 10. This is the minimum requirement. Qin Wentian has to continue fighting. Many people were defeated in one battle before. They fought at intervals, but now they are fighting continuously. In the 4th level of the celestial phenomena, several extraordinary geniuses stepped onto the ancient battlefield, fighting with Qin Wentian violently. However, under Qin Wentian's kingly momentum, no one could defeat him. Qin Wentian, who was handsome and elegant, had only 2 words to describe his battle: violent. At this time, on the high platform of the immortal banquet, the immortal King Jiutian looked in a certain direction. In that direction, there was an immortal king with dark eyes and a black robe. His status and position were equal to Jiutian. Next to him was a young man who walked out at this moment. Qin Wentian noticed this scene and frowned slightly. Is it another immortal king's disciple? This person appeared very low-key. Qin Wentian was still fighting, and almost no one noticed him. Soon, when Qin Wentian defeated another opponent, the young man walked onto the ancient battle stage. This person is a bit dangerous. Qin Wentian looked at Gu Hanshan. Wentian had extraordinary combat power. Even if this boy was really a monster, he should be able to fight. Besides, Wentian himself said that he had not tried his best. However, at this time, several immortal kings around the black-robed old man looked deeply at the black-robed old man and immortal King Jiutian, squinting at Qin Wentian. This little guy was afraid that he would be in trouble. When Qin Wentian saw this man, he let out a long roar without any hesitation, and his fists broke the fear, but he saw that man wave his palms, and a terrible blood sea divine essence swallowed up the power. Qin Wentian's expression flashed, knowing that he had met an extraordinary genius. He stepped forward, and his fists with extremely violent power came directly in front of the young man, and his fists directly blasted out. Bang! Qin Wentian's fists directly slammed into the opponent's body. In just a moment, the opponent's body flowed out of the river of blood, directly covering Qin Wentian's armor. At the same time, next to the figure, another real body gradually condensed. Blood clone, Qin Wentian is miserable, that clone is full of blood poison. Some immortal kings saw this scene and felt a little bit unbearable. Sure enough, at this moment Qin Wentian's face changed, and a terrible poison instantly eroded into his body. His face instantly turned black, and even the armor he was wearing turned black. Chapter 859, One Punch. Poison. Everyone was shocked to see this scene. Qin Wentian's whole body turned black, and the body he penetrated turned into poisonous blood. How could everyone not understand what happened? Almost at the same time, the young man who separated from the side blasted out another palm, and the black palm print was directly imprinted on Qin Wentian's body, shaking Qin Wentian's body away, and at the same time, the blood poison invaded rapidly. All this happened in a flash, so fast that the crowd had no time to think. Boom! On the side of the Yunzhao Earth camp, Qin Wentian and Ziqingxun's bodies suddenly stood up, and a strong coldness was released from their whole bodies. Qin Wentian's pupils shot out terrible swords, and even had murderous intent floating. You know, an immortal king. Qin Wentian saw that Qin Wentian was poisoned by blood, and immediately understood why an immortal king asked this person to take action. The young man who stepped onto the ancient battle stage was good at poison techniques, and it was a powerful blood poison that was impossible to defend against. He could condense into a blood poison clone. Anyone who did not know the opponent's ability before fighting with him would be easily fooled. As long as he was hit, he would be poisoned immediately. You know, an immortal king asked this young man to fight, which clearly wanted Qin Wentian's life. This was not just a desire to defeat him. What made Qin Wentian angry was that it was him, Qin Wentian, who an immortal king could not stand. Before, Qin Wentian contradicted and ridiculed an immortal king, and he actually held a grudge against him. When Qin Wentian was fighting continuously, he asked a powerful person of the same generation to let the opponent's disciple take action. Wentian, admit defeat. Qin Wentian shouted at the ancient battle stage. At this time, Qin Wentian got up from the ground and sat there. His blood seemed to be coagulated, and his internal organs were all rotten. It seemed that his body was empty and he could not mobilize his strength. No. Qin Wentian's eyes revealed a terrible light. That was a kind of obsession, staring at the young man who was walking towards him step by step. The young man was covered in blood, and raised his dark palm. A terrible destructive force condensed and emerged, and he walked towards Qin Wentian, who was sitting on Gu's Hanshin step by step. "Wentian, there is still a chance to give up this battle." Qin Wentian shouted loudly. How could Qin Wentian fight when he was poisoned? The young man would really kill him. Never. Qin Wentian's eyes revealed a sense of madness. It seems that my words have really come true. I will really die on the battlefield. Zhou Yu of Xianshan Immortal Mansion said with a sneer. This voice instantly angered Qin Wentian. He turned his eyes suddenly and stared at Zhou Yu. He saw that the other party had a gloating expression on his mouth and looked like he was watching the fun, as if he wished Qin Wentian would die immediately. What did you say? Qin Wentian took a step forward, and with a loud bang, many wine tables exploded directly. Zhou Yu stood up and stared at Qin Wentian coldly. He was at the 8th level of the celestial realm, so how could he be afraid of Qin Wentian? Haha, don't you let me say it? In this battle, he may be dead, and you may not be alive either. You are ignorant of the times, arrogant, and you still don't know how to admit defeat at this moment. Gu's Hante sat there drinking a glass of wine, and a cold sound spread out. The terrible rumbling sound continued. Not only Qin Wentian, but Zi Qingsun and Mu Yan were all angry. For a moment, the banquet on the Yunzhao campsite was in chaos. How dare you? A loud shout came, like a bolt from the blue, shaking Qin Wentian's mind. He only felt his whole body tremble. Zi Qingsun and Mu Yan also trembled, and then he heard the cold words of the immortal King Yan Yuan. This is the fairy banquet of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. At the banquet, you dare to be so presumptuous. Do you still have the Eastern Saint Immortal sect in your eyes? Are you looking for death? Qin Wentian's heart was chilled to the bone. He glanced at the immortal King Yan Yuan, and then turned his eyes to the ancient battle stage. What he was most worried about at the moment was Qin Wentian. Brother, don't worry about me. Qin Wentian also glanced at Qin Wentian. There was a terrible sacred brilliance on his body, and a terrible figure of the god of war was hanging behind him, like a guardian god. Qin Wentian's body was leaning against this body and sitting there, with his eyes closed. The young genius who used poison walked to a place not far in front of Qin Wentian. He glanced at the sacred light and rushed out like a gust of wind. The blood-poison palm print of destruction blasted down towards Qin Wentian's head. However, the figure like a god of war roared, and violent airflow appeared in the void. In an instant, the space where the young man was seemed to be filled with a destructive force. Puff! The body was directly torn apart, but once again turned into blood light. A series of clones appeared beside it, and it was impossible to tell which one was the original body. It was extremely strange. These figures walked towards Qin Wentian at the same time. Everyone seemed to feel that Qin Wentian was going to die. In fact, everyone's heart was tightened, and they seemed to be very nervous about this battle. If Qin Wentian died, it would be a pity. A young genius with such a strong talent should have advanced to the next round, but he had to die under the blood poison. Qin Wentian and Zi Qingsun were the most nervous. They stared at Gu's Hanshin. The young man who had been chatting and laughing with them before was poisoned in the blink of an eye. This gap made Qin Wentian feel very uncomfortable. This sunny and boyish junior brother must not be in trouble. Zhou Yu and Gu's Hanshin sneered, as if they wished that Qin Wentian would die on the ancient battlefield. The many figures transformed by the poisoned young man approached step by step. He was different from many Xianjiao characters. He was always silent, like a shadow existing in the dark, but everyone had seen his danger. Qin Wentian was poisoned with just one blow and almost died tragically. Moreover, it was Qin Wentian who took the initiative to attack. No one wants to mess with such a person. He is indeed a person trained by the great immortal king. His master, the black-robed immortal king, should be the powerful general poison immortal king under his majesty Dongxing. His attack power is not very strong among the immortal kings, but he is definitely one of the most dangerous people. His poison is by no means comparable to that of his disciples. Even the immortal kings are afraid of him. No one wants to mess with him. Did immortal King Unitan ask you to kill me? Qin Wentian looked at the many figures in front of him and said the name of immortal King Unitan without any hesitation. Qin Wentian's character is like this. He treats people sincerely and straightforwardly, but he is only crazy when fighting and violent to the enemy. He is fearless and says whatever he wants to say. Even if he is poisoned, he is still so proud, with crazy energy in his eyes. Sure enough, Immortal Qin Wentian frowned when he heard Qin Wentian's words. This guy is really looking for death? At this time, he is still not honest, so he will die. He snorted in his heart, but Jiutian Immortal King had no expression on the surface, letting him know that being young and frivolous and not knowing how to advance and retreat sometimes costs one's life. This world is the world of the strong after all, and it is not enough to just rely on passion. This is also to let Qin Wentian pay the price for his actions, starting with the people around him, letting him know what the situation is, what power is, and that talent sometimes cannot represent everything. Haha, you think you can kill me? You are very pathetic, such a master of poison, but you have to die here. Qin Wentian laughed wildly, making everyone look strange. This Qin Wentian is really a monster. At this time, he can still say such arrogant words. I want to see how you say you'll kill me. The figures spoke at the same time, and then they waved their hands, and endless blood-colored light flooded forward. Their black palm prints also pressed down frantically, blasting towards Qin Wentian. The blood-colored light was like a river, making a gurgling sound, but it contained endless power of destruction and corrosion. Die? Qin Wentian roared, and a monstrous light burst out from his body. On the blackened body, a dazzling strong light shot out. The crowd vaguely saw that the huge body like a god of war behind him seemed to split from the middle, and an unparalleled power emanated from it. A strong light shone on Qin Wentian's body, and his fist covered with the king's armor blasted forward. At this moment, Qin Wentian seemed to be the king of all living beings. The king's aura on his body was released to the point of piercing the eyes. His simple punch seemed to have a burst of king's light. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire void seemed to collapse under this punch. The strong light stung people's eyes. Many people put their hands on their eyebrows to block the dazzling light. They vaguely saw that the clones in front of Qin Wentian all collapsed and shattered in an instant. In just a moment, they were all destroyed, leaving no one behind. Both the original body and the clone disappeared together. The strong light finally disappeared, and the light on Qin Wentian's body also dimmed. The figure behind him also gradually dissipated. Qin Wentian was all black and sat there dejectedly. There was not even a drop of blood in front of him. The disciple of the poison Immortal King seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Just like that, under that punch. The crowd stared at the scene in front of them in amazement. Many Immortal Kings had momentum fluctuations on their bodies, sweeping across the world. This fluctuation directly affected the entire void of heaven and earth, turning into powerful pressure. One after another, eyes focused on Qin Wentian on the ancient battlefield, with extremely strong shock in their eyes. What is that? Some Immortal Kings had never seen that kind of situation before. They couldn't even tell what kind of power it was. Was it the power of immortal magic, the soul of the stars, or the power of blood? What kind of power is this? Even Immortal King Wentian and Immortal King Duju had never seen such a rare scene. Qin Wentian seemed different from the others. There was an astonishing secret hidden in him. Could it be a physique that defies the heavens? Some Immortal Kings were surprised. Their knowledge was so broad, but they had never seen that scene and couldn't be sure what it was. P.S. Didn't Wetschit say that there would be 3 updates today in the afternoon? Why are there still so many people asking? Sweat, it's time for the 3rd update. Please vote. Wetschit ID, Jingwuhan 888. Chapter 860 Detoxification. Qin Wentian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. This guy was really crazy. The power just now was really terrifying. Qin Wentian felt that Qin Wentian seemed to have borrowed an ancient power. The punch he sent out had a truly shocking power. He killed the disciple of the poison Immortal King with one blow. The opponent didn't even have time to use the blood clone. The poison Immortal King's aura was floating, and there was a faint terrifying pressure. His disciple was killed on the ancient battlefield. With a glance, the poison Immortal King looked at Yan Yuan. Yan Yuan's face was also ugly at this time. This battle was indeed instigated by him. He sent a message to Duju and asked Duju's disciples to deal with Qin Wentian, but now, Duju's disciples died because of it, and it was in this situation. It was a dignified and powerful counterattack. Even if the poison Immortal King was protecting his shortcomings, he couldn't blame Qin Wentian. Everyone saw that it was the disciple of the poison Immortal King who wanted to kill Qin Wentian and poison him. Qin Wentian did not violate the rules. This fairy banquet was held for the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and was a grand event of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. Even though he was a general under the throne of His Majesty, how could he kill a gifted and proud son of heaven for protecting his shortcomings? Both of us will die. You are really a dead end. No one will detoxify this poison for you. Although the poison Immortal King could not take action against Qin Wentian, he would never allow anyone to detoxify Qin Wentian. His voice was cold. Sure enough, some powerful Immortal Kings had a strange look in their eyes and immediately knew what was going on. Although the poison of the poison Immortal King's disciple was powerful, there were many powerful Immortal Kings present, and detoxification was not a difficult task. It was easy, but the poison Immortal King said this. Anyone who detoxified Qin Wentian would undoubtedly offend him. Qin Wentian was still sitting on the ancient battle stage. There were many strong people at the fairy banquet, but no one came to his aid. This child of destiny, who showed his ability to defy the heavens, seemed a little desolate at this moment. No one can cure the poison, and he will still die. Zhou Yu of Jiutian Immortal Mansion said coldly. He is just courting death. The ancient battle stage continued. They were very unhappy that Qin Wentian had turned defeat into victory, but fortunately, Qin Wentian himself had no way to survive and would die from the blood poison. Even if you die, Qin Wentian will be fine. Qin Wentian's eyes were cold, looking at Qin Wentian's lonely figure. He and Zi Qingxuan walked out and headed towards the ancient battle stage. Qin Wentian smiled at the two of them. Although his face was dark, he still had a smile on his face. It's not shameful. Even if I step down from the battle stage, I will stand there in glory. As he said that, Qin Wentian's body struggled to stand up and let out a low roar. He walked down the battle stage step by step and walked to Qin Wentian's side. His handsome eyes still had a bright light. Then he closed his eyes and fell on Qin Wentian. Although he had a shocking physique, he was a flesh and blood body after all. The king's aura is not immune to all poisons. The blood poison on the poison Immortal King was absolutely fatal to people of the same realm. Qin Wentian was able to persist until he killed the other party and walked down the battle stage upright, which had already shocked everyone. Although this boy is young and has some youthful and impulsive blood, his character and strong willpower are rare. Of course, what is most concerned is still his super combat talent and unique physique. He was able to turn the tables and kill the disciple of the poison Immortal King in that situation. This is definitely a heaven-defying talent. Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian have a special relationship. If this man does not die, he will be in the top 10 like Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian hugged Qin Wentian's body and walked back step by step. His steps were firm and his expression was indifferent. Looking up, Qin Wentian stared at the poison Immortal King and the unknown Immortal King in front of him. Qin Wentian had experienced so many ups and downs that how could he not understand the hidden meaning of the words of the poison Immortal King? This Immortal King was so powerful that he had promised the Immortal King Jiutian to let his disciples come to kill Qin Wentian. Now his disciple was killed by Qin Wentian and he was resentful, but he did not ask about the cause and effect. Everyone was like this, considering from their own standpoint, so how could they care about others? In the eyes of the poison Immortal King, Qin Wentian's life was not worth a word from the Immortal King Jiutian. Senior, you are overthinking. It's just a blood poison. Qin will not bother others to solve it, let alone the senior. My junior brother can easily kill the person, and I can also easily solve this poison. Qin Wentian stared at the poison Immortal King and said indifferently, with arrogance, especially the second half of the sentence, which was undoubtedly contempt for the poison Immortal King. We are brothers, and my junior brother can kill your disciple, and I can solve your disciple's poison. This statement can be said to not give the poison Immortal King any face, as if it was directed at the other party's words just now. These two are indeed brothers. They are really unruly and dare to contradict anyone. Everyone looked at Qin Wentian. This boy had a similar personality to Qin Wentian. He was just as paranoid and didn't know what compromise was. He was full of youthful enthusiasm and was extremely frivolous. Regardless of the occasion or the person, he would act according to his heart. The aura of the poison Immortal King was floating, and the oppressive aura was extremely terrifying. It enveloped Qin Wentian. His eyes were dark and cold, and Qin Wentian's steps were stopped, just because the poison Immortal King was too powerful. What are you doing, senior? You are the Immortal King of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. If you say a word, we can withdraw and leave this place immediately. Qin Wentian turned the tables and said coldly. The poisonous immortal king restrained his oppressive momentum and said, "How shameless. I want to see how you can cure this poison. No need for you to worry about that." Qin Wentian's expression was still indifferent. He held Jian Mengtian and walked towards his seat. Zi Qingxuan followed him and returned to the seat together. Many people looked at Qin Wentian, and it seemed that their attention was focused there. Even Princess Liuli beside Dong Shengting, her beautiful eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian and Jian Mengtian. These two young geniuses gave her an extraordinary feeling. The battle on the ancient battle stage is still going on. Don't be distracted. Continue. Dong Shengting saw that no one went up after Jian Mengtian walked down the battle stage, and couldn't help but speak. Everyone reacted at this time, and another strong man stepped onto the ancient battle stage and started another round of strong battle. There were already too many powerful Xianjiao characters in the previous battles, so the Xianjiao who came later fought with all their might. They knew that only 20 people could advance in this round, and any quota was extremely difficult to obtain. At least they had to achieve brilliant results in their own realm, and they must not lose 2 games, otherwise it would be very dangerous. The battle on the ancient battlefield became more and more violent, but Qin Wentian was completely unaware of it. He closed his eyes, and there seemed to be a white flame in his body, which kept condensing and beating at his fingertips, turning into a white candle flame, and then lit it on Jian Mengtian's chest. "Mengtian, guide your own power, and guide the flame I brought into your body into your blood, so that it flows throughout your body," Qin Wentian said to Jian Mengtian in a voice transmission. He knew that Jian Mengtian was still awake. His adoptive father, Yi Qingyan, the emperor of Yi country, was also poisoned by blood. Although he suffered great trauma, he was always awake and able to move normally because of his strong strength. The blood poison in Jian Mengtian was even stronger than that in Yi Qingyan back then. This was the poison of the disciple of the poison immortal king. However, Qin Wentian had experience in detoxification. Moreover, he was now able to gradually control another bloodline in his body and freely mobilize it. With this advantage, as long as Jian Mengtian cooperated with him, detoxification would not be difficult. Sure enough, Qin Wentian felt a breath flowing in Qin Wentian's body, and the light of his fingers like candlelight continued to penetrate into Jian Mengtian's body. Zi Qingxuan watched quietly at the side. As time passed, she saw that Jian Mengtian's body seemed to be ignited with pure white fire, as if there were wisps of rune light flowing on his body, and his body seemed to turn into transparent color. The luster of the flame spread over every part of his body. With a slight hissing sound, Zi Qingxuan saw that the black mist on Jian Mengtian's body seemed to evaporate gradually under the candlelight, becoming lighter and lighter. Her eyes lit up instantly. This was the blood poison being expelled and burned. What a powerful ability! It can actually expel blood poison. Is it a magical ability? Zi Qingxuan stared at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes. If that's the case, then Qin Wentian is immune to all poisons. As more and more blood power flows into Jian Mengtian's body, Jian Mengtian's consciousness becomes clearer and clearer, and he is gradually able to mobilize more power in his body. Following Qin Wentian's steps, he frantically circulates the power flowing into his body, flowing through every part of his body. The black poison gas evaporates faster and faster, and gradually, Jian Mengtian's skin returns to its original color. His eyes open, and he looks at Qin Wentian who is expelling poison for him. He feels warm in his heart and whispers, "Brother." This word brother seems to be better than 1,000 words. Be calm and heal your wounds. This blood poison is difficult to deal with. If it is not completely expelled, it will soon erode and spread again. Qin Wentian said. Jian Mengtian's eyes flickered, and then he closed his eyes and expelled the poison again. This scene made everyone around him look astonished. Qin Wentian actually detoxified Jian Mengtian? On the high platform, the poison immortal king looked over here. His attention had never left this place. Seeing Qin Wentian detoxifying Jian Mengtian, his expression was as ugly as it could be. He was the poison immortal king, a powerful being. His Majesty sat down to fight. First, his disciple was executed, and then he was verbally provoked by the younger generation. Moreover, the other party really proved his words with actions and detoxified his blood. His fists were slightly clenched, and a ray of killing flashed in the eyes of the poison immortal king. After another moment, Qin Wentian said to Jian Mengtian, "All right." As soon as the voice fell, the endless candlelight seemed to flow out of Jian Mengtian's body in an instant and returned directly to his body. Jian Mengtian sat up, and his handsome eyes regained their spirits, as if he had sensed something. His eyes looked toward Yang Yuan and the poison immortal king. An array of unruly provocation danced in his bright eyes. If that person met my senior brother, he would probably die without knowing how he died. Qin Wentian said coldly. The poisonous immortal king became even more angry, but he could not refute. Chapter 861 Top 20. The battle on the ancient battlefield continued. During the banquet, the immortal kings talked freely and commented on the geniuses from time to time. The beautiful immortal king Wanhua seemed quite quiet. She said to Huateksa, who was sitting next to her, in the previous battle, Qin Wentian showed his edge. You should be familiar with him. Now these years have passed. Although you have made rapid progress, his cultivation speed is not inferior to yours. If you fight him, do you think you have a chance of winning? Huateksu's current cultivation level is the same as Qin Wentian's, the 5th level of the celestial phenomena. Wanhua Immortal King knows very well that he has cultivated so quickly, what price he has paid, what kind of training he has endured, and she has personally taught him. When she first met Qin Wentian, seeing Yun Zhao's ranking of 27, Wanhua Immortal King also thought that Huateksu should have left Qin Wentian behind now, but she didn't expect that the rebellious boy back then seemed to be more mature now, and no matter where he went, he seemed to have an unparalleled edge. I don't know. Huateksu looked at Qin Wentian and shook his head. Now, his mind has changed. As he grows up, he doesn't care much about the things that happened back then. However, in Huateksu's heart, there is still a persistence that he can't let go. A real battle with Qin Wentian. He won the first place in the Destiny ranking, and then Qin Wentian also won this honor in the next session. In the Immortal Martial World Trial, Qin Wentian came from behind and won the first place. When Dongsheng accepted him as a disciple, Qin Wentian once again performed the best. You have experienced 9 reincarnations in the Reincarnation World Trial. You are a rare genius who can walk out of it alive. Although you have practiced for more than 40 years, your mental age is much older than your actual age. In addition, you have experienced many other trials. Now, you are not sure to defeat him? Wanhua Immortal King smiled at Huateksu. Huateksu looked calm and unperturbed. He has indeed experienced 9 reincarnations and his mind is extremely tough. I have gone through all kinds of trials, and so have others. Often, we only see our own efforts, but ignore that others are also making progress and growing. Huateksu whispered, in terms of innateness, I am not as good as him. Star souls and bloodlines are talents that cannot be made up for by acquired factors. That's true, but you don't need to belittle yourself. Your comprehension and cultivation speed are both extraordinary. Although you are late in achieving great things, you can still catch up. Many ordinary people, with firm beliefs, practice to the strongest realm of the Immortal King, and their combat effectiveness is often even more terrifying. Wanhua Immortal King said. The two chatted, and they didn't seem like a master and apprentice, but more like a brother and sister. Finally, the smoke of the ancient battle stage stopped, and no one continued to step onto the solemn ancient battle stage. Everyone had experienced more than 10 battles. Some people who thought they were not strong enough even experienced more battles to stand out as much as possible. Dong Shengting sat in a high position. His eyes swept over the Xianjiao at the Immortal Banquet and said, does anyone else want to fight? The Xianjiao remained silent, and no one continued to fight. Okay. Seeing that no one responded, Dong Shengting smiled at the Immortal Kings at the banquet and said, after this battle, many Xianjiao have performed exceptionally well. Dong Shengting would like to ask all the seniors to select 20 people to advance to the next round. Those who have lost 3 games will not be considered. The top 20 selected can only have 2 losses at most. What do you think, elders? Your Highness, what you said makes sense. Sitting next to Dong Shengting were several powerful figures from Dongsheng Xianmen. They nodded one after another. There was no need to consider 3 losses. Then I will ask Princess Liuli to name us. Princess Liuli will name one person. The elders will come to decide whether this person is qualified to enter the top 20. Will the princess agree? Dong Shengting said with a smile. Many people present were powerful figures. They could naturally see clearly whether these people performed outstandingly or not. Among the 20 people to be selected, except for a few who may be controversial, more than 10 people will undoubtedly be able to advance. In such a serious occasion, no one would lie with their eyes open. Okay. Princess Liuli was not modest, but nodded in response. Some of the Xianjiao below were nervous, but more of them were disappointed. They knew how to perform. I'm afraid they would not have a chance. I will call the names directly, and then let the seniors decide. Princess Liuli looked around at the Xianjiao figures at the fairy banquet. Her eyes fell on Gusu Xianqi and she said, the first in Dongzhao, Gusu Xianqi. After the first defeat, he won every battle after that, and never fought more than 3 moves. He should be able to advance. Gusu Xianqi, you should be promoted. Gusu Xianqi, no suspense. You can advance. The fairy kings expressed their opinions one after another, and no one objected. Gusu Xianqi, without any objection, advanced to the top 20. Princess Liuli's eyes moved, and the hearts of the Xianjiao seemed to move with her eyes. The first prodigy in Zimaz Hao, the Yu King of the Yumo clan. Princess Liuli's eyes fell on Yu King and said, you should be promoted. I agree. Everyone spoke again, and all the important immortal kings expressed their opinions. Without a doubt, Yu Wang passed and became the second person to be promoted. Princess Liuli's beautiful eyes continued to move, and then the crowd saw her eyes fell on the direction of Yun's Hao. Xian'an Immortal King was actually a little excited. The performance of Yun's Hao this time was extremely outstanding and rare in history. The second Jun Mengchen in Yun's Hao has never lost a battle. After being poisoned, he still killed the disciples of Poison Immortal King. Princess Liuli's voice was extremely calm, which made everyone stunned. They looked at her and then at Poison Immortal King. This Princess Liuli really didn't care about anything. The third person she named was Jun Mengchen, and he killed the disciples of Poison Immortal King as a record. I agree. A powerful Immortal King from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect nodded first. You should be promoted. Someone else responded, not worrying about the thoughts of the Immortal King Duju. After all, they need to be responsible for the Immortal Emperor Dongshen. Jun Mengchen is indeed excellent. If he can really enter the top 3, he will be the son of God. Even if he offends the Immortal King, the Immortal King cannot do anything to him. Except for a few people who have a good relationship with Duju, everyone else agreed. Dongshen Court announced, no one objects, you can be promoted. Princess Liuli looked at Qin Wentian beside Jun Mengchen without moving her eyes, and said, Qin Wentian, Yun's Hao 27th, undefeated record. The space was silent for a moment, and then an Immortal King of Dongsheng Immortal Sect said, you can be promoted. Everyone expressed their opinions one after another, and no one objected. Immortal King Yunian remained silent. Qin Wentian, promoted. Zi Qingxuan, undefeated record. Princess Liuli said again. Everyone expressed their opinions, and still no one objected. Zi Qingxuan, promoted. Looking at the 3 people gathered together, they even seemed to be 3 senior brothers and sisters, which made many people suspicious. Which force cultivated these 3 outstanding people? Why did no one know, and their master did not seem to be on the scene? In addition to the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect, which other force is so powerful that it can cultivate 3 such monsters? Could it be that it is not a sect force, but a super strong man? This is really possible. The first Guz Hanshin and Yun Zhao, a perfect record. Princess Liuli continued, and no one objected. Guz Hanshin advanced. Yu Qianqian is the best in Qian's Hao. Kang Aoli is the best in Li's Hao. Du Zishan is the best in Xiang's Hao. Mo Wen is the best in Taiyin's Hao. Hei Feng is the best in Minggai's Hao. Princess Liuli called out the names one by one, and no one questioned them, and they all advanced to the next round. In the blink of an eye, Princess Liuli had already selected 11 people, and there were only 9 spots left. Of course, the 11 people Princess Liuli called out were all outstanding, and the top 10 seats were likely to come from these 11 people. Xia Jilfeng is the second best in Dongzhao. Princess Liuli called out another name, and the Immortal Kings scanned the various geniuses and immediately expressed their approval. With Xia Jilfeng's talent, this position was the best choice. Tai Ta is the second best in Zimaz Hao, the genius of the God clan. Princess Liuli said. The Immortal Kings expressed their approval, and Tai Ta, the second best in Zimaz Hao, advanced. Wu Bei is the third best in Zimaz Hao. Princess Liuli said again, and many people looked at the monk in tattered clothes, and the Immortal Kings once again all agreed. West Desert Province is very strong, and Yun Province is also very strong. This session is really unexpected. When everyone saw Princess Liuli calling out the names one by one, they noticed that Yun Province, which had always been relatively weak, performed extremely well this time. All the top 3 in West Desert Province advanced. Yan Zimo, the first in Qian's Hao. Beishan, the first in Yan's Hao. Kuhong, The first in Yuzhou. Princess Liuli called out 3 names again, and there was no objection. Although the top prodigies in these 3 states were not as dazzling as the prodigies in other states, there was no problem in advancing. 17 people, the top prodigies in 10 states of the 13 states of Dongsheng have been selected, and the prodigies in 3 other states did not perform well enough. I am afraid that it is precisely because of this reason that Princess Liuli has not called out their names yet. They will be controversial. Everyone thought in their hearts. Su Feng, the first in Lizhou. Princess Liuli called out Su Feng's name, which made Su Feng's expression tense. It was ridiculous. He was at the same level as Qin Wentian and Zi Qingxuan, and he had encountered 2 defeats, but only called out his name at this moment. Su Feng lost 2 games, which is a bit inappropriate. One of the immortal kings spoke up, and there was controversy. Su Feng lost 2 games, and both opponents were very strong. As for the final decision, it will be left to the seniors. Princess Liuli said calmly. The immortal kings discussed it, but looking at the Xianjiao figures, compared with others, they finally decided to let Su Feng advance. There are still the last 2 places, which makes me embarrassed. Princess Liuli smiled. The others were controversial, and no one was absolutely qualified to enter the top 20. Since the princess is in a dilemma, let me make a suggestion. I said before that the disciples directly taught by the immortal kings would be taken into consideration as a powerful test for these geniuses. At this moment, immortal King Yunitian's disciple He Feng has entered the top 20. I suggest that immortal King Wenhua's disciple Hua Taksu and invincible demon King's disciple Li be combined into the top 20 as a powerful test, so that they can compete together for a higher position. In this way, there will be no controversy. How about it? A dazzling light flashed in Duang Shengting's eyes, and he spoke. When they heard the 2 names he called out, everyone was slightly startled. These were 2 very powerful evil geniuses, and with their fame, there would be no controversy if they entered. Chapter 862 Recruitment. The voice of the Eastern Holy Court made many Xianjiao characters' eyes freeze, and they felt a chill all over their bodies, and they were very disappointed. Many of them had been looking forward to their names being in the top 20. The more they waited, the more nervous they became. However, at the last moment, the Eastern Holy Court let Hua Taksu and Li fill the positions of 2 people and replace the seats of the Xianjiao. Among the 13 states of the Eastern Holy Court, only one state's top-ranked Xianjiao was not shortlisted, Jingshao. The top-ranked Xianjias of the other 12 states all advanced, which undoubtedly also confirmed the results of the selection of each state. However, almost no one ranked 2nd or 3rd in each state was shortlisted. It was very cruel. After all, there were only 20 seats in this round, and many Xianjiao characters would be blocked from the outside. Your Highness is right. Just as Princess Liuli thought, no matter who is chosen next, it seems that there will be controversy, and no one can suppress others. Then, I agree with your Highness's opinion and directly merge Hua Taksu and Li into the top 20. A strong man from the Eastern Holy Immortal Sect said. Okay, I have no objection. The Wenhua Immortal King smiled and glanced at Hua Taksu beside him. I have no objection either. The unbeaten Demon King was a demon cultivator. He sat at the top and rarely spoke. He was like a demon god, with an overwhelming pressure all over his body. His disciple Li had a similar aura to him, otherwise he would not have accepted him as his personal disciple. Many powerful people would accept disciples according to their own preferences and choose those who are suitable for practicing their abilities. How could the immortal kings oppose the East Holy Court on such a matter? Naturally, they all agreed. The East Holy Court smiled and said, since all the elders have no objection, then it's settled. The top 20 will be the 18 people mentioned by Princess Liuli, plus Hua Taksu and Li. Huh? In the Yunzhao camp, Mu Yun sighed. He thought he would have a chance, but he didn't expect that his name had never been mentioned. All that was left was loss. Crack. Zhou Yu of Xiantian Immortal Mansion clenched his fists, making a cracking sound. His fighting power was also very strong, and his previous performance was quite outstanding. However, his name had never been mentioned. He even didn't see Princess Liuli look at him directly, as if she had never considered him. There were many people who were as disappointed as Mu Yun and Zhou Yu. They all thought they had at least a chance. Unfortunately, the facts were cruel. There were only 20 places for the 160 people, and the Xianjiao figures from the 13 states of Dongsheng were competing. In the end, 2 places were reduced and replaced by Hua Taixu and Li. This meant that most of the Xianjiao figures would be excluded. There are 3 people from Yun's Hao and 3 from Zima's Hao, which is very good. An immortal king figure whispered, with some emotion. Dong's Hao only produced 2 people, the first Xianjiao Gusa Xianqi and the second Xianjiao Xia Jilfin. The top 3 from Zima's Hao all advanced. As for Yun's Hao, except for the first ancient Xiantian, the other 3 demonic geniuses are brothers and sisters. They have a very good relationship, giving people the feeling of sharing the same hatred and the same life and death. Even when facing a powerful figure like an immortal king, they are not polite to contradict each other. It seems that I can't go down with you. Mu Yan beside Qin Wentian said. Ghostblade Mu Yan, his talent is also very outstanding, but it also stops here. The 18 people in front are really too outstanding. They are the geniuses with the best talents from various states. Very good. Qin Wentian smiled at Mu Yan. Mu Yan nodded, raised his glass to Qin Wentian and the other 2, and said, seeing that you 3 brothers are so powerful, I am really proud of you. I wish you to the end. Yes, I will. Jun Mengchen raised his glass, and then Qin Wentian and Zi Qingxuan raised their glasses and drank with Mu Yan. You have saved your life, but you are so proud so soon. Zhou Yu looked at the 4 people angrily, extremely unhappy. He was holding back a fire of evil in his heart. As a peerless genius of Xiantian Immortal Mansion, he, Zhou Yu, thought that he had superb fighting power, but he was not even qualified to be nominated, and the 3 people in front of him all advanced. Qin Wentian was also the enemy of his Xiantian Immortal Mansion and had killed many strong men in their Xiantian Immortal Mansion. Zhou Yu's feeling in his heart can be imagined. Jun Mengchen glanced at him coldly, but heard Qin Wentian say, Mengchen, there is no need to argue with such people. The real dragon soars in the sky, why bother with a crawling snake? You. Zhou Yu pointed his finger at Qin Wentian, and was even more angry. After all, he was at the 8th level of the celestial realm and could kill any of the 3 of Qin Wentian in seconds, but he was humiliated by such words. I really don't know if you have any sense of shame. Jun Mengchen looked at Zhou Yu sarcastically, and then ignored him. Xiantian Immortal Mansion and other Yun's Hao forces were unhappy when they saw the proud Qin Wentian and his 3 companions. Of course, this was because of the conflict between them and Qin Wentian. Otherwise, if there was no such hatred, they would probably be willing to make friends with Qin Wentian and look at the problem from a different perspective. This battle lasted for quite a while, and the Xianjiao must be a little tired. Let's rest for 2 hours, and you can move around on your own. Dong Shengting smiled and waved to everyone. Everyone was very focused in this battle and was indeed a little tired. It would be good to relax. Okay, the immortal banquet is still the same. Everyone is free to do whatever they want. If you need anything, just tell the maid. Dong Shengting stood up, holding a wine glass and walked towards Princess Liuli next to him, and asked with a smile, Princess, what do you think of these Xianjiao? They are all very good, and there are many outstanding people. Princess Liuli nodded slightly. Then who does the princess think is the most promising? Who do you think will be among the top 3 and become a saint son? That depends on you. How can I guess? Princess Liuli looked towards the direction of the Xianjiao. She had been observing whether the things her father had told her would be related to the fairy banquet of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. Okay, let's not talk about it. The Eastern Saint Court has always admired Senior Beatty, but unfortunately I have never had the chance to meet him. If there is a chance in the future, I hope the princess will introduce me so that I can fulfill my wish and meet Beatty. The Eastern Saint Court spoke very powerfully and praised Beatty inadvertently. The fairy kings next to them saw this scene and tacitly did not disturb the Eastern Saint Court and Princess Liuli. They were all old foxes with clear minds. They walked around separately. These fairy kings rarely met on weekdays. Today, they gathered together. Even if there were some unpleasant things on weekdays, they would not mention them. Instead, they talked happily, as if they were all old friends. Wanho Immortal King, you are getting more and more beautiful. Immortal King smiled at Wanho Immortal King, and saw that Wanho Immortal King's face was noble. She was indeed very beautiful. Although she had practiced for many years, as an Immortal King, she still looked young. Moreover, because of her powerful cultivation, she seemed very elegant. Every move was fascinating. For ordinary people, she was like a goddess, who could only be respected and not blasphemed. The old Immortal King is still so good at talking. Wanho smiled lightly. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also good at teaching disciples. I have heard that your disciple Huateksu went to the reincarnation world for trials. You are really brave. There, few people can come out alive, and even if they come out, they will become crazy. Immortal King looked at Huateksu deeply, but saw that the other party's expression was extremely calm and his mind was extremely extraordinary. This is also his own hard work. Immortal King Wonho smiled. You have a good temper. Look at that Immortal King Yunun, he looks so angry. Immortal King smiled and shook his head. He looked at Immortal King Yunun, but saw that he was walking down. Following the Immortal King Yunun's gaze, they saw Qin Wentian. It turned out that a powerful Immortal King from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect walked over to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian, Jun Mengchen, Zi Qingxuan, Mu Yan and Gu Lifang gathered together, and a powerful Immortal King came over. Immortal King Xianian immediately introduced him. This is Senior Taixu, an Immortal King from the Dongsheng Immortal sect. Hello, Senior. The people from Yunzhao immediately bowed, but saw Immortal King Taixu and waved his hand and smiled warmly. He looked at Qin Wentian and Jun Mengchen and others, and said with a smile, are you too confident that you can make it into the top 3? Do your best. Qin Wentian saw that the Immortal King had a warm face and should have no ill intentions, so he responded politely. Well, if you make it into the top 3, you will become His Majesty's disciples. However, His Majesty is usually busy, and he rarely teaches you unless you become his personal disciples. Even if you are his personal disciples, he will not have much time to teach you, and you will spend more time practicing in the East Saint Immortal sect. Then, you can follow me to practice, and I will do my best to guide you. It doesn't matter if you cannot become the Son of God. If you are willing, you can enter the East Saint Immortal sect and become my disciple, Taixu, an Immortal King said with a smile, which made the strong men in Yunzhao look froze, and their eyes looking at Qin Wentian changed. This was the Immortal King of the East Saint Immortal sect who came in person to recruit disciples, which meant that even if the two of them could not become the Son of God, they could at least become the Immortal King's disciples. This made many people worried. They were worried that Qin Wentian would become successful. Xianian Immortal King was very happy and said with a smile, Qin Wentian, Jun Mengchen, Taixu, an Immortal King is a very powerful Immortal King Senior. Taixuan. But at this moment, an untimely voice came. You know, an Immortal King came over and said to Taixu, an Immortal King, Taixuan, your idea may be in vain. They will not become the Son of God, especially Qin Wentian, it is even more impossible. Yunun, you are a little narrow-minded when you say that. Taixu, an Immortal King frowned and said that Yunun should also take his own status into consideration. His Majesty's general actually said such words openly. Humph, do you know that His Majesty accepted a disciple in the particle world a few years ago? You know, an Immortal King said. Of course I know, but I don't know the details. Taixu, an Immortal King said. That time when your Majesty accepted disciples, this boy almost became your Majesty's disciple. Immortal King Yunun pointed at Qin Wentian and said, however, he did not appreciate your Majesty's kindness and did not obey your Majesty's orders. His behavior was improper, so your Majesty changed his mind and abandoned him. Immortal King Taixuan's face changed instantly when he heard this, and his expression kept flickering. No wonder Immortal King Yunun and Dong Shengting were unfriendly to Qin Wentian, it was for this reason. Although this boy came here again and wanted to seize another opportunity, it is not so easy. Immortal King Yunun looked at Qin Wentian and continued to speak. P.S. In April, 10 chapters broke out on the first day, and later he often updated 3 chapters. This is the most diligent update of this book in more than a year since the book was published. Now there are only 3 days left in April. I beg the brothers to give some strength so that Wuhan can see the results of his efforts and continue to struggle in the future. Monthly tickets, fly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 863, King Hanmo Wen. Taixu, an Immortal King immediately understood what an Immortal King meant. Qin Wentian had actually displeased His Majesty and been abandoned by His Majesty. As a result, it was indeed unlikely for Qin Wentian to enter the top 3. You know, an Immortal King looked at Qin Wentian and continued, you missed it that year. It's not that easy to make a comeback. If you enter the top 3 again, His Majesty may indeed look at you with new eyes, but the top 3 seed is destined not to belong to you. It's not the end yet, you are too decisive. Qin Wentian looked at your new immortal king and said. You know, an immortal king showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. This person is really naive. Does he really think that the last time His Majesty did not accept him as a disciple because he angered His Majesty? Now he wants to conquer His Majesty with excellent performance again? Ridiculous. Qin Wentian's hope is destined to fail. Of course, these unique immortal kings would not tell Qin Wentian, nor would they say it out loud. He only turned around and left a low voice. Some things are already destined, and they cannot be changed by hard work. This voice is very meaningful. Some things, you will never know the ending until the end. Qin Wentian also responded with a voice. If your new immortal king carefully savored this sentence, he might find that it also had a meaningful meaning. However, your new immortal king did not savor the deeper meaning. He just thought that this was just another arrogant and unyielding statement from Qin Wentian. He still believed that he could enter the top 3, so he responded to him with this sentence. But did he really understand what Qin Wentian wanted to say? Just like what he said, some things are already destined, and they cannot be changed by hard work. On the surface, this may just be a satire on Qin Wentian's lack of talent, but in fact, Qin Wentian understood that even if he had a high talent, the top 3 would probably keep him out. But what about Qin Wentian's words? For some things, you will never know the ending until the end. Immortal King Jiutian walked away with his wine glass, and chatted with other immortal kings, laughing and talking. It seemed that being humiliated by Qin Wentian before could not affect his mood. Immortal King Taixun looked at Qin Wentian deeply, sighed secretly in his heart, and felt sorry. He wanted to accept Qin Wentian or Qin Wentian as his disciples. Even if they were lucky enough to become the son of the saint, he could still train them. But now, Immortal King Taixun shook his head and left without saying anything more. It's so noisy, and it won't go away. Qin Wentian stared at the back of Immortal King Jiutian, clenching his fists. This Jiutian was their enemy everywhere and pestered them and refused to let go. Qin Wentian, I believe you can do it. Gu Lifang patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder and said. Well, although you didn't make it into the top 20 this time, don't be discouraged. Qin Wentian said to Gu Lifang. He remembered that when he first met Gu Lifang, he was a peerless demeanor. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Maybe it's because my mind has changed. You and Hu Taixu are both outstanding people in the particle world. When you come to the fairyland, you see that many people can suppress you, and your mind gradually changes. Maybe I should learn from Hu Taixu and go out to try my luck. Gu Lifang whispered. Well, I believe you. Qin Wentian said with a smile. There are too many geniuses in the fairyland. If you don't make progress, the peerless geniuses in the particle world are really nothing in the fairyland. After entering the fairyland, you still need to move forward and transform step by step. The people here are the most outstanding people in the entire Dongsheng 13 states. Which one of them is not a peerless figure in the particle world? Next, the realms of the top 20 are different. I don't know what rules will be used to select the top 10. I think they may suppress the battles in the same realm, otherwise it will be difficult to compare. Gu Lifang whispered. Everyone's realm is different, and it is indeed difficult to compare. On the high platform, those fairy kings seem to be discussing the next rules. The top 20 will be the finalists. In fact, it is enough to be relatively fair. There is no way to be absolutely fair. They have many ways to choose from. The key is to see the will of Dongsheng. After all, he is hosting this fairy banquet on behalf of Dongsheng Immortal Emperor. The fairy banquet is very lively. Those eliminated Xianjiao gradually accepted and feel at ease in the atmosphere of the fairy banquet. Although they missed this opportunity, they will be the core disciples of Dongsheng Immortal Sect in the future. They can also become elites and have the opportunity to worship under the great masters of Dongsheng Immortal Sect to practice. As long as they are willing to work hard, they will definitely have a brilliant future. Many outstanding disciples of Dongsheng Immortal Sect have become giants in one area after going to the 13 states. If they can practice to the realm of Fairy King, they may even have the opportunity to rule a state. That kind of power is monstrous. Although here, the Fairy King of one area does not seem so dazzling and seems ordinary, but what is this place? The Fairy Banquet of Dongsheng Immortal Sect is held for Dongsheng Immortal Emperor. The Fairy King naturally does not have too much glory. Even Xianjiao Fairy King and others seem ordinary, but this cannot ignore their power. How vast is the land of a state? Yunzhao has 81 counties and endless cities. As the king of a state, Xian'an Immortal King has everything he can do. He can call the shots in Yunzhao. Although they are sitting with the immortal kings now, it does not mean that they really think they have reached such a status. It is just because this is an immortal banquet. They have gone through tests to get this qualification, proving that they have the potential to sit with the immortal kings. As for the future, it depends on how far they can go in the future. As they chatted, time passed inadvertently. Dong Shenting returned to his seat. The immortal kings gradually quieted down and took their seats. The strong men below soon quieted down. The powerful aura could instantly make them feel the majestic presence. Dong Shenting glanced at everyone and said, "Before, Princess Liuli, I discussed with some immortal king elders and have decided on the rules for the next battle. In this round, we will choose 10 from the 20 Xianjiao. There will be no specific ranking for this round of battle. The top 10 seats will also have their own rewards, which will be awarded after the end of this immortal banquet. Of course, the rewards for the top 3 we choose in the end are the most precious. To enter the top 3, you must first enter the top 10. The rules are very simple. Just follow the order of the names Princess Liuli called out before, and go up to the battle stage one by one to challenge. If you fight against people of the same realm, there is no need to suppress your realm. If you fight against people of different realms, I will suppress you with treasures to fight in the same realm. The winner will be safe temporarily. The loser will have another chance to challenge after a round of battle. Those who lose again will be eliminated." Dong Shenting slowly said, "There is another point. For those who have been defeated once, others are not allowed to choose each other to challenge. I will give him the initiative once to avoid a situation where two powerful people crush a Xianjiao. Everyone, you should all understand it." Everyone nodded. Dong Shenting had made it very clear. They certainly understood. For the first battle, Gusu Xianqi, go to the battle stage. Dong Shenting swept his eyes and landed in the direction of Dong Zhao. Gusu Xianqi's figure flashed, and his figure landed directly on the ancient battle stage. Suddenly, many of the other 19 Xianjiao characters were a little nervous. If Gusu Xianqi chose them to fight, they would most likely lose. Then, they would only have one chance to take the initiative and challenge others. Those who lost both games would be eliminated. Tian's Hao, Mo Wen. Gusu Xianqi spoke indifferently. Some people were quite surprised to see him choose Mo Wen. Mo Wen was the #1 Xianjiao character in Tian's Hao. Among the top 20, only she and Zi Qingxun were women. They could be called the proud daughters of heaven. However, everyone immediately understood the intention of Gusu Xianqi to choose Mo Wen. Perhaps for him, it was the same to challenge anyone, and Mo Wen was at the same realm as him, so no one had to suppress their realm, and they could directly clash and fight. Gusu Xianqi didn't like trouble, so a simple and pleasant battle was naturally the best. Mo Wen's figure flashed, and her figure soon landed on the ancient battlefield. She looked extraordinary in her ice blue dress, with a white and clean face, like a snow girl of ice, ethereal and untainted by dust. Mo Wen, can she fight Gusu Xianqi? Zheng Mengchen murmured, looking at the woman in front of him. There was a trace of concern in his eyes. It's a bit difficult, but Mo Wen is definitely not ordinary. Even if Gusu Xianqi wants to fight her, I'm afraid he will have to show his true strength. Qin Wentian said. When the three of them saw Mo Wen stepping onto the battlefield, they seemed to pay attention to Mo Wen. Just because Mo Wen came from the same place as them. Mo Wen from Tian Province, a disciple of Xianfu realm. Among the top 20, in addition to the three of them, there is another disciple of Xianfu realm, Mo Wen. Among the 20 seats, Xianfu realm occupies 4 of them. From beginning to end, they did not say hello, or even show any signs, but just silently paid attention to each other's existence. Mo Wen, who was wearing a nice blue dress, seemed very calm. Seeing the blazing battle light blooming on Gusu Xianqi, there was a crisp sound of crackling around her, and a world of ice appeared. The temperature of the space seemed to drop suddenly. It's so cold. Even sitting far away from Gu's Hanshin, one could feel the coldness on Mo Wen's body at this moment. What was even more terrifying was that at this moment, Mo Wen's full head of black hair turned into silver silk of ice and snow, hanging behind her like a sharp sword. She seemed to have undergone a transformation. The body that was originally like a frosty beauty was covered with a layer of dreamy temperament, like a real ice queen. The might of the attack of the Eastern Holy Court came, with a blazing light, as dazzling as the sun, But when the attack came to Mo Wen, it seemed that the light comparable to the sun would also turn into ice. A crisp sound of crackling was heard, and the fist light blasted by the Eastern Holy Court was actually frozen. The illusory fist light was frozen into substance, like a fist stagnating in the air. You can imagine how terrible the coldness was. An ice spear shot out, accompanied by a crisp snapping sound, the frozen fist shattered, and the terrible attacking force was inadvertently dissolved. This Mo Wen also has a peculiar physique, as if he has a rare innate cold king physique. An immortal king murmured, if Gusu Xianqi was not confident, he would definitely not choose Mo Wen in the first battle. P.S. Monthly ticket, calling for monthly tickets, continue to work hard on coding, and seek motivation. Chapter 864, Violent Attack. Gusu Xianqi's body retreated and returned to the original place, without choosing to continue attacking. When facing an enemy, he could test the depth of his strength with one blow, and at what level. Mo Wen, who was in front of him, had an extraordinary physique and was born as a cold king. He could not defeat the opponent with simple attacks. Buzz! In the void, a terrible flaming furnace appeared, covering the sky above the ancient battlefield. At the same time, it seemed that a series of suns appeared in the void, a total of 9 rounds, and the light of each sun shone directly into the furnace, causing the furnace to burst into terrifying hot brilliance. You are not my opponent. Gusu Xianqi said proudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the endless divine brilliance in the furnace descended on his body. Gusu Xianqi, who was bathed in it, was like a god descending to earth, invincible. So strong. The crowd was terrified. Before, Gusu Xianqi had never fought with all his strength and had always easily defeated his opponents. At this moment, when he released the starry sky, the alien starry sky had infinite power. Ordinary people did not need him to attack at all. The starry sky was enough to kill countless strong men in the same realm. In the face of absolute strength, the number of people was illusory. I am afraid that thousands of strong men in the same realm who besieged Gusu Xianqi would be burned to death by him. Mo Wen's beautiful eyes, like an elf, also flashed with a solemn light. Her momentum was still radiating outward. A mighty force that froze the world swept across the ancient battlefield. In the void, a piece of ice starry sky condensed and appeared. In the void, it fought with the opponent's furnace imagination. Half of the sky was as hot as the sun, and the other half was as cold as winter. Above the sky, the figures of cold kings appeared, all like ice goddesses. They held ice spears, seemingly real and unreal, and stared at Gusu Xianqi in front of them. Boom! Gusu Xianqi took a step forward, and the light of the 9 scorching suns became even more blazing. The light of the furnace fell down, and was about to burn the entire space. Gusu Xianqi's body moved, and he stepped towards Mo Wen with the light of the god of war, and a scorching sun spear appeared in his hand. He stabbed out with a spear, and this spear was like real sunlight, penetrating through. Wherever it passed, the void seemed to have a fiery light, burning. The ice queens in the void held spears and killed at the same time. In an instant, the world froze, and a cold ice-like curtain appeared, intercepting in front of Mo Wen. The sun spear came to kill, and above the furnace, an extremely blazing flame began to spread from the tip of the spear, melting the cold ice-like curtain bit by bit. Break! Gusu Xianqi shouted coldly, and a crisp sound of snapping was heard, and the cold ice-like curtain shattered. His spear seemed to be faster than light, shooting straight at Mo Wen's throat. Mo Wen raised his palm, and endless runes shone, turning into a terrifying pattern, condensing into a chain, madly wrapping around the spear and shooting towards Gusu Xianqi. Gusu Xianqi stretched out his other hand to the back, and in an instant, another sun spear shot out, bursting out. Mo Wen retreated, and the ice pattern was crushed. Come down. Gusu Xianqi summoned his palm towards the void, and sun spears descended madly. He was shining like a god of the sun. Kill! With a roar, the sun spear burst out towards the sky and the front, and at the same time he walked forward. With every step he took, his momentum seemed to be stronger. The battle broke out, and the fighting spirit on Gusu Xianqi's body was still rising madly. Mo Wen was wrapped in ice. Seeing the blazing fighting light on Gusu Xianqi, she knew she could not defeat him, so she locked onto him and said, I lost. As soon as she finished speaking, Gusu Xianqi stopped, and the mighty aura disappeared in a short moment. Gusu Xianqi stood calmly on the ancient battle stage. It was hard to imagine that he, who was at the 6th level of the celestial realm, would have such a mighty power. However, Mo Wen was also very powerful, but she gave up fighting on her own initiative. I'm afraid she didn't want to waste too much energy in the battle with Gu Shianqi. In Mo Wen's opinion, it was not worth it to fight Gu Shianqi with all her strength. In the next battle, she would have the initiative in her hands and would win. The two walked down the ancient battle stage one after another, but they left a deep impression on everyone. The second battle, West Desert State, Yu Wang. Dong Shenting's expression did not change, and he spoke again. Yu Wang stood up, his wings flashed, and he instantly landed on the ancient battle stage. Yu Wang's expression was sharp and terrible, and his majesty was strong. He naturally would not challenge Gu Shianqi, and after Mo Wen lost, he could not challenge her, so there were another 17 people left. Yu Wang's cultivation was at the 7th level of the celestial phenomenon. If he had the same consideration as Gu Shianqi, he might choose an opponent at the same level, so as not to suppress his cultivation and fight unpleasantly. People at the same level as Yu Wang were Yu Qianjian, the first in Qian's Hao, and Gu Hanqian, the first in Yun's Hao. The three of them were the top geniuses in each state. In the previous battle, they avoided colliding with each other, but later, collisions might be inevitable. Sure enough, Yu Wang's eyes flickered, lingering on Yu Qianjian and Gu Hanqian. Qian's Hao was one of the three major states and was more famous. His eyes finally looked at Gu Hanqian and said, "It's you." Gu Hanqian's expression condensed, and everyone else was also surprised. Yu Wang, he actually chose Gu Hanqian. Gu Hanqian, the number one in Yun's Hao, stood out and won the seat of the number one prodigy when there were Qin Wentian, Zhen Mengtian and Zi Qingxun in Yun's Hao. His combat talent should be beyond doubt. Moreover, Gu Hanqian's performance before was indeed very strong and his combat power was extraordinary. However, under such circumstances, Yu Wang chose to challenge Gu Hanqian. This spirit is not something that ordinary people can possess. Yu Wang is worthy of being the young king of the powerful Yumo tribe in Zima Zhao. Gu Hanqian's expression was cold. He was actually challenged for the second time, which was a contempt for him. After a while, Gu Hanqian's body stood on the battle stage, facing Yu Wang. On Yu Wang's body, the purple gold wings spread out, dazzling, and on his body, the magic patterns flowed, as if revealing an incomparable sense of power. The strong men of the Yumo tribe, the Starry Sky trial, speed and strength, are all abnormal. Gu Hanqian's momentum burst out, and the dragon shone, also showing an incomparable power. The figure of Yu Wang flashed, like a flash of lightning, like a flash in the void, and appeared directly in front of Gu Hanqian, with fist light and demonic patterns. Gu Hanqian roared, the dragon roared, and he rushed forward to fight with Yu Wang. With a violent roar, the battle platform seemed to tremble. The two attacked with tremendous power, and directly launched a violent bombardment, which went straight from the ground to the void. A chaotic torrent gathered around the two. Behind Gu Hanqian, there was a dragon roaring non-stop, and a terrifying dragon figure appeared in the void, as if he was about to turn into a dragon. As for Yu Wang, he was even more powerful and arrogant. Horrifying demonic patterns flowed on his body, as if he had turned into a starry sky war beast, and endless demonic patterns flowed on his wings. Kill! Gu Hanqian roared violently, the world roared, as if there was a dragon body wrapped around his body, and every blow seemed not to be him attacking, but a fierce dragon roaring and attacking. Yu Wang's body seemed to be transformed into a demon, and the magic pattern wrapped around him. At this moment, he had the majesty of a human, the tyranny of a demon, and the irritability of a demon. His punches made the void tremble. The two of them directly attacked each other, fighting in the simplest way, but this way is also the most dangerous and violent. Everyone was trembling. Both of them were extremely proud people. They did not try to test each other. No matter how strong the other party was, they directly fought against the sky and fought furiously. The two of them fought higher and higher, as if two ancient war beasts collided in the sky. Really irritable. Everyone was trembling. Gu Hanqian is the descendant of that madman. Of course, he will be crazy when fighting. However, his opponent is Yu Wang, the young king of the Yumo clan. They are tit for tat and evenly matched. Xianai and Xianwang was shocked. In an instant, the two of them didn't know how many times they collided. Finally, Gu Hanqian roared loudly, his long hair flew, and his blood burst out. At this moment, he, who was originally handsome, turned into a three-headed and six-armed man, and his attack was earth-shaking. However, the body of the Feather King was even more terrifying after being demonized. His entire body became the body of the Demon King, and his body became huge. His wings flashed and killed, and the attack of the wings was sharper than a sword. The speed of the two people's attack was so fast that people couldn't keep up with their eyes. Gu's Hanshin roared, and divine aura descended on him, as if sublimating his combat power. Boom! The sky trembled, and suddenly many bodies of the Feather Kings appeared in the void. One after another, the figures continued to increase, and the entire starry sky seemed to be, and these figures attacked at the same time, fighting Gu's Hanshin alone. Gu's Hanshin condensed the ancient seal with his hands, and he was shrouded in divine aura with 3 heads and 6 arms, as if a god was protecting his body. He launched earth-shattering attacks in different directions, with dragons splitting the sky, Kunpeng spreading its wings, and Qilin running wild. Every attack was earth-shattering, and the bodies of the Feather Kings were constantly broken. Awesome, too strong, the fighting power of these two people. Everyone looked up at the sky, the stars were shining. At this moment, the world was in turmoil, and above the sky, it seemed that a peerless demon had appeared, and the demon light enveloped the body of King Yu. At this moment, King Yu seemed to have transformed into an ancient demon. When attacking, the void demon had also attacked. Gu's Hanshin's expression changed, roaring, and the world was in turmoil. Gu's Hanshin is going to lose, and his trump cards are exhausted. Everyone's expression changed slightly when they saw this scene. This young king of the Feather Demon clan, the #1 prodigy in Zimaz Hao, was too terrible. Sure enough, after the riot, Gu's Hanshin was finally blasted off the stage. King Yu flapped his wings and floated in the air, looking down coldly. Gu's Hanshin, defeated. At this moment, Gu's Hanshin's expression was ashen, staring at the void. He lost, he actually lost. Beautiful. In the direction of Yun's Hao, Jun Mengchen seemed very excited to see Gu's Hanshin lose. In this way, as long as he loses one more game, he will be out. Brother, I will challenge Gu's Hanshin later and ask him to fight me. I will make him unable to enter the top 10. Jun Mengchen's eyes flashed with dazzling light. Qin Wentian glanced at Jun Mengchen with indifference in his eyes. Gu's Hanshin and He Feng, these two people must be severely abused. However, Gu's Hanshin lost a game and could not challenge him directly. Gu's Hanshin has the initiative in the next battle. P.S. The third update is here, calling for monthly tickets again. Brothers and sisters, please take a look. Chapter 865, Brothers Go to Battle. The Feather King flapped his wings, like a stream of purple gold light, and returned to his seat in an instant. Gu's Hanshin walked towards the Yun's Hao camp with a feeling of loneliness. He had the halo of the #1 prodigy in Yun's Hao, but he was defeated in the battle with the #1 prodigy in Zimaz Hao, the Feather King. His arrogance seemed to be restrained involuntarily. The Feather Demon clan is known as the strongest clan in Zimaz Hao, but it was only a narrow victory. Gu's Hanshin is worthy of being the #1 in Yun's Hao. A Yun's Hao strongman spoke, seeming to comfort Gu's Hanshin. Gu's Hanshin's eyes flashed, and he seemed to feel a little better. However, in fact, defeat is defeat, and Gu's Hanshin himself was just looking for psychological comfort. At this moment, a cold snort was heard, quite harsh. Gu's Hanshin frowned slightly, and then he heard Jun Mengchen say, "What #1 genius in Yun's Hao? In the previous Yun's Hao selection, the 3 of my brothers and I didn't try our best. Otherwise, senior brother Qin challenged him without crossing 3 realms and was defeated that day, so how could the position of the #1 genius fall on his head? It's ridiculous. You lost that day, and Gu's Hanshin took the seat of the #1 genius. Now you are looking for excuses here." The strong man who spoke just now glanced at Jun Mengchen. He was from the Zhanshan Immortal Mansion, and was not on the same page as Qin Wentian and the others. Then wasn't it even more ridiculous that you were making excuses for Gu's Hanshin's defeat just now? He was defeated in a battle of the same realm? How shameless. Jun Mengchen deliberately provoked and ridiculed, facing Gu's Hanshin's sharp gaze. He still said proudly, "Gu's Hanshin, you have only been practicing for a few years, so your cultivation is slightly higher. As for the so-called #1 genius in Yun's Hao, it's nothing but a joke. Not long ago, you were still so rampant, pointing fingers at others. It's ridiculous that you were defeated in a battle of the same realm so soon. If this wasn't at the Immortal Banquet, just based on what you said, I would kill the 3 of you together." Gu's Hanshin's voice was cold, and he glanced at Jun Mengchen, Qin Wentian and the others. Haha, so shameless. Jun Mengchen laughed loudly, "It's not easy to kill us. What about the Immortal Banquet? When you have the opportunity to challenge me later, you can challenge me. It's okay for you to agree to a life and death battle with me. Do you dare? Qin Wentian pointed his finger directly at Qin Wentian, and was so arrogant that many people looked over here. This battle was originally Qin Wentian's battle, but it was a pity that Qin Wentian had already lost a battle, so he couldn't take the initiative to challenge him. The civil war in Yunzhou is interesting. This boy seems to be deliberately provoking Qin Wentian to fight him and wants to settle the feud with Qin Wentian here. Everyone immediately saw through Qin Wentian's thoughts. As for Qin Wentian, he had just lost a battle and was pointed at his head by Qin Wentian and despised. He was so angry that he couldn't swallow this breath. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Qin Wentian walked into the crowd and then closed his eyes to rest. The previous battle had touched him a lot. He needed to calm down and prepare for the next battle. The previous battle with Qin Wentian also shocked Qin Wentian, and he was a little afraid of him. Even though he was poisoned by blood, he was able to kill the disciple of the poison immortal king. That attack was impressive. If Qin Wentian had launched that fatal attack in his prime, I wonder if he could have blocked it. It was also because of that attack that Princess Liuli put Qin Wentian in a very forward position when selecting people to advance. In this battle, Qin Wentian went to fight. When Qin Wentian stepped onto the battle stage, many people became nervous again. Each person in front of him had super strong combat power. In addition, 4 strong men had already fought in front of him. The person Qin Wentian chose could only be among the other 15 people, excluding Qin Wentian and Jiutian. The only one who is at the same level as Qin Wentian is Xia Jiufen, the second most arrogant person in Dongzhou. I wonder if he will choose Xia Jiufen. Everyone thought to themselves. Sure enough, the crowd saw Qin Wentian's eyes locked on the direction of Dongzhou. He looked at Xia Jiufeng and said, "You, go and fight." Xia Jiufeng ranked second in Dongzhou and was also very powerful. He fought like a madman and was a very scary person. Before the start of this fairy banquet, many people in the outside world were very optimistic about him and believed that Xia Jiufeng even had a chance to compete for the top 3 seats. But as the fairy banquet was held, more and more peerless figures emerged. Not to mention the top 3. Even the competition for the top 10 seats was fierce and hard to get. Xia Jiufeng soon appeared opposite Qin Wentian. The two stood opposite each other. Almost at the same time, an extremely violent aura swept out of their bodies, and the stars and celestial phenomena of the two people shone. Qin Wentian's king constellation seemed to have a towering king standing behind him. There was a terrible phantom in the void. This condensed phantom was the starry sky phenomenon he comprehended. It was extremely strange and very different from ordinary people's constellations. It integrated many martial arts truths and became one body, the body of a king. Xia Jiufeng's starry sky phenomenon was somewhat similar to Qin Wentian's starry sky phenomenon. Qin Wentian was a human-shaped constellation, while he was a beast-shaped constellation. He was a terrifying monster beast that was somewhat similar to the terrifying barbarian bull king. It was human-shaped, with 2 horns on its head, and its whole body was red. It was dozens of feet high and full of an extremely terrifying sense of power. One was like a fighting king, and the other was like a terrible mad demon king. The two stepped forward and rushed towards each other. Qin Wentian roared, and the terrible star phantom seemed to roar as well. The violent killing swept out crazily, as if there were monsters and magic weapons sweeping out. This space turned into a violent battlefield, sweeping through the void and killing everything. Xia Jiufeng roared, the demon king roared, and he punched out with both fists. In an instant, the world was in chaos. There were terrifying barbarian-like demon beasts rushing out, suppressing the world and destroying everything. The strong collided. Attack is the root of martial arts cultivators. Any peerless strong man must have super strong attacks. There are too many strong attackers in this generation of Xianjiao. Everyone trembled in their hearts when they saw this attack. The previous Yu Wang and Qin Wentian had violently attacked, and Gu Shianqi and Mo Wen, each of their attacks was super terrible. Qin Wentian's attack was overbearing, like a king, and Xia Jiufeng's attack was wild. The two of them blasted against each other and shook the world. For a while, the turbulent flow was in the air, and the void seemed to be shattered. Kill! Qin Wentian shouted, and there seemed to be an endless king's halo shining on his body, making his body seem to become more majestic. The attack he launched was full of the spirit of a king. A random finger contained endless majesty, and a random punch could kill people in all directions. Xia Jiufeng was under great pressure. He howled at the sky, and the world was startled. The stars and celestial phenomena became even more frantic, as if a huge demon shadow appeared in the void, stretching across the sky. Xia Jiufeng's body soared into the sky and floated in the air. He stared at Qin Wentian and shouted, "You will definitely lose." As soon as he finished speaking, he howled again and punched out with both fists. In an instant, countless barbaric demons trampled on the void, tens of thousands of them. For a while, the rumbling and buzzing sound made the eardrums of the crowd vibrate. The attack of a barbarian king demon beast was incomparable, and thousands of barbarian king demon beasts trampled on the world. How crazy, they were just going to crush everything. Qin Wentian stood proudly in the void, feeling the destructive airflow coming. He put on the dazzling king's battle clothes, and the king's figure behind him burst into extremely dazzling beams of light, making Qin Wentian seem to be covered with a layer of sacred and incomparable battle aura. "How can you defeat me?" Qin Wentian was extremely proud, standing proudly in the void, with endless divine brilliance shining on his body. The wild bull smashed down and hit his body, but it collapsed directly, unable to shake Qin Wentian's body. Boom boom. The endless attacking power crushed and crushed, but it kept collapsing. Seeing this scene in the void, Xia Jiufeng was stunned. He looked at this scene in disbelief, looking at Qin Wentian who was stepping forward step by step. This. The crowd was also stunned. Qin Wentian, how terrible this is. If he hadn't been careless and blood poisoned in the previous battle, he wouldn't have been in trouble with the Duju disciple. Xia Jiufeng's expression changed. Although this was not his limit, he could be even stronger. But seeing this scene, his faith seemed to be destroyed in an instant, and his face turned pale. Seeing the figure that looked like a peerless king getting closer and closer, Xia Jiufeng sighed in his heart. There were so many geniuses in this session. "I lost," Xia Jiufeng said, admitting defeat. He was convinced. "Thank you," Qin Wentian said indifferently. All the aura dissipated, and the king's aura on him gradually converged. The two left the ancient battle stage together. When Qin Wentian returned to the Yunzhao camp, he smiled at Qin Wentian and Zi Qingxuan, and he was like a sunny young man. It was impossible to imagine his majesty when fighting. Even Guz Hanshan, who was not far away, looked at him with a hint of fear, and was a little worried about the upcoming battle. Suppressing the same realm? Can he, Guz Hanshan, defeat Qin Wentian? Can this Qin Wentian be stronger? Has this reached his limit? No one knew that, except when he was poisoned by blood. No one had pushed Qin Wentian to the limit. When he was poisoned by blood, he destroyed his opponent with one punch, and the light just now was released from his body. "Brother Qin, it's your turn." Qin Wentian ignored the shocked people and said to Qin Wentian. "Now, they have only one goal, the top 3. They all want to strive to enter the top 3. At least one of them wants to slap the face of the immortal Qin Wentian. Nothing is destined." Qin Wentian nodded lightly, then walked forward. After a moment, he landed on the ancient battlefield. He looked around at everyone, and many people had an idea. Who will Qin Wentian challenge? At this time, Qin Wentian looked at the immortal Qin Wentian, and a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He will let the immortal Qin Wentian see the end, but before that, it is time to settle the grudge between him and Hefeng. "I challenge the disciple of immortal Qin Wentian, Hefeng." Qin Wentian's voice was cold, and he deliberately added disciple of immortal Qin Wentian before Hefeng's name. This meaning was self-evident. He wanted to fight Hefeng, to slap immortal Qin Wentian in the face, and let everyone see how he defeated the disciple of immortal Qin Wentian. Chapter 866 Trampling. Immortal Qin Wentian sat there, staring at Guz Hanshan, looking at the young man standing proudly and staring at him. The confidence engraved in the corner of Qin Wentian's eyes seemed to be easy for him to fight Hefeng. It was a battle that he was sure to win, and it was a battle to humiliate him, immortal Qin Wentian. Immortal Qin Wentian was speechless and didn't say anything. He just glanced at Hefeng, hoping that his disciples would not let him down. Hefeng walked towards the battle stage step by step. Before he stepped onto the ancient battle stage, a terrible roar was already emanating from his body. The abyss of destruction appeared, and it seemed that there was a terrible abyss fire that swallowed everything. The swallowing black light made people feel deeply terrified. Different realms, suppress. Dong Shengting opened his mouth, and suddenly a strong immortal king waved his hand. In an instant, a terrible pattern appeared above Guz Hanshan. This pattern directly enveloped and bound the entire Guz Hanshan. In just a moment, Hefeng and Qin Wentian, who stepped onto the ancient battle stage, felt a repressive force at the same time. Their realms will be at the same level. The starry sky of Haifeng bloomed, and his aura continued to grow stronger. He stretched out his palms and hung them there, but faintly spit out a terrifying black destructive force, which made people feel frightened. Haifeng followed the immortal Qin Yuan to train everywhere. He practiced outside and was taught by the immortal Qin Yuan. His attack must be extremely terrible. And this Qin Wentian is also an existence that people cannot see through. He has amazing potential. Qin Wentian once humiliated Haifeng and said that he spared Haifeng's life. This battle, let's see if Haifeng can wash away the shame. Everyone saw that the two did not move, but the aura on their bodies kept rushing out fiercely, getting stronger and stronger. Wisps of abyssal black mist lingered around Haifeng's body. The destructive power contained in his palms was still getting stronger. The starry sky seemed to swallow the world into the abyss. Those arrogant words before, when they cannot be proved by actions, how can you live in the world with your face? Haifeng walked forward step by step, and every step he took gave people an extremely dangerous feeling. At this time, the aura on Qin Wentian's body was also blooming fiercely. The purple gold suppressed astrology was dazzling. Behind him was a figure of flowing light, possessing the power of suppressing the sky. With a roar, he burst into dazzling light, released a battle plan, and was surrounded by brilliance, like a god of war. Boom! There seemed to be a roaring wave of anger coming out of his body, buzzing, and the aura that burst out of Qin Wentian's body became more brilliant. The second battle plan was released, and the aura and power on his body increased several times. What kind of secret method is this? It seems that Jiutian has also practiced this kind of power. Dongsheng Cliff. The strong men of the Dongsheng immortal sect saw this scene and understood it in their hearts. Naturally, they knew what the battle plan released by Qin Wentian meant. This was the immortal method left in the Dongsheng Cliff by an extremely powerful immortal king of the Dongsheng immortal sect. Only those with strong comprehension could comprehend the battle plan. In such a short time, he was able to comprehend the double battle plan like Jiutian. Someone whispered. This battle strategy is different from many other places in East St. Cliff. It relies purely on comprehension. Many people have been immersed in it for many years and still cannot understand the basics. It has nothing to do with the length of time. People with poor comprehension cannot even comprehend anything. That's right. This Qin Wentian comprehended the second battle strategy. His comprehension is very strong. Just as they were talking, a more dazzling and brilliant light burst out from Qin Wentian. He seemed to have transformed into a true god of war. His entire body seemed to have transformed. The battle light protected his body, as if he was wearing a battle armor. It was gorgeous and dazzling. Third level. Many immortal kings stared at Qin Wentian on the battle stage. He had used the battle strategy before, but this was the first time. With a triple battle strategy, Qin Wentian did something that many disciples could never do in the short time he practiced in East St. Cliff. Superb comprehension. Someone sighed. At this moment, Haifeng's expression was slightly ugly. His momentum was increasing step by step, and his destructive power was overwhelming. His whole body was filled with an extremely dangerous aura. However, Qin Wentian's power was not increasing step by step, but directly jumped and became stronger, increasing several times, which made him feel frightened. The blood-colored light flowed on his body, and Qin Wentian, who seemed to be wearing gorgeous armor, had blood-red eyes, which were extremely strange. With just one glance, the stars in the dream world bloomed. Haifeng felt that he had entered Qin Wentian's dream world. His expression sank again, and his increasing momentum seemed to be constantly suppressed by Qin Wentian's momentum. We are in the same realm, what can you use to fight me? Qin Wentian was cold and arrogant. It seemed that there was a light of runes flowing on his body. His body was already extremely gorgeous, and the constantly sublimating light made Haifeng gradually feel bad. How many cards did the person in front of him have, and how strong could he be? Boom boom. Qin Wentian's body became huge, and turned into 100 feet, overlooking the black front under his feet. At this moment, the black front seemed so small in front of him, as if it was insignificant. Black front, what could he use to fight Qin Wentian? Star Soul, Qin Wentian can be said to be in no disadvantage against anyone. The stars and celestial phenomena are only strong, not weak. Bloodline, stronger than black front. Triple battle, immortal and demon body refining, body covered with divine patterns. Many trump cards gathered together, making Qin Wentian a demon god, just standing there, giving people an extremely terrible pressure. Black front raised his head and looked at Qin Wentian. His psychology was constantly changing. As Qin Wentian's momentum increased, his confidence became weaker and weaker. At this moment, he himself no longer had the kind of belief to move forward, and he had already lost to Qin Wentian in Dongsheng Cliff before, and it seemed that there was a shadow, and his belief was being eaten away and destroyed bit by bit. Boom! Qin Wentian took a step forward, and there seemed to be a bell that shook the world, which made Blackfront's heart beat. "What do you have to fight me?" Qin Wentian spoke again, like a bolt from the blue, blasting into He Feng's eardrums. A strange light flashed between his eyebrows, as if a third eye appeared. In just a moment, a blood-colored lightning rushed directly into He Feng's mind. In an instant, He Feng seemed to feel that Qin Wentian was carrying supreme pressure and attacking his will. Kill! Qin Wentian's palm print slammed down and slapped towards the air below. The palm print with terrible rune light contained a terrible power rule, suppressing the rule, making the space tremble with suppression. This power can suppress the heaven and earth, suppress the immortals and demons, and kill the immortals and demons. A terrible roar came out, and He Feng's will struggled. When he broke away from Qin Wentian's will attack, he saw the extremely terrible palm print coming down to kill, which was irresistible. He Feng's face was pale. At this moment, he actually had an illusion that he could not resist, as if the supreme faith he had just gathered was completely destroyed and shattered at this moment. He Feng roared, and the power of destruction rose up and blasted towards the void. However, under the attack of the big palm print that suppressed everything, it was directly destroyed. The palm print was too fast, so fast that it turned into divine power, as if the gods wanted to destroy He Feng. He Feng controlled the corners of his mouth and was about to spit out the word surrender. Boom! A deafening bell sounded, and the timing was extremely accurate, as if it was spit out at the same time as He Feng's voice. The terrible bell sound directly drowned out He Feng's voice, and the sound waves covered it, as if He Feng had not spoken at all. Despair suddenly flashed across his face, and a loud rumbling sound came out, and the earth trembled violently. The entire ancient war world seemed to be shaking, and the buzzing bell sound was still echoing, as if it was the echo just now, lingering between heaven and earth. The echo sounded like the death knell. The big palm print submerged He Feng's body. Everyone's eyes were wide open, as if they couldn't believe what they saw. He Feng, the disciple of immortal King Yan Yuan, was killed by Qin Wentian with one blow? The heaven-suppressing immortal demon art was used to suppress immortals and demons. Moreover, Qin Wentian used the triple battle art and many trump cards to assist, just to make He Feng fall directly on the ancient battle sky, not giving him any chance. This battle was to take He Feng's life. Looking at that huge body, even the immortal kings felt a sense of shock. He Feng was the disciple of immortal King Yan Yuan, and was killed by this boy with one blow. He really dared to kill him. Moreover, with their eyesight, how could they not notice that He Feng was shouting to admit defeat before, but Qin Wentian was determined to take his life, and used the sound of the bell to cover He Feng's voice of surrender for help. Qin Wentian was determined to kill the other party. He did it. With just one strike, He Feng was killed. He didn't give him any chance to survive, not even a glimmer of hope. This was simply a slap in the face of immortal King Yan Yuan in front of everyone, or even a step on the face of immortal King Yan Yuan. He used the most direct and brutal way to trample and humiliate him. Did immortal King Yan Yuan despise Qin Wentian? Did he say that Qin Wentian would never be among the top 3? Then, what about your disciple, immortal King Yan Yuan? Qin Wentian, killed your disciple with one strike in front of everyone, on the ancient battle sky. Immortal King Yan Yuan was indeed hurt by being stepped on. From not caring when he saw Qin Wentian for the first time, to being completely angry now, his anger was not because of He Feng's death. In fact, He Feng's incompetence was humiliated and killed by Qin Wentian in the most direct and violent manner, which made him hate his disciple He Feng. That incompetent guy made his master lose face and was stepped on and slapped in the face. His face turned black, especially when Qin Wentian stood on the ancient battlefield and looked at him from afar. It was as if he was mocking him as a generation of immortal king with the attitude of a winner. The direct disciple of the predecessor Yunun Immortal King seems to be a little bad. Qin Wentian ignored the expression of Yunun Immortal King and said lightly, as if he was stepping on Yunun Immortal King's face and stomping on it hard. This face, it hurts too much? P.S. It's the last day of this month, everyone check the monthly ticket. Chapter 867 Guz Hanshin is afraid of fighting. Immortal King Yunun stared at Qin Wentian with cold eyes and said, Qin Wentian, Qin Wentian looked up and looked directly at him. You provoked me, but you boldly broke the rules and killed He Feng when he was defeated and admitted defeat. You ignored the rules of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect and the existence of the Immortal Kings. How should this crime be counted? Immortal King Yunun said coldly. Did he admit defeat? I didn't hear it. If Senior Immortal King Yunun wants to take revenge openly, then I have nothing to say. Who made you a powerful Immortal King of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, and I am just a person of the celestial phenomenon who came to attend the Immortal Banquet? Qin Wentian retorted directly. Of course he didn't hear it. He was just afraid that He Feng would admit defeat. He roared with sound waves to cover the other party's voice. Not only did he not hear it, but no one else heard He Feng's voice either. I didn't hear it either. Jian Mengchen said, before, Immortal King Yunun came down and told Senior Brother Qin that some things are destined and will not change. Could it be that no matter how Senior Brother Qin behaves, he will definitely be eliminated? If so, it doesn't matter if we don't enter the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate. The three of us will return to the mountain to practice. You. Immortal King Yunun stared at these people with a cold look. Everyone witnessed a grudge between him and Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian killed his disciples in front of him, provoked his majesty, and humiliated him. At this time, he opened his mouth to condemn Qin Wentian, which was obviously suspected of revenge. Imperial King Yunun, that's it. Just then, Dong Shangting, who was sitting on the main seat, spoke. Immortal King Yunun looked at Dong Shangting, and saw that the other party's eyes were shining with brilliance and unfathomable. It was impossible to guess what was in his heart. Immortal King Yunun understood that Dong Shangting, the son of His Majesty the Immortal Emperor, would naturally handle this matter. With a cold snort, Immortal King Yunun glanced coldly and said nothing more. Qin Wentian returned to his seat. Now, of the 20 geniuses, there are only 19 left. 8 of them have fought, and 12 have not fought yet. Yunzhao Zikingsun, it's your turn. Dong Shangting looked calm, and glanced at Zikingsun, but his heart was cold. It seemed that Qin Wentian had some adventures when he arrived in the fairyland, worshipped a powerful master, and got the opportunity, so he had the opportunity to grow so powerful. Princess Lili was right next to him, so he naturally wouldn't act deliberately against Qin Wentian. Otherwise, if Princess Kinger knew about this, she would be able to guess a lot of things. Zikingsun walked onto the ancient battle stage. Qin Wentian and Jian Mengchen both had a chance to advance, and she must also strive for a victory. There was no weakling among the strong men in front of her. The person she was most confident of defeating was of course Su Feng, who was in the same realm as her. After all, they had fought before, and this battle was very simple for her. I challenge Su Feng. Zikingsun looked at Su Feng, which made Su Feng's face darken. The strength of a martial arts cultivator could not change too much in a short period of time. Strong is strong, weak is weak. Su Feng knew that even if he fought again, he would still lose to Zikingsun. I give up. Su Feng did not go to the ancient battle stage, but left his hope to the battle in which he had the initiative. He went all out to break the deadlock. The top 10 was really too difficult. There were no weak people now. Guz Hanshan, fight. At this time, Dong Shangting shouted. Guz Hanshan, it was finally his turn again. He had lost a round before. If he lost again, he would be eliminated directly. Will it be a civil war in Yunzhao? Everyone stared at Guz Hanshan. Before, Jian Mengchen had provoked and humiliated Guz Hanshan with the words, but he promised to fight Jian Mengchen to the death. But after that, Jian Mengchen showed an extremely strong performance and defeated Xia Jiufen. Will Guz Hanshan challenge Jian Mengchen as promised? This battle must be a very difficult choice for Guz Hanshan. He has already lost one battle and cannot afford to lose again. If he loses again, his name will not be in the top 10. On the battle stage, Guz Hanshan stood there, his eyes flickering, as if he could not make up his mind. Obviously, Guz Hanshan hesitated. His belief and his confidence were not as strong as before, and he was not sure of winning. Whether it was Jian Mengchen or Qin Wentian, he was not sure of winning, otherwise, he would challenge one of them without hesitation. Qin Wentian and Jian Mengchen stared at Guz Hanshan, with a strong fighting spirit in their eyes. Jian Mengchen even raised his little finger to him directly in the air, with his fingertips pointing down, as if revealing a strong sense of contempt. Guz Hanshan clenched his fists, and his fighting spirit was overwhelming. He was the #1 prodigy in Yunzhao. How could he lose his fighting spirit? He, Guz Hanshan, could not be afraid of fighting even if he lost. This battle was for victory and dignity. A sharp light burst out from his pupils. Gu Hanshin looked at the Yunzhao camp from afar and pointed his finger, not at Qin Wentian who provoked him, but at Qin Wentian. You have always wanted to fight me before. I will grant you your wish. Qin Wentian, get out. Gu Hanshin shouted angrily, challenging Qin Wentian to fight. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a cold smile, and he looked at Qin Wentian beside him. Gu Hanshin was destined to lose. The number 1 prodigy in Yunzhao will not even be able to enter the top 10. Qin Wentian stood up and walked to the battle stage again. He was the winner before, so the people behind him can still challenge him. Life and death battle, how about it? Qin Wentian said coldly. Before Qin Wentian was poisoned by blood, Gu Hanshin did not forget to curse him. His killing intention towards Gu Hanshin was extremely strong, not much weaker than He Fin. The light flickered in the void, suppressing the cultivation of the two. Gu Hanshin's expression flickered, staring at Qin Wentian, but he did not reply. Although he challenged Qin Wentian with a strong belief, he could not muster such courage in a life and death battle. Especially a moment ago, Qin Wentian had just killed He Feng, the disciple of Yun, immortal king. The stars, star souls, and violent aura swept out in an instant. Gu Hanshin did not answer Qin Wentian's words, but had to fight. Qin Wentian released the battle spell, and his body made a roaring sound. The 3 battle spells bloomed one after another, the blood-colored light shone, and runes flowed on his body, as if he was wearing a blood-colored immortal and demon battle armor, invincible. Back then, when Gu Hanshin fought with senior brother Qin, he was 3 realms higher, but he was still self-righteous. It was really ridiculous. If they were at the same realm, senior brother could easily defeat him. Qin Wentian said bluntly. His eyes swept over the Yunzhao Xianjiao and powerful figures around him one by one. They all had prejudices against senior brother Qin, but no one could stop senior brother Qin's rise. Gu Hanshin appeared with 3 heads and 6 arms, and attacked Qin Wentian with an extremely violent aura. The suppressing star above Qin Wentian burst into endless purple-gold light, crushing the space and suppressing it. A rumbling sound came out, and Gu Hanshin blasted out a dragon and a unicorn, causing the world to riot. Qin Wentian's figure trembled, and many figures appeared at the same time, as if there were tens of millions of Qin Wentians. These figures grabbed their palms forward, picking up the stars with their hands and crushing all forces. Gu Hanshin roared, his body seemed to be going berserk, as if protected by a dragon. With every strike, many supreme demonic figures appeared, madly colliding with the attack force launched by Qin Wentian. But at this time, Qin Wentian once again transformed into thousands of bodies, and even left a residual image, which spread out in all directions at the same time, enveloping the world, and trying to submerge Gu Hanshin in it. Those thousands of bodies seemed to have tens of millions of Qin Wentians. How terrible must the power of this magical attack be? Can he withstand the consumption of such magical power? The immortal kings stared at Qin Wentian. This kind of immortal magical power must not really be able to condense so many clones. It should be that Qin Wentian created thousands of phantoms in a short moment. Each phantom can have his attack power in an instant and launch the same attack method as the original body, but the consumption, I am afraid that the consumption of just one attack is astonishing. Looking at the thousands of figures that were pulled apart in a short moment, Gu Hanshin's heart trembled. The belief in fighting seemed to be eroded. He seemed to think of He Feng's death again. Each of the figures of Qin Wentian was brilliant and had a monstrous battle aura on his body. It was too terrible. It was difficult to deal with just one of them. Even the countless eyes gave people suffocating pressure. I give up. Gu Hanshin roared, as if he had exhausted all his strength. Qin Wentian, who was about to attack, was stunned. Then, the many phantoms disappeared, as if they had merged into one. Qin Wentian still had the fighting light on him. He looked at Gu Hanshin and said nothing. He just raised his foot and walked towards the Yunzhao camp below the battle stage. But this kind of indifference was a kind of humiliation to Gu Hanshin. He and Qin Wentian had been looking forward to a battle, and when the battle came, it ended in this way. Gu Hanshin was out. Yunzhao's number 1, stopped in the top 20. Ah! With a roar that shook the earth, Gu Hanshin looked up at the sky, clenched his fists, and walked down the battle stage with humiliation. Gu Hanshin is out, and you are not allowed to challenge him again. Dong Shengting said lightly. Many people were not calm in their hearts. Yunzhao's number 1 prodigy was actually out in such a posture. And the young man of the 27th place in Yunzhao, In the first battle, killed He Feng, and in the second battle, eliminated Gu Hanshan. In the end, who is the real number one prodigy in Yunzhao? In any case, it is not Gu Hanshan's turn. He is not qualified. After this battle, Qin Wentian can already lock in the top 10. Yu Qianzhen, the number one in Qianzhao, goes to fight. Dong Shengting said, and Yu Qianzhen walked onto the battlefield. The number one in Qianzhao challenged Yan Zimo, the number one prodigy in Qianzhao. In the end, Yu Qianzhen won. Then, Kang Aoli, the number one in Lizhao, went to fight and challenged Beishan, the number one in Yanzhao. In the end, Kang Aoli won. Du Zishan, the number one in Xiangzhao, challenged Gu Hong, the number one in Yuzhao. In the end, Du Zishan won. The more famous prodigies in the 13 states of Dongshen are using their strength to defend their dignity. After all, in many of the 13 states, there is only one prodigy who can still stand on the ancient battlefield. P.S. On the last day of this month, it's time to rob the monthly tickets. Chapter 868, The Endless Battle. After the Battle of Du Zishan, it was Mo Wen's turn to fight. Mo Wen, the number one prodigy in Taiyin State, had already lost a round before, but her opponent was Gu Shianqi. Her defeat seemed reasonable, as no one dared to say that they could remain undefeated when facing Gu Shianqi. At that time, Mo Wen had already shown a very strong power, and she gave up automatically afterwards, so we have not yet seen how strong her ultimate fighting power can be. I hope she can win. Zheng Mengchen said in a low voice when he saw Mo Wen fighting. This icy woman also came from the Xianfu realm, which made him feel close to her. Naturally, he hoped that Mo Wen would win a round. If Mo Wen lost, she would be out. But now, there are not many people that Mo Wen can challenge. She cannot challenge those who lost, and those who won are all extremely terrifying. Wu Bei, Zima Zhao. Mo Wen named the opponent she was going to challenge. Wu Bei was the third-ranked Xianjiao in Zima Zhao, and he had never fought before. Challenging him should have a higher chance of winning, and Mo Wen was also acting cautiously. Wu Bei was the ascetic monk Qin Wentian had met before in Dongsheng Cliff. He was in tattered clothes and walked onto the ancient battle stage. His bronze skin made people feel powerful, masculine, and mighty. His eyes were very scary, giving people a sense of extreme strength. After chanting a Buddhist name, golden light shone between heaven and earth. A terrifying golden ancient Buddha appeared in the void, and endless golden light enveloped Wu Bei's body. He slapped his palms, and it seemed that a terrifying golden Buddha palm print attacked. Mo Wen released the aura of the King of Cold, and the shadow of the King of Cold appeared in the void, holding a cold ice spear, freezing the void. She waved her palm, and the ice-like curtain appeared, and the golden palm print came, and both were destroyed at the same time. At this time, a terrible icy air swept out, constantly eroding the sky, making the void stained with white frost. Wu Bei's stars and celestial phenomena seemed to be frozen, and the terrible cold air was extremely cold. Wu Bei's expression did not move, he closed his eyes, and sat cross-legged in the void. In an instant, endless rune lights floated, just like the Dharma. Endless rune lights flickered in the sky. Above the sky, the figures of ascetic Buddhas appeared. They sat cross-legged, closed their eyes and chanted scriptures. A terrible Buddha light appeared between heaven and earth, covering the sky, and turned into a golden body, covering Wu Bei. If you look from a distance, you can faintly see an incomparably huge golden body of the ancient Buddha. The freezing power of the Cold King eroded and froze the golden light curtain, but the cold air could not be ignored. This defense is terrible. Only Zima Zhao can compete with Yunzhao in this immortal banquet. Yunzhao has 3 brothers, while Zima Zhao has 3 brothers from different forces. Everyone thought secretly in their hearts. The two fought fiercely. Mo Wen turned into an ice goddess, and her long hair turned into ice crystals. She was flawless, like an elf in the snow, and kept attacking. Wu Bei kept emitting Buddha light, and the Buddha sitting in the void would also send out attack power. The ancient bells condensed in the world, which was the same as the magical power used by Qin Wentian, which was cultivated in the East St. Cliff. This Wu Bei's defense is really strong, and the attack is also powerful. Everyone was more and more shocked, but Mo Wen's strength was gradually erupting, and her body was getting colder and colder. At the end of the battle, she held an ice spear and her body turned into a real goddess. With one strike, the world condensed into ice, and the endless golden light curtain was also frozen and then shattered. No one could stop it. The strength of Mo Wen amazed the crowd. When she fought with Gusashianki, she gave up before she had given up all her strength. Now she can't afford to lose. She really fought with all her strength. The body of the King of Cold broke out completely, and finally defeated Wu Bei and won a victory. Next, it was supposed to be He Feng who went to fight, but He Feng had been killed by Qin Wentian, so naturally he didn't have a chance. So, it was Xia Jiufeng's turn. Xia Jiufeng, who lost to Jun Mengjian, had already lost a battle, so he had the initiative. It was just his turn again and he could choose his opponent. Like Mo Wen, he couldn't afford to lose and had to fight for a victory with all his strength. However, he couldn't challenge those who lost the battle. He could only challenge the winner and those he hadn't fought with. Any of the previous winners had already shown their super fighting power, and it was difficult to fight. Xia Jiufeng hesitated on the ancient battle stage, and he looked at those who hadn't participated in the battle yet. It seemed that there were only the last 3 people who hadn't participated in the battle yet. Taida, the second-ranked Taida in Zimaz Hao, Hu Taixu, the disciple of Wan Hu Immortal King, and Li, the disciple of the unbeaten Demon King. This was obviously a very difficult choice for Xia Jiufeng. At this point, any opponent was extremely scary. And now, he had to defeat one of them to avoid being eliminated directly. I challenge, Zimaz Hao, Taida. Xia Jiufeng said. He finally locked on 3 people who had never fought before, Hu Taixu, who was extremely famous, and Li, the disciple of the undefeated Demon King. That Demon King was too scary. It would be more reliable to choose Taida from Zimaz Hao. Xia Jiufeng, the second proud of Dongzhao, and Taida, the second proud of Zimaz Hao, stood on the ancient battle stage, facing each other. Is it the second strongest in Dongzhao or the second strongest in Zimaz Hao? Before, the second in Dongzhao had already lost to Jun Mengjian, the second in Yunzhao. Xia Jiufeng could no longer afford to lose. The shadow of the barbarian king shone in the sky, the void changed, and the stars and celestial phenomena appeared. It was a barbaric monster that stretched across the sky and the earth, extremely violent. As soon as he appeared, Xia Jiufeng seemed to fight with the strongest combat power. Taida was huge, like a giant. He was a member of a powerful tribe in the western desert state, the Celestial God tribe. The Celestial God tribe was born with infinite divine power. They were like gods, able to move mountains and seas, and turn the tide. Their attack and defense were once known as the strongest in the western desert state. Seeing Xia Jiufeng running wild as soon as he came up, Taida roared, as if the light of the gods was flowing all over his body. His body made a crackling sound, and his body suddenly grew to 10 feet tall, majestic and powerful, like a true god. Behind him, there appeared a giant figure of 1,000 feet tall, revealing infinite majesty. The people of the Celestial God clan are born with the ability to sense a certain kind of strange martial stars, which they named the Celestial God martial stars. They condense the Celestial God star souls, and then derive and comprehend the star and celestial phenomena based on this. This is the innate advantage of those powerful clans with ancient heritage. An immortal king said, which made Qin Wentian secretly a little shocked. The immortal realm is much more exciting than the particle world. Some ancient powerful clans not only have talents in their blood, but also have a natural sensitivity to certain martial stars. This is definitely an innate advantage. Such a powerful clan is too powerful and terrifying. It has been passed down from generation to generation. Once a peerless figure appears, this powerful clan can be led to a new height. I'm afraid Xia Jiufeng will be in danger in this battle. Qin Wentian said in a low voice. Taida's strength was originally very strong. He was at the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon realm, close to being an immortal. Although it was a big hurdle, he was at a higher level and had a deeper understanding of martial arts, which was definitely deeper than Xia Jiufeng's. Even if he suppressed his realm, he still had an advantage in this regard. In addition, he was born into a powerful tribe, the Celestial God clan, so the possibility of Xia Jiufeng's defeat was too great. Xia Jiufeng could certainly feel Taida's strength. He looked serious and roared. The void was rioting, and thousands of wild beasts were galloping, sweeping out, crushing the sky, and destroying everything. Taida looked calm. He stepped on the ground and blasted out with both palms, as if he had penetrated the void of heaven and earth. Everyone only saw a pair of long fists of the gods, spanning the sky and earth, and all the fierce wild monsters around were exploded. Strong, this kind of attack power, another super scary existence, Taida, if he doesn't suppress his realm, He is the 9th level of the celestial phenomena, and his comprehension is extremely deep. The crowd was amazed, and they all thought that Xia Jiufeng would lose again in this battle. In fact, just as they predicted, although Xia Jiufeng fought with all his strength and launched extremely violent offensive means, in the end, he was still defeated. Tata directly blasted off the ancient battle platform and blasted into the distance, and was seriously injured. The second most arrogant person in Dongzhou was eliminated and stopped in the top 20. After this battle, He Feng died, Gu Hanchen was eliminated, and Xia Jiufeng was eliminated. None of these three people were mediocre and weak, they were all super powerful, but they were all eliminated. This is the battle in the later stage of the Immortal Banquet, which is extremely brutal. Even the most powerful arrogant person may lose, and lose consecutively, just like Gu Hanchen and Xia Jiufeng. After Xia Jiufeng, it was Tata's turn to fight again. He just defeated and eliminated Xia Jiufeng, so it was meaningless for him to fight again. The next battle will be Wu Bei. Dong Shengting said. Wu Bei and Mo Wen had fought and were the losers. It was his turn next. He had the initiative to choose his opponent. Wu Bei was also under great pressure. Now, only Huo Taixu and Li had never fought a single battle. Apart from the two of them, he could only choose the victors. Li. Wu Bei looked at the disciple of the undefeated Demon King. He challenged Li. Li was filled with terrible hostility, like a demon god. When he walked up to Gu Hanchen, the demonic energy rolled all over his body, which made people feel terrible. Immortals and demons, but there were far fewer demons than immortals. The path of demons was difficult, and one had to be extremely cruel to oneself in order to achieve success in cultivation. A powerful demon could even achieve no desires and only seek demons. A monk is fighting against a demon cultivator. Is this a battle between Buddha and demon? Everyone saw that Wu Bei's body was shining with Buddha light, and Li's body was swirling with demonic energy. He was holding a spear. This demonic spear was terrible. It was longer than an ordinary spear. It was condensed by demonic power and had a terrible blood-colored light. The rune light flowed. Li stepped out and walked towards Wu Bei. Every step could gather the overwhelming demonic power. The demonic spear in his hand seemed to be able to penetrate everything and possessed the power to shake the sky. Li, the undefeated disciple, is extremely mysterious and rarely takes action. This time, we can see him participate in the battle at the fairy banquet, thanks to His Highness Dong Shengting. An immortal king smiled and stared at the battle stage. What strength does the disciple trained by the undefeated demon king have? Can he fight his way out among the powerful people like clouds? P.S. I just saw in the background that more than 230,000 words have been updated this month, nearly 240,000. It's not easy. Keep working hard next month. Chapter 869, 8 people eliminated. Li was filled with a lot of evil spirits, and his demonic energy was rolling, as if he was wearing a magic armor, like a demon king, extremely terrifying. His body trembled, the battle platform roared, and the long spear in his hand stabbed out directly, like a black lightning. Although it was still some distance away from Wu Bei, the crowd saw that his black magic spear seemed to have penetrated the void directly, ignoring the violent space, and came directly with terrifying power. There was no violent turbulence, as if there was only this spear in the world, and all the power of the magic was gathered on this spear. Wu Bei blasted out a golden palm print, as fast as lightning, and instantly collided with the spear technique. There was only a loud bang, and the long spear hit a point on the palm print, instantly shattering the golden palm print. The long spear continued to penetrate and pierce Wu Bei's body. The attack power of the demon cultivators is stronger, and the practice is more difficult. Those who practice demon cultivation may fall into the demon path at any time, and become a killing tool, lose their mind, or even explode and die. The number of demon cultivators is very small. Everyone saw Wu Bei's serious expression and roared. The Buddhas appeared and blasted out a big palm print at the same time, smashing the magic spear. However, they saw that Li was wrapped in a monstrous demon light. His body seemed to swell and turned into a demon head. The stars shone, and the light of the stars appeared in the void. It seemed that an ancient demon head appeared. He held a heaven-shaking spear, and thousands of spears roared and rushed around the world. Li stepped out with boundless power. His expression was cold and silent. He stabbed out with another spear. However, the moment this spear was stabbed out, endless demon light in the void gathered and turned into a monstrous demon spear. At the same time, It seemed that thousands of demon spears exploded at Wu Bei at the same time above the sky. Wu Bei uttered Buddhist sounds crazily, gathering infinite light. The Buddha's golden body had unparalleled defense, but Li attacked 10 times in a row. The demon trampled on the golden body, and the long spear shook the sky. The roar continued, and the golden body was broken by thousands of attacks. Violence, this is the characteristic of the demon's attack. They are best at violent attacks, never stopping, and bombarding until you are defeated. Someone praised. As expected of the disciple of the undefeated Demon King, it's amazing. His Majesty Dong Shengting chose Hua Takesu and Li, which must have a deep meaning. The two of them are mixed in the too strong internal, too dangerous. It is a major test for these Xianjiao figures from Dongsheng 13 states. It is difficult to break through them. An immortal king said with a smile. Dong Shengting's eyes were burning. The people he chose were all in the 5th level of the celestial realm, and their reputation within them was very loud. Wu Bei was defeated again after all. The powerful ascetic monk of Zimro State was eliminated after losing 2 games. It's not that he is not strong, but there are no weaklings in Gu's Hanshin now. Both of his opponents are terrible. Yan Zimro from Qian's Hao, it's your turn. You still have one chance. Dong Shengting said loudly when he saw the 2 people walking down the stage. Yan Zimro had already lost a game before. He lost to Qianjian, the number 1 in Qian's Hao, who is very famous. Therefore, when it was his turn in this round, he had the initiative, and others could not challenge him before. But at this moment, it was also his last chance. He could only challenge the winner, not the loser, or there were not enough people to fight a battle. There was only one such person, Hua Takesu. Yan Zimro was under greater pressure. He really didn't know who he could challenge. The current winners were Gu Shianqi, Yu Wang, Jun Mengchen, Qin Wentian, Zi Qingxuan, Yi Qianjian, Kang Aoli, Du Guzishan, Tata, Li, and Mo Wen. He had to defeat one of the 11 strong men. After all, not all of these 11 people could advance. Taking a deep breath, Yan Zimro said, Zi Qingxuan. Yan Zimro chose to challenge Yun's Hao Zi Qingxuan. Zi Qingxuan stepped onto the ancient battlefield, and the divine eagle radiated. At the moment of the battle, countless divine eagles spread their wings in the sky, roaring and killing like crazy. Zi Qingxuan seemed a little angry. Yan Zimro chose her among more than 10 people. Did he think she was weak? So, she directly launched a powerful offensive force, and the violent attack continued, drowning Yan Zimro. In the final battle, Yan Zimro was defeated and eliminated. Then, Yan's Hao's number 1, Beishan, fought. Beishan had lost to Kang Aoli before, and this was also his last chance, and he had to win. He chose Tata of the Celestial God clan. Unfortunately, he could not shake the strong man of the Celestial God clan at all. He and Tata had similar abilities in cultivation, with powerful attacks and defenses, like an ancient mountain. However, Tata was like a god descending to earth, suppressing and defeating him. After Qian's Hao's number 1 Yan Zimro was eliminated, Yan's Hao's number 1 Beishan was eliminated as well. What a cruel battle, it was simply insane. Then, Yu Zhao's number 1 prodigy Gu Hong went to fight. In the last battle, he lost to Du Guzishan, Qian's Hao's number 1 prodigy Du Guzishan. In this battle, when Gu Hong scanned those who could challenge him, he actually lost the belief of winning in his heart. As a lesson from the past, 2 number 1 prodigies were eliminated in succession in front of him. Gu Hong chose Qian's Hao's number 1 Yi Qianjian. Yi Qianjian was naturally unhappy. After stepping onto the ancient battle stage, his sword energy was shocking, his figure was like a shadow, and his amazing sword skills bloomed, directly covering Gu Hong in the abyss of death. Gu Hong admitted defeat. The 3 number 1 prodigies were defeated and eliminated one after another. Then, it was Li Zhou's number 1 Su Feng. At this moment, the pressure on Su Feng can be imagined. Although he entered the top 20, he now feels a little desperate. However, he still has to fight anyway. I choose Hua Takesu. Su Feng said as he stood on the ancient battlefield. He seemed to have no other choice. Zi Qingxuan challenged him before, and he admitted defeat. The winners were all too strong. Only Hua Takesu, the mysterious figure, had not fought yet. He could only seek a breakthrough from Hua Takesu. Hua Takesu. Qin Wentian and others turned their eyes and looked at the slender figure walking down the steps. He was as handsome as before, like a gentleman, and his body was spotless. However, Hua Taixu's temperament was even more extraordinary now. His eyes were clear and deep, and he could not see the bottom. He did not have any breath, but gave people an elusive feeling, which could not be seen through or touched. Hua Taixu's body landed lightly on the battlefield, as if he had no weight. His eyes looked at Su Feng calmly without any waves. This feeling made Su Feng feel a little uneasy. Hua Taixu's temperament was too ethereal, so ethereal that he felt unreal and illusory. Boom! Su Feng's body instantly burst out with the strongest momentum. His footsteps were like lightning and thunder. The void-like curtain wrapped around his body, and his figure disappeared directly. The terrifying Wangxiang killing slashed down, but the next moment, Su Feng found that all around him were the shadows of Hua Taixu. He didn't know which one to kill. Kill! Su Feng roared, and Wangxiang killing slashed down. Suddenly, the figures of Hua Taixu collapsed at the same time. However, soon there was another figure of Hua Taixu standing there, still looking at him so calmly. His eyes were so clear, but he couldn't see through it. Su Feng shouted angrily, attacked frantically, and kept slashing and killing. The killing was endless, but it was useless. The auras of all the figures were the same, without any flaws. He killed thousands of figures, but Hua Taixu still stood there, just looking at him. Ah! Su Feng felt a sense of collapse. Endless void power wrapped around his body. He flashed wildly on the battlefield, and his speed of movement was amazing. Puff, puff, puff. Hua Taixu's body kept exploding, but it was destroyed and reborn. Who is the entity and who is the illusion? The people around were trembling as they looked at the ancient battlefield. They all looked at the one who immortal king. They saw that the beautiful fairy king had a faint smile on her face, as if she was very satisfied with the shock of everyone. Hua Taixu really got the true teachings of the one who immortal king. This illusion is simply devastating. Hua Taixu standing there is enough to make Su Feng's mind collapse. Everyone sighed in their hearts. The battle in the ancient battlefield was frightening. Hua Taixu just stood there, but Su Feng did not attack him, but madly attacked the illusory space around him. Obviously, what they saw was different from what Su Feng saw. Su Feng, when Hua Taixu walked onto the battlefield, had already fallen into the illusion. His eyes are the illusion. Everyone exclaimed. The eyes of a person who can walk out of the world of reincarnation are enough to overwhelm too many geniuses. Su Feng was killing crazily. He launched the strongest attack, which could wipe out the endless phantom figures in the void in an instant, but he was destined to lose the battle because Hua Taixu was standing there, but he did not attack. In the end, Su Feng's mind collapsed, and he roared, automatically giving up and admitting defeat. Only then did he see that everything was clear again. Hua Taixu was still standing at the position where he walked onto the battle stage. There was no breath on his body, and his calm eyes were quietly staring at his figure. Su Feng groaned, spit out a mouthful of blood, his face was pale, and there was a sense of collapse, as if at this moment, he became extremely decadent. So that's it, so that's it. Su Feng walked down the ancient battle stage a little lonely. He really failed in this battle of the fairy banquet, a complete failure. What a pity, I hope his character will not be hit. Everyone looked at Su Feng. It was a pity for Su Feng to be defeated in this immortal banquet. It was not that he was not strong, but the opponents he chose were all incredibly strong. How could he not be hit? I hope that Su Feng can survive this time, and his character will be more outstanding in the future. An immortal king whispered, reluctant to see the Xianjiao fall. Hua Taixu walked down the stage. Next, it should have been him, Hua Taixu and Li's battle, but someone had challenged them before, and they were all winners. Therefore, now the 12 winners have come out, and 8 Xianjiao have been eliminated. These 12 people are, Gu Su Xianqi, Yu Wang, Jun Mengchen, Qin Wentian, Zi Qingxuan, Yi Qianchen, Kang Aoli, Du Gu Zishan, Tata, Li, Mo, Hua Taixu. They all have victories. Now, it is too difficult to choose 2 more people from these 12. Any one of them is a super outstanding Xianjiao. P.S. Today is Labor Day. I envy everyone for being able to rest again. Wu Hen can only stay at home and type silently. Tears are streaming down my face. However, I am a proud husband. Humph, I have to update again today. It's the first day of this month. Please give me your monthly votes. Roar. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 870 Another Punch. How to eliminate the next 12 winners. Among these 12 people, 11 have not lost, except for one person, Mo Wen. However, why did Mo Wen lose that battle? It was because the person who challenged him was Gusu Xianqi. If she was eliminated because of such a defeat, it would be unfair. Who else dares to say that they can fight Gusu Xianqi without losing? How to make the next decision is too difficult. Everyone looked at Dong Shengting. At this moment, Dong Shengting's eyes flickered. He looked at the people around him and said, "What do Princess Lili and the elders think? The simplest way is to let the 12 of them go on the stage together, suppress their realms at the same level, and let them decide who is out." Princess Lili said with a strange luster in her beautiful eyes. "Good idea. What do the elders think?" Dong Shengting said with a smile. "Let your highness decide." An immortal king figure spoke. "Since Princess Lili and his highness both think it's appropriate, we have no objection." Everyone nodded in agreement. Dong Shengting smiled and said, 12 Xianjiao, go to the battle stage together. You decide who will be eliminated. However, there is one thing, 2 or more people are not allowed to besiege one person at the same time. Of course, if you have the patience to stay quietly on the ancient battle stage, then we will accompany you. The reason why Dong Shengting prohibits multiple people from besieging one person is to prevent people from forming an alliance to fight. If they decide to kick Gusu Xianqi out first, wouldn't this rule be too bad? Moreover, none of the 3 brothers of Qin Wentian were eliminated. The 3 of them are extraordinary. If they attack together, I'm afraid no one can really compete. After all, this duel is a realm of suppression. After Dong Shengting's voice fell, the 12 Xianjiao stood up one after another, and then walked onto the vast ancient battle stage one by one, standing in 12 directions. Qin Wentian, Zhen Mengchen and Zi Qingsun stood together. Although they were separated by a distance, it was still clear that they had an extraordinary relationship. The other characters all stood alone. On the ancient battlefield, the 12 geniuses looked at the other geniuses with blazing eyes, as if they were thinking about who among the 12 should be eliminated. Gusu Xianqi closed his eyes to rest, as if this battle would have nothing to do with him. Yu Wang looked at everyone with unruly eyes and said indifferently, "You decide." As he spoke, he closed his eyes, full of arrogance. Demonic energy flowed through Li's body, his eyes were terrifying, and he stood there like a statue. Hu Taixu beside him was just the opposite. He had a slender figure and a calm aura, as if he had no aura. However, the previous battle made no one dare to despise the disciple of the one who immortal king. What a difficult choice. Zhen Mengchen murmured, his eyes swept over everyone, and then said, "Forget it, what does it have to do with me?" After saying that, he was too lazy to care, and just sat on the ground, as if it had nothing to do with him. Qin Wentian stood there quietly, with his hands behind his back, the breeze blew, ruffling his clothes, and his expression was so indifferent. 12 people, none of them acted rashly. The East Saint Court and the Immortal Kings were not in a hurry. These geniuses can have such good patience. They can wait slowly. When these people are impatient, someone will naturally come out to provoke others. Now, let's see who has better endurance. There was a silence on the ancient battle stage. During the immortal banquet, everyone chatted happily, especially the immortal kings, who chatted as if nothing had happened. At their level, let alone 1 or 2 days, even 1 or 2 years is just a matter of opening and closing your eyes. Sometimes, practicing in seclusion can last for hundreds or thousands of years. How strong their patience is simply beyond the imagination of the little guy in the Xiangxiang realm. On the contrary, the free time for people of the same level to gather together at the fairy banquet like the Dongsheng Fairy Gate is very rare. It only happens once in 100 years. For them, it is a rare rest in a chat, which is a very pleasant thing. Wanhua, do you think your disciple can go far? If he enters the top 3, will you be willing to let him become your majesty's disciple? The immortal king and the immortal king Wanhua joked. I'm not willing. The immortal king Wanhua smiled lightly. You know, I don't have many disciples. Your majesty's disciples are all over the place, and there are many powerful people. I can't make a difference, right? That's the truth. Your disciple looks extraordinary and will become a big deal in the future. The immortal king smiled, and the immortal king Wanhua didn't care. This good old man would praise everyone a few words, and who knows which one is true and which one is false. Princess, which two of these 12 geniuses do you think will be eliminated? Dong Shenting, who was sitting in the main seat, was chatting with Princess Liuli. It was a rare opportunity, so he naturally had to get along better with Princess Liuli and chat with her from time to time, so as not to make Princess Liuli feel that she was neglected here. Qin Wentian, Jun Mengtian, Du Guozishan, Kang Aoli, and Tata, judging from their temperaments and the skills they practiced, these people should be more explosive, but Qin Wentian is not only explosive but also restrained. He should not act rashly. The other 4 people are likely to be the first to lose control, but Jun Mengtian seems to listen to his senior brother Qin Wentian. Unlike his senior brothers and sisters, he may not move either. Then the most likely ones to take action are Du Guozishan, Kang Aoli, and Tata. Princess Liuli said. Oh? I know that the princess has the ability to observe people, but Yu Wang and Li's attacks are also very violent, and even Gusu Xianqi is the same. Why doesn't the princess guess that they will not be able to help themselves? Dong Shenting asked curiously. The strong men of the Feather Demon clan, the trials in the starry sky, the loneliness, and the patience are also very good. The Feather King is unlikely to take action. Li, a demon cultivator, has a tough character beyond imagination. Gusu Xianqi, he doesn't need to take action, and no one will look for him. Princess Liuli continued, as for Du Guozishan, Kang Aoli, and Tata, once they take action, they are the most likely to be eliminated. Really? These 3 are very strong. Dong Shenting smiled lightly and said, let's wait and see. The ancient battle sky was still quiet. Everyone's patience was surprisingly good. The fairy banquet was still going on, with laughter and chatter. Those strong men who had been eliminated were also quietly looking at the ancient battle stage. They also wanted to know, who can become the top 10? Who can compete for the top 3? It seems that anyone is possible. They really can't pick out the weak. Those who can get to this point have experienced real tests. After a long time, Jun Mengtian was indeed a little restless and opened his eyes several times. However, just as Princess Liuli thought, when Jun Mengtian saw that Qin Wentian and Zi Qingxuan were very quiet, he restrained his impatience, as if the only people who could control him here were probably Qin Wentian and Zi Qingxuan. If you want to move, just move. Why make it so hard on yourself? Finally, someone spoke. It was Kang Aoli. He looked at Jun Mengtian and spoke. Jun Mengtian's eyes flashed, staring at Kang Aoli, and said, what does it have to do with you? Kang Aoli's expression shot out a sharp light, and his eyes were beating with a cold light. He said proudly, is it time for one of you 3 to get out? It started. Everyone was shocked. Finally, they couldn't help it. Dong Shenting glanced at Princess Liuli next to him, his eyes flashed, and he was a little surprised. It's just as the princess said. The princess has a sharp eye. I admire her. Dong Shenting praised. Jun Mengtian's body stood up. He was impulsive by nature and tried his best to endure. How could he withstand Kang Aoli's words? When he stepped out, the king's armor condensed and it seemed that a peerless king appeared. He stepped out step by step, as if he was the king of the world. Then I'll tell you to get out. Jun Mengtian said arrogantly, and Kang Aoli also walked forward. He was extremely violent, and there was a sense of infinite power all over his body. I think, among the 3 of you, more than one person should get out. Kang Aoli said coldly. The king's aura on Jun Mengtian became more and more terrifying. A king's figure appeared behind him, as if infinite power was gathered in his body, and a dazzling light was shining around him. I will make you get out with one blow. Jun Mengtian was extremely arrogant. The 2 walked towards each other step by step. A terrible rumbling sound came out, and the world was like a violent hurricane. Arrogant. Kang Aoli shouted angrily, and there was an extreme power surging in him. Get out. Jun Mengtian roared, and the phantom of the king behind him seemed to shine with infinite light. An unparalleled great power fell on Jun Mengtian. His blow blasted out, and the world was in turmoil, shaking the void. Kill. Kang Aoli also shouted loudly, punched out, tearing everything apart. The world disintegrated, a golden light tore through everything, and was actually able to tear through Jun Mengtian's attack. The 2 fists finally collided in the power of destruction. Kang Aoli looked extremely proud. This punch contained his ultimate power. A golden crack seemed to appear in front of him, which was the power that could tear apart all attacks. However, when Jun Mengtian's fist came, Kang Aoli seemed to feel an ancient pressure. There seemed to be a king figure on the fist. This punch seemed to be able to shatter the world and destroy the sky. He looked at Qin Wentian, as if he saw an almighty king overlooking the world. Bang! The two attacks collided, and a dazzling halo spread in all directions, as if it was going to shatter the void. The strong men around Qin Wentian gathered to attack and resist the aftermath of the halo. This light seemed to be able to tear a person's body apart. Then, the crowd saw Kang Aoli's body flying away. With a muffled thud, his body fell to the ground, one arm shattered and exploded, and he let out a miserable roar. There was a touch of horror and fear in his eyes, revealing a strong regret. Why did he choose to provoke the other party? Why did he go to fight Qin Wentian? The top 10 seats, there is no other name. Another punch. The crowd was shocked and extremely shocked. This cynical and unruly young man was so scary. P.S. Second update, labor is glorious, and the overtime pay on Labor Day has doubled. Is it really okay for you not to vote for the monthly ticket? Chapter 871 Top 10. At this moment, Qin Wentian's handsome figure seemed to be even taller. That was Kang Aoli, the number 1 prodigy in Lizhao. With one blow, his arm was broken and he rolled off the stage. The king's armor on Qin Wentian's body disappeared. He stared ahead and said to Kang Aoli, "You are so vulnerable. How dare you challenge me?" After that, he returned to his original place and sat down quietly. It seemed that defeating Kang Aoli was not worth mentioning and was not something to be proud of. There are only the last 11 left, one more person is missing. The top 10 will be born. There should be no one who will challenge Qin Wentian and the other 3. Everyone thought in their hearts. During the banquet, Dong Shenting took a deep look at Princess Liuli beside him. Princess Liuli was really worthy of her reputation. She had a sharp vision. Kang Aoli was out. She was right. There was another silence on the ancient stage. The 11 masters all kept quiet, as if it had nothing to do with them. No one took the initiative to provoke others. After all, this was the last battle of the top 10 promotion battle. No one was absolutely sure that they could defeat another person. They were all very cautious. This wait lasted for a long time. Finally, one person's aura began to fluctuate, as if he could no longer bear it. This person was the number 1 prodigy in Jiutian Prefecture, Jiutian. Dong Shenting's eyes were sharper, and he murmured, "The princess has a very poisonous eye. It is said that Princess Liuli can see through fate and know destiny. It is indeed well deserved. Could it be that the princess can predict the top 3 people? Using the stars to predict destiny is only one of the thousands of martial arts. This is not a prophet. No one can know everything. I can't predict the top 3. Princess Liuli said calmly. On the ancient battlefield, Jiutian's momentum was looming. He was the prodigy of Jiutian Prefecture. He practiced a power of blazing flames and his skills were violent. The skills practiced by martial life cultivators would affect the character of martial cultivators. For example, people who practiced insidious skills would gradually become insidious. People who practiced icy skills would also be introverted like a piece of ice. This was normal. What's the point of waiting like this, Mo Wen? I'm the number 1 in Jiutian Prefecture, and you're the number 1 in Taiyin Prefecture. Our cultivation powers are completely opposite. Let's fight." Jiutian pointed at Mo Wen and said. Mo Wen was thin and had a perfect figure, a frosty beauty, but when she fought, she was incredibly powerful. She walked out, and her eyes, like frost, looked at Jiutian. Since Jiutian wanted to fight, she could only fight. The two of them had a strong aura, one hot and one cold. Jiutian's aura was so hot that it seemed to burn the world, and the void seemed to be branded red. Mo Wen's aura was so cold that the frost spread and froze the world. Before the two of them officially fought, they saw the cold and hot air gathering and alternating in the void, which was extremely terrifying. There was a faint hissing sound. The crowd saw that the ancient battlefield seemed to be divided into 2 distinct voids, one of which was branded like fire, and the other was cold like frost. The 2 auras became stronger and collided together. Jiutian and Mo Wen walked towards each other step by step. Above Jiutian, a flame wheel appeared, with extremely hot flames appearing in it. In his hand, there was also a flame wheel that could burn everything. Above Mo Wen, there was a frost goddess holding a spear, guarding there. Boom! In the flame wheel, endless flames suddenly burst out like a fire dragon, turning into beams of flames, killing Mo Wen. The frost goddess above Mo Wen stabbed out with a spear of ice and snow, and the sky and the earth were frozen. Ice frost appeared, freezing the flames. There was a terrible hissing sound. Dugu Zishan's body finally rushed out, and the flame wheel in his hand crossed the sky. A wind and fire wheel appeared in the void. The flames cut through the void, cut through the ice and frost, and attacked Mo Wen directly. The spear in Mo Wen's hand stabbed out fiercely, with incomparable accuracy, directly hitting the wind and fire wheel. The flames exploded, and the wheel broke. However, Dugu Zishan attacked frantically. The endless wind and fire wheels made a hissing sound that cut through the void and rushed towards Mo Wen frantically. Thousands of them were eroded by the flames of destruction in an instant. Mo Wen was covered in ice and snow clothes. Her long hair was like frost. A shadow appeared behind her, as if she had turned into a goddess of ice and snow. She was holding an ice spear and her figure flashed. In an instant, the figures of the endless goddess of ice and snow appeared in this icy world. They moved with Mo Wen. They held ice spears at the same time and rushed out to kill. One after another, terrible rivers of ice and frost rushed out. The two forces constantly collided and intersected in the void. Everything was destroyed. Mo Wen's body floated towards Dugu Zishan in front of her. The shadow behind her bloomed with divine light and enveloped her. In just a blink of an eye, she seemed to appear in front of Dugu Zishan. "You are looking for death?" Dugu Zishan shouted coldly. An endless blazing light burst out from his body. The whole person seemed to be transformed into a raging flame, able to burn everything. There was a humming sound coming out of his body, and there seemed to be a terrible hot air current rolling out. He clapped his palms, and the roulette pattern of destruction killed Mo Wen, who was floating over. The terrifying flame could really burn the world. However, at this moment, Mo Wen's body seemed to bloom with extreme coldness, just like the king of cold descended to the world. The ice and snow goddess spirit protected her and covered her with the glory of the gods. She was immortal and indestructible, and the flames could not invade. The terrible flames madly attacked the ice and snow glory, but could not break through, while Mo Wen's spear stabbed out. Dugu Zishan looked shocked, looking at the figure of Mo Wen, who was like a goddess spirit. The terrible roulette blocked the front, but was directly pierced by the spear, and then froze, cracked, and his body gradually froze into ice, and his arms were frozen bit by bit. "I give up," Dugu Zishan roared. In just a moment, he would turn into a dead ice sculpture. As his voice fell, Mo Wen's body quietly retreated. Dugu Zishan used the heat in his body and the power of his blood to drive away the ice. His body quickly recovered to normal, but his face was still ugly. He lost this battle. He became the last person to be eliminated, and this battle was initiated by him. Since then, the top 10 have appeared. Dong Shenting sighed in his heart. He had to admire that Princess Liuli's eyes were much more venomous than his. She was completely right. Kang Aoli and Dugu Zishan were the first to lose their patience, and both of them were defeated and eliminated. Dugu Zishan walked down the stage with a hint of loneliness. Only the last 10 people were left on the ancient stage. Congratulations to everyone for entering the top 10. Dong Shenting smiled and said, but he was a little unhappy in his heart. Among the top 10, Qin Wentian, Jun Mengjian, and Zi Qingxuan, they occupied 3 seats. However, although the East Saint Court was displeased, it would not have any objection. Qin Wentian was dissatisfied last time and came back to fight. Did he want to enter the top 3 with his amazing performance, so as to get the recognition of his father, the East Saint Immortal Emperor, and have the opportunity to contact Princess Kinger? Perhaps, except for becoming a disciple of the East Saint Immortal Emperor, Qin Wentian had no other way to reach the sky and touch the daughter of the Changqing Emperor. Qin Wentian, this is undoubtedly a foolish dream. Even if he really entered the East Saint Immortal Gate, the East Saint Court has 10,000 ways to make Qin Wentian die without knowing how. Of course, even so, the East Saint Court still does not want Qin Wentian to enter the top 3. What if this guy enters the top 3, but does not do something crazy as he guessed, which will damage his father's face? Although he thinks this possibility is very small, he is still cautious. This year's Xianjiao is very good. The top 10 are all extremely talented. An immortal king level figure praised. It's very strong. I'm looking forward to it. Everyone, please get off the stage and rest. You've been tense for so long. Enjoy the delicious food. Dong Shenting said with a smile. 10 people immediately walked down the ancient stage and headed in different directions. The direction of the Yunzhao camp was particularly conspicuous because there were 3 powerful people walking there. When Qin Wentian, Jun Mengjian and Zi Qingxuan returned to the direction of Yunzhao, Even those powerful people in Yunzhao who disliked them shut up at this moment. The top 10, these 3 people are likely to be brilliant, at least accepted as disciples by the immortal king. Although the 3 of them are very strong, no one expected them to be so strong. All 3 of them entered the top 10, how dazzling. Qin Wentian didn't care about them. On the contrary, he took a seat calmly. Their goal was not just the top 10. Next, the final top 10 battle will be the real ranking. What rules do you think should be set? Dong Shenting looked at everyone and said, Princess Liuli always has ideas. Why don't we ask the princess for her opinion? What do you think? Dong Shenting said with a smile. The final battle is of great importance. We must be cautious. Let your highness and the elders of Dongsheng Xianmen decide the rules. Princess Liuli refused. She naturally knew the best decisive battle and could not interfere. Well, since the princess speculated, only I and the elders can decide. Dong Shenting nodded and began to discuss with the immortal kings. Should the rewards for the top 3 seats be determined? Let us have a competitive spirit. At this time, a clear voice came. Everyone turned their eyes and looked in the direction of Xianai and Yunzhao. They saw that the person who spoke was Qin Wentian. They couldn't help but curse in their hearts. This guy is really impatient. Does he really think he can enter the top 3? But with Qin Wentian's strength, everyone dared not absolutely deny this possibility. However, becoming the son of Dongsheng Xianmen and being accepted as a personal disciple by His Majesty Dongshen, isn't it enough for him to have a competitive spirit? He must have a reward? This guy is really funny. Little guy, the status of the top 3 is much more valuable than the reward. An immortal king laughed and said, he is the disciple of His Majesty Dongshen. Let's talk about the reward first. There is no conflict. Qin Wentian continued. He would not become Dongsheng's disciple, so it was not attractive to him. Well, I'll talk about it first. Dong Shenting smiled. P.S. The third update, are you having fun? It's not fun to write without a trace! Exclamation mark. Chapter 872 Top 10 Test. Dong Shenting looked at everyone with a smile on his face. The reward for the top 3 must be at the level of the immortal king with a handicraft of Dongsheng Xianmen. Treasures of this level cannot be touched by the strong men of the immortal stage, but the top 3 figures of this immortal banquet have the opportunity to get it. How precious it is! The reward for the first place in this immortal banquet is the Xianpeng Talisman Bone. This Xianpeng is the supreme mount of one of the 4 supremes of our Dongsheng Xianmen. Ordinary immortal king figures all respectfully call it the supreme Xianpeng. It is a great demon in the fairyland with extraordinary strength. This talisman bone contains the essence of the power of the supreme Xianpeng. Dong Shenting said, and immediately many immortal king level figures of Dongsheng Xianmen were trembling. The supreme Xianpeng, the incomparably unruly Xianpeng, the talisman bone on its body, if you get it, it will definitely be of great benefit to your understanding, and you can even feel the power of the supreme Xianpeng. Below, countless immortal stage figures were trembling in their hearts. How great it would be if they could get the Xianpeng Talisman Bone. Unfortunately, only the top 3 figures can get it. The reward for the second place is also a treasure left by a supreme being of my Dongsheng Xianmen. This supreme being once practiced on a mountain wall for thousands of years. Later, this mountain wall turned into an immortal wall, which contains the essence of the power that the supreme being practiced and comprehended. It can even glimpse the power of this supreme figure's practice. It is extremely precious. Dong Shenting continued, and there was another round of exclamations. The immortal king figures all wanted to get it. The 4 supreme beings of Dongsheng Xianmen are the figures who follow Dongsheng Xiandi to conquer. They are the supreme existences of Dongsheng Xianmen and the 4 strongest people under Dongsheng Xiandi. The reward for the third place is a divine weapon of the immortal king level. Because your strength cannot exert the power of this level of divine weapon, this divine weapon is a flying divine weapon. Dong Shenting spoke slowly. The divine weapon of the immortal king level ranked 3rd. What a concept! The 3 treasure rewards are indeed all at the level of the immortal king. So, are you satisfied? Dong Shenting smiled at Qin Wentian and said, haha, in that case, I will get one of them. Qin Wentian laughed heartily, still speaking carelessly, but giving people a sense of arrogance. It seemed as if he had already locked in the top 3 seats, which was not ordinary arrogance. The remaining top 10 were all extraordinary, and who is not a peerless figure? It was not easy to get into the top 3. Except for the 3 monsters Qin Wentian, The others, Gu Shianqi, Yu Wang, Hu Takesu, Li, Yi Qianjin, Tata, and Mo Wen, every time they saw these 10 people, everyone felt a headache. They had a feeling that eliminating any one of them would be a cruel thing. I have a question to ask your highness. At this time, Princess Liuli asked, and Dong Shengting smiled and said, Princess, please speak. Hu Takesu and Li, they are in the top 10, so, will they be counted in the final ranking? Princess Liuli asked. Hu Takesu and Li were disciples of the One-Hui Immortal King and the Unbeaten Demon King respectively, and the One-Hui Immortal King was not even a member of the Dongsheng Immortal sect. If they were in the top 3, what should they do? The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor also failed to accept them as his disciples. Of course it counts. They are in the top 3, and the rewards still belong to them. My father will not force them. They can choose whether to worship my father as their master. Everyone is treated equally. The Eastern Saint laughed heartily and gracefully. Well, I understand. Princess Liuli's expression did not change, but her heart was as clear as a mirror. Hu Takesu and Li's participation in the assessment was also a means of the Eastern Saint Court. If the top 3 seats were really taken by these 2 people, the people behind would be squeezed out by the 2 and of course they would not be qualified to worship the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor as their master. Otherwise, others would say that the disciples of the Immortal Emperor were not as talented as the disciples of the One-Hui Immortal King and the Unbeaten Demon King, which would not be very pleasant to hear. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor was a person of such a character. Even if he accepted fewer disciples, he would not allow such voices to appear. Although in fact, it was impossible for all the disciples of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor to be more talented than the disciples of other immortal kings, at least they could not appear in this grand immortal banquet held once every 100 years. Everything that happened here would be spread all over the world. Your Highness, the test of the top 10 ranking must be carried out with caution. It cannot be decided by one duel battle. I suggest using 3 rounds to decide. Just like before, the top 10 will go on the same stage to suppress those at the same realm and compete. This will be in the last round. This is the most direct competition of combat effectiveness, and there must be such a duel. As for the first 2 rounds, you can ask the Immortal Kings present to take action to test their will and character. At this time, a powerful Immortal King from the Dongsheng Immortal sect next to him whispered, of course, the specific details still need to be decided by your Highness. I'm just making a suggestion. That makes sense. Combat effectiveness is a more important assessment. They are at different realms. It is the best choice to suppress their realms and fight on the same stage like before, but one battle cannot decide everything. Dong Shengting smiled and nodded, just as you said, divide it into 3 rounds, and rank each round. It's best to decide the final ranking based on the 3 rounds of rankings. Your Highness decides. The Immortal Kings next to him nodded in agreement. The first round of assessment will be handed over to the Nightmare King. It is most appropriate for the Nightmare King to test us. Dong Shengting looked at an Immortal King not far away. This Immortal King was wearing a black robe, but he was leaning on a chair, sleeping leisurely, as if he was sleeping soundly. Dong Shengting didn't care. He knew that the Nightmare King had heard it. This Nightmare King was definitely the nightmare of many powerful people. He could kill people in dreams and was an extremely terrifying existence in the Dongsheng Immortal sect. Indeed, it is very suitable for the Nightmare King to test us. Everyone smiled and responded. However, it is still early now. Let them rest for a while and we will continue drinking. Dong Shengting raised his glass and toasted the powerful people. The group chatted and the atmosphere was harmonious. Senior brother. At this time, Zhen Mengchen looked at Qin Wentian and spoke. Qin Wentian looked at him, but heard Zhen Mengchen whispering to him, Senior brother Qin, you have a grudge with Dong Shengting and Yunlin. Before, Immortal King Yunlin hinted that you are destined not to be among the top 3. Plus, Dong Shengting has always been very polite, like a smiling tiger. Will he deliberately target you in the last round? There was a light in Qin Wentian's eyes. He didn't expect Zhen Mengchen to think of this. He had heard from Dong Shengting that there were 3 rounds of assessments this round, and the last round was a head-on battle. The rules were all determined by Dong Shengting. If they were targeting him, it was not impossible. Mengchen, if they want to target us, the 3 of us may be targeted. We will do our best to stop them. In the most important round of battle, they can't target us even if they want to. Qin Wentian replied, and Zhen Mengchen nodded, if they really do something dirty, we will turn the world upside down. The 3 of them were chatting with each other, But they heard the hearty voice of the East Holy Court over there. Everyone, the rules of the top 10 competition have been set. The first round will be tested by the Nightmare King. Now, the top 10 geniuses, all go to the ancient battle stage. After hearing this, the 10 geniuses went to the ancient battle stage and stood in different positions. The Nightmare King was still sleeping, as if he had never woken up. This round of tests will be conducted by the Nightmare King. Whoever gives up first will be ranked last, and whoever holds on to the end will be ranked first. Of course, this is the ranking for the first round. The next 3 rounds of tests will have rankings, and finally, the comprehensive ranking will be taken. Dong Shengting spoke slowly, looked at the Nightmare King and said, "Now, Senior, you can take action." There was no sign or breath, and the Nightmare King did not move. However, at this moment, the 10 great geniuses on the battle stage suddenly felt that the scene in front of them changed. They were no longer in Gu's Hanshan dream. Qin Wentian's expression flashed. At this time, around him was a vast land, and he was brought into the Nightmare King's dream. Silent and too strong, he fell into a dream in an instant. Qin Wentian looked around. There was nothing here. He found a stone platform and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to rest. The space was terribly silent, without any sound, and even without any breath of life. He seemed to be exiled in this dream. Time seemed to have passed for a long time. Qin Wentian was calm and focused, not asking about external affairs. But at this moment, his eyes opened, and a figure appeared in front of him. This figure was pure and flawless, like an iceberg snow lotus. That perfect body was flawless, and the beautiful eyes were so clean and clear. "Kinger," Qin Wentian murmured, looking at the figure that appeared, "Are you okay?" The expression on Kinger's face changed slightly, and a touching smile emerged. "This is just a dream, how could it appear?" Qin Wentian laughed at himself, but he really missed Kinger. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and many scenes flashed before his eyes. The scenes of getting along with Kinger in the past flashed before his eyes one after another, starting from the first time they met in the Fairy Pond Palace, when Kinger was ordered by Fairy Queen May to follow him. Bit by bit, they kept emerging, as if they appeared in his vision. He seemed to be in his memories, and Qin Wentian's eyes were filled with a trace of longing. This is in the Nightmare King's dream. Can't I calm my mind? I actually miss Kinger. Qin Wentian thought to himself. He found that he was no longer in the wilderness at this moment, but was really in his memories. This memory was like a dream, happening. Suddenly, Qin Wentian felt cold all over, and cold sweat appeared on his back. He also practiced the power of dreams. This was not the Nightmare King's dream, but his dream. The Nightmare King was spying on his dreams and his memories. No. Qin Wentian tried to block out all distracting thoughts, but he found that the past kept flashing before his eyes. At this moment, it was not only about Kinger, but also about himself. People outside naturally didn't know what happened to them. The top 10 geniuses stood motionless on the ancient battlefield. The Nightmare King never moved from beginning to end. Only Dong Shengting looked at everyone with a burning gaze. When his eyes occasionally fell on Qin Wentian, there would be a gleam of brilliance. P.S. I wanted to continue to update last night, but I got stuck. It was really painful and tragic. Chapter 873, the last one. What kind of identity is the Nightmare King? He is the king of dreams, controlling powerful rules and power. He can easily enter other people's dreams. Where do dreams come from? They are born from people's subconsciousness. The Nightmare King can use dreams to invade people's subconsciousness and peek into people's most important memories. Qin Wentian's most precious memories will naturally appear in the depths of his subconscious. At this moment, Qin Wentian's aura bloomed wildly, and a powerful storm swept across the ancient battlefield. It suddenly broke out, causing many people to be slightly startled and staring at the direction where Qin Wentian was. In the dream, Qin Wentian wanted to escape from the dream, stabilize his mind, and not let the Nightmare King spy on him, but he seemed to be affected by a wonderful rule force and could not escape from those memories. He thought of King Chang again. He seemed to see King Chang still waiting for him in the particle world. That flawless face, beautiful eyes like water, with endless longing, seemed to be looking forward to his return. The Medicine King stood beside King Chang and persuaded King Chang. These were his subconscious thoughts, which were expressed in dreams. Qin Wentian's face turned pale and ugly. The more he recalled, the more the Nightmare King would know about him, and the more secrets he would find out. Angry, At this moment Qin Wentian seemed to be split into two. One side was trying hard to break free, that was his sober self, and the other side was out of control. Despicable. Qin Wentian roared in his heart. Is this really a test? This is clearly peeping, which is a taboo for martial arts practitioners. Any martial arts cultivator cannot pry into other people's memories. Everyone has their own secrets. Once this taboo is touched, it will be a great hatred. Therefore, some people who are good at searching souls are not willing to associate with them, and they are all respected and kept away. And the Nightmare King is using the opportunity of the test to spy on him. Memories kept coming back, and he remembered his relatives in the particle world, his adoptive father Qin Juan, Yi Qingyan, his sister Qin Yao, Shiji Ruahun, and his master Mo Shang. He also remembered Fatty Fanalanu Yang Kuangshen. Many relatives and friends appeared one after another. This can't go on. Qin Wentian roared in another voice, and a majestic figure seemed to appear in front of him. This figure looked at him with a smile on his face, but he stood tall and upright. Strands of white flames burned in his body, getting brighter and brighter, illuminating his heart, and in an instant, sweeping his whole body. Get out! A roar resounded on the battlefield, and Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly opened, and his steps retreated continuously, and he had woken up. At this moment, all eyes fell on Qin Wentian. Dong Shenting looked normal, with occasional flashes of brilliance, and Yunin Immortal King sneered in his heart. Top 3, he thought, he could make it into the top 3? It's a fool's dream. Qin Wentian is daydreaming. No matter whether he came here sincerely and wanted to fight for another chance to become a disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, the Eastern Saint Court would not allow him to enter the top 3. And the Eastern Saint Court is the controller of the rules. Although he is asking for everyone's opinions on the surface, who is the real controller of the rules? There is no doubt that it is the Eastern Saint Court. The first prodigy who can't hold on, this Qin Wentian is the 27th of Yuntao. His combat power is very strong, but I didn't expect that he would be the first to fail in the first round of the final top 10. An Immortal King sighed. The Nightmare King should test the will and character. Sometimes a strong combat power does not mean that the will and character are also outstanding. Moreover, there is no weak person in the top 10. Everyone is very strong. It is normal for Qin Wentian to be the first to be eliminated in this round. Someone said lightly. Don't worry, this is just the first round of the test. Maybe he will have an outstanding performance in the next 2 rounds. Elders, don't make a conclusion so quickly. Dong Shenting said with a smile, as if he was speaking for Qin Wentian. Princess Liuli beside him had a strange luster in her beautiful eyes. She looked at Qin Wentian on the ancient battlefield. From her perspective, Qin Wentian should not be the first to be eliminated. This person has a strong patience, a strong will, and an extraordinary character. Even if he is not the most outstanding, he will not be the first to come out. Thinking of this, Princess Liuli took a deep look at the sleeping Nightmare King, and then looked at the whispering Immortal Kings. They were all talking and laughing calmly, as if no one noticed anything unusual. This scene, all living things, but, do they really know nothing? Can't hold on. Qin Wentian, did he come out because he couldn't hold on? He broke free on his own initiative. Qin Wentian stood on the ancient battlefield and looked around. The other 9 people were immersed in it and had not come out yet. His eyes were sharp and full of anger. He looked in the direction of Nightmare King, but he said nothing. What did he say? Did he say that he was treated unfairly? This was the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect. Nightmare King was the tester assigned by the Eastern Saint Court. Nightmare King only needed to find a reason and excuse and say that it was one of the tests. What could he do? Perhaps, the Eastern Saint Court set up this round of tests so that he would not be able to refute even if he lost. If he refuted, the other Immortal Kings could directly accuse him of having a bad character. After losing, he still blamed the tester Nightmare King. The Eastern Saint Court was telling him whose territory this was. The words of Immortal King Yunin were still echoing in his ears. Some endings were already destined. Really, were they destined? Qin Wentian closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ancient battle platform without saying a word. He had already been mentally prepared to be targeted. So, what else could he say? Everything depends on the ending. The test for the others was still going on. Time passed by, and Tata was the second one to come out. Then, it was Zi Qingxuan. Zi Qingxuan was the third one to wake up. When she woke up, her breathing was rapid. She took a deep breath and calmed down. She saw that Qin Wentian had also woken up, revealing a hint of doubt. She sent a voice transmission to Qin Wentian and asked, "What did you encounter in your dream?" Memory peeping. He wanted to pry into my memory, and I broke free by myself. Qin Wentian did not hide it from Qingsun and asked, "What about you?" It was a terrible dream. He looked for the things in my subconscious that I was most afraid of and stimulated me. Qingsun said to Qin Wentian, "It seems that the Nightmare King treats everyone differently. The difficulty of the test for 10 people can be completely different. He can decide it at will. He can even directly decide the ranking." Qin Wentian said coldly in his voice transmission. Qingsun understood. What about the assessment of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect? Everything was in order before, but when it came to the final competition for the top 10, there were some tricks. Who would suspect it? Even if they suspected it, who would investigate it? Jiutian was the fourth one to come out, followed by Mengchen. "Brother Qin, Sister Qingsun, what's your ranking?" Mengchen asked directly in the transmission. "I'm the third from the bottom," Qingsun said. "I'm the last one," Qin Wentian responded. The two's words made Mengchen's pupils shrink and his expression was very unpleasant. These three brothers had such outstanding performances before, but when it came to the top 10 competition, they were not so outstanding. The top 10 were too strong. An immortal king figure spoke at the banquet. "That's true. Qin Wentian and the other three were all in the last 5, and none of them entered the top 5. This performance was not as outstanding as their previous performance." Then, Mowen was also eliminated, followed by Li, and then Yu Wang. Gusu Shianqi is worthy of being a peerless genius, and there is also the disciple of one immortal king. He has experienced the reincarnation world and has an extraordinary mind. The crowd saw Gusu Shianqi and Hua Takesu persist to the end and exclaimed, "Wanhua, your disciple is indeed outstanding." Someone looked at Wanhua Immortal King and said with a smile. Wanhua Immortal King smiled slightly. In this round, if the conditions were the same, she thought that Hua Takesu should get the first place. But at this moment, Hua Takesu's eyes opened. Wanhua Immortal King was slightly surprised to see this scene, but he just smiled. Yes, it would be a bit inappropriate for her disciple to win the first place. Gusu Shianqi was the last one to wake up. 10 people woke up one after another. Nightmare King was still sleeping, as if he had not done anything, and everything had nothing to do with him. "Thank you, Nightmare King, for your help," Dong Shenting said with a smile, looking at the top 10 geniuses on the ancient battle stage, and said loudly, "You have been able to persist in the test of Nightmare King for so long, which is really extraordinary, especially Gusu Shianqi and Hua Takesu, who are amazing. Of course, the geniuses who are ranked behind should not be discouraged," Dong Shenting said, looking at Qin Wentian, and said with a smile, "There are 2 more rounds of tests in the future. As long as you perform well, you can still turn things around. All immortal kings are watching your performance." All the geniuses were silent. Qin Wentian looked at Dong Shenting's handsome face and elegant demeanor, as if everything was so natural. "Now, I will announce the ranking of the first round. First, Gusu Shianqi. Second, Hua Takesu. Third, Yu Wang. Fourth, Li. Fifth, Mowen. Sixth, Mengchen. Seventh, Jiutian. Eighth, Qingsun. Ninth, Tata. 10th, Qin Wentian. Dong Shenting slowly opened his mouth and announced the ranking of the first round. Qin Wentian was directly ranked last in this round. An immortal king's eyes flickered and glanced at the ancient battle stage. The last one, His Highness Dong Shenting, was really ruthless. In this case, Qin Wentian, what can he do to turn things around? The top 3, dream on. P.S. Brothers, do you still have monthly tickets? Don't forget to vote. I will continue to update 3 times today. Chapter 874 Targeting. Dong Shenting smiled, still with extraordinary demeanor. He looked at the Xianjiao in the ancient battle sky and continued, "The ranking of the first round cannot determine the final ranking. Next, you still need to work hard to strive for the top 3 seats. Can I make a suggestion?" At this time, a voice came from the ancient battle sky, and everyone looked at the person who spoke. It was Mengchen. Dong Shenting also saw Mengchen and smiled lightly. "Speak. In the second round, can you be more transparent? At least, let everyone see what we have experienced." Mengchen said lightly, which made the strong men show a strange color. They were so smart that they naturally knew what Mengchen meant. However, although Mengchen had a bad temper, he did not say it so bluntly at this moment, but it was obvious that he was hinting at something. In the first round of battles, the Nightmare King entered our dreams. I asked my senior brothers and sisters, and everyone's experience seemed to be different. Although this is all controlled by Senior Nightmare King, he will be able to control it. However, such an approach is bound to have deviations. To be even disrespectful, Senior Nightmare King can decide the ranking in a moment. Because in front of Senior Nightmare King, we have no power to contend with him. If he wants us to come out, we have to come out. Qin Wentian continued, his words had become sharper, but he still did not question the result of the first round, and he would not really make trouble with Dong Shengting and the Nightmare King. He also understood that it would be fruitless. Therefore, I suggest that Your Highness, this second round of competition should be more transparent. In this way, at least everyone knows what they have experienced, and the seniors present can also see it at a glance, so no one will have doubts because of the low ranking. Of course, the final decision is still up to Your Highness. After all, this is the fairy banquet of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. Qin Wentian's last sentence was meaningful, and it was already very obvious. This is the fairy banquet of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. If you, the Eastern Saint Court, intend to secretly control it, you can directly decide the outcome. I also agree with Qin Wentian's opinion. I hope Your Highness will consider it. Zi Qingxuan echoed, her face was calm, and no expression could be seen in her beautiful eyes. I think so too. At this time, an indifferent voice sounded, and it was Mo Wen's voice. 3 people spoke in succession, which was not light, and one of them was not Qin Wentian. I also hope that next time Qin comes in last, he will be convinced. Qin Wentian spoke calmly. Mo Wen's statement surprised him a little. He didn't want to speak, but he also spoke. In this way, 4 of the 10 geniuses who participated in the final battle have expressed their opinions. The East Holy Court has to carefully consider their opinions. The 4 people brought up a topic. If the East Holy Court insisted on having its own way, it would be too obvious. Since you all said so, I, the East Holy Court, naturally agree. The East Holy Court responded very directly without any hesitation. I caused misunderstandings to you in the first round because I was not thoughtful. The 10 people in the final battle are all outstanding geniuses, full of confidence. They are ranked behind, so they are naturally dissatisfied. I should have thought of arranging a competition that everyone can see clearly, so that I will not be questioned by you. The East Holy Court spoke calmly, and he changed the subject, as if Qin Wentian and the others were making trouble because they were not convinced of their low ranking. It was really powerful. One sentence seemed to turn the situation upside down. The second round of assessment is absolutely clear at a glance. Dong Shengting waved his hand and said, "Please bring the magic eagle." As soon as he finished speaking, several strong men on his side carried a huge magic eagle and walked forward towards the ancient battle platform. This magic eagle was extremely terrifying, as if it contained a strong willpower. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, 3 faces, and 3 pairs of eyes, covering any direction. No matter where you were, you could see the eyes of the magic eagle at a glance. However, when the strong men carefully stared at the eyes of the magic eagle, they immediately felt a terrible vortex. The pair of dark eyes seemed to swallow them up. One after another, the terrible demon head seemed to pounce on them, making them tremble, and hurriedly looked away, keeping their minds focused. This magic eagle is weird. Everyone was shocked. Those who carried the magic eagle stepped forward step by step, walked to the ancient battle platform, and directly moved it up, placing the magic eagle in the middle of the ancient battle platform. Qin Wentian and the other 10 Xianjiao discovered something strange about the demonic sculpture when it was moved to Jiutian. This demonic sculpture contained terrible willpower and could attack people. The people who carried the demonic sculpture to Jiutian withdrew, and Dong Shengting said, "The second round of the test is very simple. This demonic sculpture contains powerful willpower. You stand around the demonic sculpture and stare at the eyes of this demonic statue. You will bear its power. Whoever moves his eyes first will be ranked last, and whoever persists the longest will be ranked first. This is transparent enough, right?" Everyone didn't say much. Dong Shengting continued, "At this moment, the 10 of you, stand in position, stand around the demonic sculpture, and close your eyes first. When I say start, you must open your eyes at the same time and stare into the eyes of the demonic sculpture." The 10 Xianjiao strongmen, according to Dong Shengting's words, surrounded the demonic sculpture and stood in 10 directions. They faced the demonic sculpture with their eyes closed. In just a moment, all 10 people stood in position. It's about to start. This second round is crucial. Qin Wentian, Jian Mengjian, and Zi Qingxuan didn't seem to be convinced in the first round and ranked low. But if they rank even worse in the second round, I'm afraid they won't have much hope. They won't be able to get into the top 3. Gu Shianqi is worthy of being the #1 prodigy in Dongzhou. His popularity is still the highest. He must have a place in the top 3. His fighting power is naturally beyond doubt. In the first round of the test, he has already won the first place. As long as he ranks in the top 3 in this round, he can lock in one of the top 3 in advance. Hu Taixu, the disciple of Wan Hu Immortal King, also has a good chance of getting into the top 3. In addition to Gu Shianqi and Hu Taixu, the next one is Yu Wang. Everyone spoke one after another. Before, they thought Qin Wentian and Jian Mengjian also had great hopes, but they're ranked too low in the first round, and the possibility of getting into the top 3 plummeted. It depends on whether they can slightly reverse the decline in this round. Begin. At this moment, the voice of Dong Shengting sounded, and the 10 prodigies opened their eyes at the same time and stared into the eyes of the demon eagle. The moment Qin Wentian opened his eyes, he immediately felt his mind tremble. It was a pair of demon pupils, like an invincible abyss. In just a moment, it drew people's consciousness into it. Qin Wentian had an illusion, as if his soul was pulled into another space. It was a wisp of his consciousness that was brought into the pair of demon pupils. This was a terrible abyss, a dark and bloody world. The whole world was like purgatory. The ruined ancient city, the broken land, and many broken divine weapons were stuck on the ground, stained with blood. Suddenly, Qin Wentian raised his head, and his mind trembled violently. He saw a demon head, which was thousands of feet tall, like an almighty demon king, staring at him. Seeing this demon head stretched out his hand, a blood-red sword suddenly appeared in his palm, which was extremely terrifying. The devil raised his knife and suddenly slashed it across. The sky and earth seemed to split apart. Qin Wentian's face turned pale. There was no way to stop this knife that slashed across the sky. One knife was enough to kill him. No, it's just a wisp of consciousness. The soul is immortal and the will is immovable. Qin Wentian warned himself. The knife light fell, and everything dissipated. Qin Wentian's body was directly split open. He seemed to have experienced a baptism of death. Outside, Qin Wentian's original body groaned, his face was as pale as paper, and he felt a sharp pain in his head. He took a step back, but his eyes were still staring at the statue in front of him, without wavering. His eyes were still staring at the pair of demon pupils. The demon pupils had a terrifying devouring power, and once again sucked a wisp of Qin Wentian's consciousness into it. Qin Wentian, he seemed to appear in that bloody world again. The demon king in the void was still staring at him, revealing an extremely terrifying chill. This time, the demon king's palm grabbed downwards. Qin Wentian felt that the world had darkened. He wanted to escape, but found that there was nowhere to escape. In just a moment, his body was grabbed in the palm of the huge demon king's hand, lifted up, and placed in front of him. The demon king's eyes were as terrifying as the abyss, piercing through him with one glance, and then he pinched his palm. Qin Wentian felt a sense of despair and pain, and then his body turned into ashes, and he experienced death again, which was more miserable than the last time. Qin Wentian's original body stepped back again, groaned, and his face became paler. Not only him, but everyone seemed to have some reaction, but Qin Wentian's reaction was more intense. Even Qin Wentian's eyes seemed to have a bloody glow, but he still stared at the front. The demon pupil seemed to be a bottomless abyss, once again eroding his mind, involving his consciousness, and it was impossible to stop it. Could it be that Qin Wentian's will is really not good? He was the last one before, and the one who reacted the most at this moment is him again. An immortal king figure spoke, but one who immortal king and immortal king frowned and were a little suspicious. They had seen Qin Wentian in the past. He was very powerful and determined. Although the 10 people here were very strong, he should not be the weakest one. However, the facts are right in front of us. Everyone is facing the same thing, including Qin Wentian. Bai Wei remained calm. He didn't say much from beginning to end, like an outsider. Although the white-robed immortal king looked calm, his heart was slightly disturbed. This assessment was really difficult for these little guys. The Eastern Holy Court obviously wouldn't allow them to take the top 3. Qin Wentian, they had to fight against the rules to pass the test. After taking a deep look at the magic sculpture, Bai Wuya had every reason to believe that there was something weird about this statue. P.S. Here are the 3 more chapters. Please vote for next month. There seems to be a voting event at Jiutian. Friends who see it can vote. Chapter 875. The second round ends. Qin Wentian's consciousness was drawn into the bloody world for the 3rd time. The pupils of the Demon King in the void were extremely cold. He watched Qin Wentian take action and held a magic knife in his palm again. Qin Wentian stared at the Demon King in the void with cold eyes. There was a terrible persistence in his eyes. He said coldly, "You cut my consciousness, just like killing my life. It hurts my mind and can easily repel me. Close your eyes and dare not look directly at the pupils of the magic eagle." His voice was very cold. His consciousness entered and the Demon King was directly killed. "If you want to strike me, I will retreat. Then, my ranking will be fixed at the end, the last place." "Who are you?" Qin Wentian said coldly. As his voice fell, a terrifying aura descended. The Demon King did not say anything, but stared at him with cold blood-red eyes. He cut again with the knife, and a puffing sound was heard. One of his arms was cut off. He was in great pain, as if he could see the broken arm dripping with blood. "You really have independent consciousness." Qin Wentian raised his head and stared at the Void Demon King. Before, he was just doubting it, but at this moment, he was completely sure. The Demon King in the magic sculpture had independent consciousness, otherwise, how could he be so accurate and cut off his arm with one knife, killing him cruelly? Qin Wentian's consciousness was involved in this, and all his perceptions were possessed. This kind of killing was to make Qin Wentian struggle in pain, make him lose, and make him out. Another knife light slashed down, cutting off Qin Wentian's other arm, but he still stood there, his whole body twitching in pain, but his eyes were still staring at the front. The blood-colored light slashed across and descended directly, slashing down from Qin Wentian's head, swallowing Qin Wentian bit by bit, as if deliberately slowing down when killing Qin Wentian, torturing Qin Wentian's will. Qin Wentian outside groaned, and blood even flowed from the corner of his mouth. His face was as pale as paper, and he stepped back. His consciousness was constantly swallowed up, and then he was constantly killed and annihilated. This kind of torture was enough to make a person's will collapse. This was a purgatory-like torture. Haha, I didn't expect that this statue also had its own consciousness and knew how to torture me to death. Come again. Qin Wentian laughed wildly, and his terrifying demon pupils revealed an extremely terrifying power. The vortex directly made him fall, and once again swallowed his consciousness into it. Only Qin Wentian's voice still echoed in the air. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were all fixed on Qin Wentian's figure. Many strong men had a gleam in their eyes. The statue has its own consciousness? Torture him? Someone looked at Dong Shengting quietly, only to see that Dong Shengting looked normal, without any abnormality. He said lightly, "This test of the demonic eagle is extremely difficult, and it is the same for all the geniuses. It is to torture their consciousness and let them experience the real cruelty of killing. Let's see who can hold on." Dong Shengting seemed to be deliberately explaining to everyone, but was it really so? Qin Wentian's willpower was really the weakest among the 10 people? Otherwise, why did he react the most strongly? Also, what about the autonomous consciousness that Qin Wentian mentioned? Was it just made up by Qin Wentian? However, although there were doubts in their hearts, the immortal kings naturally would not say anything more. This was the immortal feast of the Dongsheng immortal sect, and the rules were set by Dong Shengting. The strong men of the Dongsheng immortal sect naturally knew what to do, and those who came to the feast would not talk nonsense. The crowd saw Qin Wentian being repelled again and again, and the blood at the corner of his mouth kept overflowing and dripping on the ground. Not only Qin Wentian, but other people also experienced this situation one after another, and it seemed that they were all in great pain. Finally, one person couldn't bear it anymore and looked away. It was Jiutian, the #1 prodigy in Qian's Hao. As powerful as Jiutian was, he became the first prodigy to be eliminated in this round. What kind of power does this magic sculpture contain? Deep in the East Saint Immortal Gate, there is a palace. In this palace, a huge and majestic figure sat cross-legged. He was a powerful demon cultivator. His eyes were closed and the demonic energy was lingering all over his body. At this moment, his consciousness seemed not to be here, but focused on the ancient battlefield in the distance. Really tenacious. The demon body uttered a low and cold voice. He opened his eyes and flashed an extremely cold color. The blood-colored abyss demon pupils were faintly similar to the Demon King figure in the magic sculpture. He tried every way to kill the other party with various means, but the boy still refused to give up. In this case, he had to attack others as well, otherwise the targeting would be too obvious, and His Highness's face would not look good. Unfortunately, his immortal thoughts can only exist inside the magic sculpture, sealed inside, and cannot penetrate out, otherwise it will be discovered by the immortal kings immediately, which will undoubtedly be a slap in the face of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. Naturally, he will not do such a thing. I want to see how long you can hold on. This demon cultivator spoke coldly, destroying Qin Wentian's consciousness again and again. Even an iron will cannot withstand such endless torture. Since the demon sculpture has its own consciousness, he can naturally do the same as the first round of assessment. In the first round, as long as the Nightmare King is willing, he can easily decide the ranking, because his dream directly covers the top 10 geniuses. This second round, although it is carried out in secret, at least on the surface, the top 10 geniuses are standing there, and their reactions can be seen clearly by everyone. The will of this demon cultivator cannot rush out of the magic sculpture, so it is subject to some restrictions, but at least, he can still easily control the situation, such as who to attack most frequently. In this regard, he can completely choose by himself. In a sense, this seemingly fair second round of tests is actually no different from the first round. However, on the surface, the test of this decisive battle was undoubtedly very fair, without any tricks. If it weren't for the doubts of a few people like Qin Wentian, I'm afraid there wouldn't be any doubts. A roar was heard, and the second Xianjiao who couldn't hold on was eliminated. This time, it was Tata, the second Xianjiao of Zimazhao. His combat power was strong, but his willpower seemed to be weaker, so he was eliminated. The third person to be eliminated was Qin. She was also the third to be eliminated in the last round, and the third from the bottom. Qin's face was slightly pale. She looked at the statue in front of her, with a hint of coldness in her expression. She had endured a lot, but she couldn't hold on any longer. Her willpower was on the verge of collapse, and she could only withdraw. But her cold eyes were burning with the flames of doubt. She also felt that the Demon King in the magic sculpture had independent consciousness. Since he had thoughts, he might be targeted. If this Demon King wanted to target, then the first person to bear the brunt should be Qin Wentian. Qin looked towards Qin Wentian and saw that he was in a miserable state. His body was almost retreating to the edge of the battle platform. Between the magic eagle and his body, there were traces of blood that had not yet dried. If it weren't for Qin Wentian's struggle, he would have given up and quit long ago. The decisive battle test was divided into 3 rounds. In the first round, Qin Wentian was already the last one and ranked at the bottom. This was the second round. If he ranked at the bottom again, even if he performed extremely well in the last round, he would probably not be able to make it to the top 3. He had to do his best to support himself to the top. He cannot lose again. With a roar, Qin Wentian's consciousness was cut off again. In this moment of gap, he took a step forward, and then his consciousness was once again drawn into the magic eagle, as if it was a reincarnation, with no end. The remaining 7 people were struggling to support, and they were now releasing their limits. Finally, Qin Wentian could not support it anymore. Although he tried his best, he still couldn't hold on. In this round, he could only rank 7th. Qin Wentian was still resisting. He actually began to step forward in the opposite direction. Every step he took was accompanied by blood. "Brother Qin, give up," Qin Wentian whispered as he looked at the pain Qin Wentian was enduring. He knew how difficult it was for Qin Wentian in there. The perverted Demon King was using cruel punishment methods on them. Qin Wentian did not give up, and Mo Wen did not hold on, becoming the 6th in this round. Top 5. Qin Wentian and Qin clenched their fists. Under such circumstances, Qin Wentian entered the top 5. In order to make it less obvious, everyone is now enduring the pain of having their consciousness destroyed, and the frequency is the same as Qin Wentian. The next person who can't hold on is Li. He, who practices magic, can't bear it anymore and ranks 5th. The top 4. Qin Wentian's eyes are bright. The powerful Yu Wang finally looked away. The top 3. Qin Wentian and Qin helped Qin Wentian count the rankings, but the other 2 people were also very strong. After a while, Qin Wentian finally spit out a mouthful of blood and looked away. He squatted and felt soaked and his breath was weak. His ranking was also fixed. In this round, he was 3rd. "Senior brother." Qin Wentian's figure flashed and came to Qin Wentian. "It doesn't matter." Qin Wentian glanced at Gu Hanshan. There were still 2 people. He got the top 3, which was enough. He was seen sitting cross-legged, the power of blood surged in his body, and a wisp of white flawless fire began to operate, wandering in his body, gradually repairing his damaged spirit. The last 2 people were still holding on. In the end, the first to give up were Gusu Xianqi and Huo Takesu, whose will was so strong that they persisted to the end. Huo Takesu actually defeated Gusu Xianqi in willpower and won first place. Gusu Xianqi and Huo Takesu, in the first round, Gusu Xianqi was first and Huo Takesu was second. This round is just the opposite. As long as they perform well in the last round, they will definitely secure 2 seats in the top 3. Everyone's eyes flickered, and they looked at Qin Wentian again. He persisted madly and held on, and finally, he entered the top 3 in the second round, just to win one of the top 3 seats in the last round. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.